I lost where my StreamYards was. Sorry. All right, we are back. Hang on a second. There's a few little nuances I have to do to be comfortable during a stream. That's one. We're here, content, and we get live. And then hit this. No, hit that button. Sorry, y'all. And then we hit pop out. Yeah, holy cow, man. Look at that. All right, do this. All right, sorry about that, y'all. Oh, we got hit live chat from top chat. And holy cow, man. Still, look at that. Oh, so part of the thing, one of the things I wanted to do is get my earbuds arrest. Well, actually, my ear holes. They need, what are your ear holes called? What are these things called? Ear holes? That's an ear hole, right? Air? It's not air. Air doesn't go in there. Well, I guess air goes in there. Anyway, let my ear hole buds charge a little bit. Just don't ask. It don't make sense, okay? It's beautiful in my brain. All right, let me put this on. I don't want to see you, dude. I love the weather guys got to get in this. Let's see what the weather guy has to say. I'll have the volume on because I didn't want to echo.
The fire's over in the trees here. This meadow is what we're going to be focusing on. Notice how there's no fire happening.
Actually, I like
now,
this.
I'm going to play this out in real time, although we will pause it briefly here so you can see the seconds elapse on the side. We're going to pause right about here because you'll notice the screen is filled with all this noise. You see all these little bits and pieces. This is all ash and embers. And so these are the kind of embers that we're seeing with the current fire right now that's burning in the Pacific Palisades that are just blowing around in the wind. It only takes one of these to start a spot fire. And you can see how many are on the screen right here. These are all landing in this meadow down below. And now watch as we go from about 6 seconds to just a few more seconds, how many individual fires start popping up in this meadow. And before you know it, we start getting into that 20-second category here. We've got spot fires all over this meadow. And this fire has not even come past the tree line just yet. But now this is preheating all of that area out ahead of the fire, which is allowing it to quickly sweep out of the trees. So that is an example of spotting, and that's a short distance. With the wind speeds that we have right now, we're likely spotting several thousand feet, if not a mile out ahead of it. So here's the current conditions that we're looking at. I want to point out one thing.
I missed the spotting
around Topanga Beach.
I missed the spotting.
May have been around.
Hey, I remember you.
The fire has reached out to PCH.
How you doing, bud? What's going on?
From the ocean.
Gotcha. How are you doing?
The wind direction might be a little bit weird. It's pointing out of the south.
No,
I did see the temperature spikes. That may have happened there. It might be a false wind observation direction.
How you doing?
It's still seeing gusts of 46 miles an hour. Pacific Palisades, the gusts are picking up. Look at the ridgetop winds, though. 43-mile-an-hour sustained winds right now. And we've got gusts up above 60 miles an hour. I also want to point out this fire area that you're seeing here outlined in red. We have had.
There we go.
3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov would also show you the evacuation orders.
Yeah, we saw him earlier. Why are you back on?
To take a look at that site for information.
Oh, this is a good one. This is one at
Aquanet.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through.
Hush. Here's our Aquanet girl. Wait, why didn't she pop up? There she is. There she is.
Embers. We have learned in our fire coverage over the years, embers can
how's it going,
for
Lefty?
miles.
What have you been up to?
And they don't have to go to
good, I hope. Hey, did
here
you hear
in
about
Malibu and
Farrell
Pacific
and T-Rex?
To catch other beautiful homes and structures and schools
I'm very proud of
on fire. We passed by the Chabad down the street.
Oh, catch it. You did hear ear hole. Okay. No, I'm not going to share my ear hole.
We've seen so many cars that have been burned out.
Oh, it's a canal.
And again, tragically, so many houses
Why is it called an
and
ear
other
hole?
buildings like this one. This is
A
really
canal would be
going at
like
this point.
go into
You can see there's a fire truck
where you stick a Q-tip?
up on the hill just beyond. beyond it,
I
there
don't
was
know. I'm gonna
another
stop
house
talking.
that was burning earlier this evening. That is now gone, and that engine, I would imagine, is stationed there just to make sure that the fire
I
doesn't
got some
continue in
cookies,
that
by the way.
direction. You know, doing what they
I'm
can
not
do,
gonna be
but at
shy
this
about them
point,
tonight.
there's just so much to cover and so many elements that they are dealing with.
I mean,
With the
that looks
wind
like
here and just how
whenever
dry
you
it has
hear
become
like
here,
Rome burned in a
how
day,
low the humidity
that's
is.
it.
It's
Look
a
at that,
really
man. Look at the way that
difficult
is.
fight. There are not a lot of people still around, but you can see there's a guy here on a
Yeah,
bicycle.
these people have.
Most
You know
of
what? There's no
this
hotels
is
left.
really like very deserted at
There's
this
not
point, as
enough
it should be,
shelters
because
to
it's just
put
not a
people
safe
in.
place to be. Ooh, across the way here, you can see the flames are really flaming up now across PCH on the beach side above the sand. So really just an intense dynamic situation that is continuing to play out here in Malibu and in Pacific
God,
Palisades.
we've been
But now
watching
we're going to
Southern
send it back to
California
you.
burn since 4:30.
Go. Where exactly are you? What
It's supposed to
streets,
get
just to give our
bad
viewers
now.
an exact idea?
Right, so this is PCH, and the turn right there. The next turn is the turn up to Getty Villa. I think it's called
Hey,
Getty
Barry
Villa
Sports
Drive.
Highlights. What's
Getty
up?
Villa Drive, and then the next street south of us, I think, is Palisades Drive. So it's Sunset, and then Palisades goes up to Palisades Drive. So people familiar with that area, with the area, might know that. Ooh,
Oh, we
and
heard
we're hearing
that.
lots of that.
When
Lots of
I
popping,
almost
lots
put that
of
in the
explosions. We're
description,
hearing,
bring
it's kind of
marshmallows.
eerie as you're driving around.
There's
because we're
nothing left
hearing
to
that
do. I
crackling.
mean, we haven't
We're
heard about
feeling
any
the heat
deaths, thank
of
God.
the fires along
Okay?
the streets as we're going along.
Right now,
It's a
we're
really
watching the
intense
biggest
situation, I have
destruction
to tell
in
you,
American
for anyone who's
history in our
around and
lifetimes.
watching this, and
You
certainly on the
know,
ground as we are.
You know
I
what,
mean, this
Lori?
is just amazing.
As you said, extremely intense. I'm wondering, I'm looking at some lights behind you. Are those residents in cars, or right now we're just
I've been
talking
asking about that all night,
specifically
Ray. It's like,
firefighters? I'm just
what is
wondering
up
because things
with
seem to be
the goggles?
happening so
Like,
quickly.
where do I get them?
Go ahead.
But
Most
then
of the
finally saw
vehicles
one of
going
them,
up
these girls,
PCH behind us, going
started
heading north,
blinking real
are
hard. Like, oh, these
emergency
aren't good
vehicles.
fire
I think
drivers.
this
They're
guy
like ski masks.
behind us is also some sort of a media guy, and then there is this random guy on the bike. He's been taking some videos.
Mike
I
on
mean,
a
certainly
bike.
not a safe situation for
In
him to
college
be in,
with him.
because, you know, if these flames start to go, you need to get out of here quickly. And I don't
Yeah,
know how
she's
quickly you
going
get out of here on a
snowboarding
bicycle.
after this.
I'm surprised,
Ah!
frankly, that none of the law enforcement or fire personnel have not stopped and told him, you know, to make his way south to get out of this situation, because it's not somewhere that you want to be if you don't have to be.
Could you
Can
imagine
you
if this
see
had happened during the
firefighters still
pandemic? What California
actively
would have done?
putting water on these flames? Are you close enough to witness that?
No, they've all been
yourself,
pulled
Lori?
back. Yo, that's the thing. All the fire departments, everything, have been
We are
pulled back.
close enough, and at this point, with this
to
particular building, we do not see a firefight going on. We do see the
containment.
engine stationed above it, but
To the
I
left
think
of-
it's more
to
of a
the right of her.
watching situation. But I mean, this thing is just too far
So-
gone at this point.
No, yeah, you just
You know,
let it
it's-
go.
it's
It's, going to
really,
go to the beach. You got to
a
stop it from
shame
going
because
up to Beverly Hills
this,
now.
Sunset Mesa neighborhood, when we talked to the
Oh, yeah,
homeowner
horrible.
earlier, at that point, there were 3 houses that were on fire, but there were so many personnel up there that he was really confident it was not going to spread. He was hopeful.
I
of course,
have
that it wasn't
a
gonna
good
spread.
pair for
The winds,
working with
though,
metal
and
shards,
its
but
intensity
those
has really
are
increased over the
just
last 2
baller.
hours. So I'm not sure that they, you know,
That's
as many as there were
intense
up there, that
goggles.
there was much that they could do about it. And unfortunately,
We'll
we
look
have
that up
seen,
on
as we
Amazon.
showed you,
Fire
there are
goggles.
now, you know, at least 4 other houses, along with the others that we saw this afternoon, that caught fire. This big condo building behind us that is just gone.
You know, we've been talking about where I asked if you had seen people out there. We've been talking about places where people can go, Westwood Recreation Center.
Well, here we go.
But you know,
It's
you
all gone.
wonder at this hour, Lori, if people still understand that, or if circumstances have changed because fire is breaking out in different areas now, and you know, are they full? We'll have to effort that information.
Well, I mean, I would.
Mhm.
I would hope that even if, you know, they haven't received official word or information, I mean, common sense would tell you that as you're driving around or looking around and you see all of this happening on the hillsides in different neighborhoods around Malibu and in Pacific Palisades, it would tell you that, you know, it's not a good place to be. You should probably be elsewhere. But
Guys,
you never
there
know. I mean,
are
we can only hope that people
wildfire.
are listening,
Cellstorm
watching our
Odyssey
newscasts,
2
listening
wildland
to
fire
other
safety goggles.
radio stations to make sure that
They
they
look just
are
like
aware and
these.
alert of what they can do and where they can get some shelter and relief tonight and to stay safe.
They're
The
heat
good thing
resistant
is,
to 350
as we've been saying,
degrees.
we haven't heard of any injuries.
And they're only 20
And
bucks.
the homeowners that we've spoken with,
I think
have
20 bucks is
said,
kind of a good deal for
that's all
a
that matters to
350
them.
degree
You know,
goggle.
this gentleman told us,
Oh, do you get
you know,
clear or
I'm
do you
here,
get the
my wife
smoke
is in the
lens?
car with our dog, and that's all we need. We got out. If the house burns, it burns. We have everything we need in that car together.
Oh, that well said, Lori. When you really put that in perspective, that is the most important thing right now. Certainly life.
I don't know what's going on in
people's
Salem. I don't even know it's a
or
place.
anything else. So I'm just hoping even tomorrow when daylight hits that we will have even better news of everyone getting out safely.
Supposedly,
least, even
at the
though they
beginning
may
of
have
this, the
homes
fire
that
trucks were
may not be
between
there or
two
damaged or
dispensaries and
certainly
a
cars, but the fact that they can look at each other and their
liquor
animals
store.
and say, okay, we're here together. Wow, just powerful.
That's absolutely.
And amazing reporting, Lori, because this is something that we certainly have not seen. We've seen a lot of fires in Southern California, but something of this magnitude is something I don't think we've witnessed or we've been, have been able to talk about, especially in the stretch of area that we're talking about. It just seems, again, last month we're talking about Malibu, and here we are, PCH. That's
We
just
got
and it's so
Selma,
close.
Selma,
And now
California.
even Malibu is impacted.
Not Salem.
We're going to talk to you in just a minute, Lori, but our Mike Rogers at the desk is the one that told us about Pepperdine being affected again.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're under a voluntary
Pepperdine.
evacuation
Holy cow, I
warning
knew a girl
now,
went
again,
there.
after they just had the Franklin fire not too long ago. But you guys, I want to update you on the situation happening in the Altadena, Pasadena, Eaton Canyon area. I want to go to
Holy
our camera
cow.
here that we've got
Pepperdine.
from our traffic cameras.
Let's go. That
Our
seems like a
maps,
place you'd hang out. Have you
was
been
able
there?
to get our cameras pointed towards the fire, and you can actually see it from the 210 freeway there. So we'll get to that in just a second if we can. If not, we can also come to my computer and I can show you one of those cameras. Okay, we'll go to my computer first while we work on getting the traffic map up so we can show you that from that camera, because that is a really
This guy's
wild
watching
picture
us.
that you
I've
can
done this
see from
camera and I've done the
210
traffic
freeway,
map.
that I'm going to ask the control room, are we able to take that or no? Okay, we're working on it. So the fire that is now being called the Close Fire is what it's being called. Again, they've got it mapped at 20 acres. Although I can tell you, and by looking at the Alert California cameras that you're looking at right here, it does appear, and you can see it's sloping down into, excuse me, what is beneath of it. Now, okay, this is the next traffic camera that you can see. Obviously, that looks to me like larger than 20 acres. And for reference, this is on the 210 freeway in Arcadia. So that is where you are looking from this fire from.
I don't know where Arcadia is.
Both of the cameras that
There
you're looking at the fire
is. How you
from
doing,
are a decent distance away from where the fire is actually burning, which makes it difficult to figure it out. We did dispatch our Nicole Comstock over there. We do have another ground crew going over there as well. So as soon as we get any kind of live picture from them, we'll be sure to pass that information along to you. I just hung up with the sheriff's department about evacuations so far. They don't have any in their area. I'm being told that it is some evacuations on the Pasadena side. I'm trying to get a hold of the city of Pasadena Fire right now to try to figure that out and figure out where the evacuations are. I would assume that there are, just based on the topography of where this fire is burning. And again, if anybody is, it's the 2200 block of Pinecrest Drive, 2200 block of Pinecrest Drive. If you know that area, it's off Altadena Drive and Crescent Drive. It's just north of Altadena Drive. It butts up to the mountain. If you know, and this is a very popular hiking trail for a lot of people, Eaton Canyon Falls, it's right in that area. The falls there are a very, very popular area for hikers. That is kind of the area where this is burning that you're looking at here from our next traffic maps. And again, it is being mapped right
they would know how this was started. A couple times they tried to blame fireworks. They said, maybe fireworks and blah, blah, blah.
I'm emailing
but it was called in at 10:30 this morning.
Kind of evacuations
I'm
so
like,
far.
why are they calling it 10:30 fireworks?
I will be sure to let you know. But right now we are monitoring yet another fire that looks.
It's your birthday today? You were telling me it was your birthday. You were supposed to remind me. Was it today?
12 p.m. when we went on the air. That's basically, we took
Been here all day. You didn't tell me. I'd have had
a camera,
celebration.
One of our traffic cameras, and it looked very eerie and similarly haunting, familiar, like this particular.
Come in and remind me Friday.
From Eaton Canyon, we want to go back to the Pacific Palisades. We have a Pacific Palisades resident on the phone right now.
And that would be Antonio Morici. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correct. You have a harrowing evacuation story. Okay, Antonio, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you got it right.
Okay.
Well, I arrived
you kinda sound
at
like me.
Palisades Drive at approximately 12 noon today. I was at work, tried to make it to my residence up in the Highlands, was unable to get there. Quite madness at Sunset and PCH. My children go to school on Palisades Drive. They were evacuated to the fire department near Los Leones, and then to
across the street. We looked
Gladstone's
at that earlier on
restaurant
the
on
map.
PCH. Had family safely evacuate them from Gladstone's. Unable to make it to my residence in the Highlands of the Palisades. Currently safe in Santa Monica.
I mean, okay, well, why is this guy calling? I already forgot.
But yeah, it's been quite a day for both me and many friends in the community.
You know, when you said
been
that they're
quite a
safely
day.
in Santa Monica, you're talking about yourself, Antonio, or your family that lived in the Highlands?
Yeah, my family. So
Okay.
yeah, my family is currently in Marina Del Rey. I've stopped by a friend's place here in Santa Monica. Even here, it feels a bit close for comfort, frankly. But
really?
Yeah. So moved out of the Palisades immediately. Again, tried to reach my residence at 12 noon. Due to the traffic situation on Palisades Drive, was unable to make it home. Also lived in Sunset Mesa for 8 years previously, and very concerned for friends.
Oh, look at that flame up there in the top. Look at
Antonio,
that.
fire
We just
officials
saw
say
a
have an
fire start. Did you guys see
evacuation
that?
plan in place? Did you have something?
That
What
fire
did you
just
do
started.
once it hit? Did you grab what you needed to do? What happened?
No, so I was off site at the immediacy of the fire.
Yeah, it did.
Got
It is
immediate
almost
alert,
3,000 acres now.
Made my way to
She said. It is.
to the Palisades.
Wait, this guy's an idiot.
To pick up my
Bad
children.
Duck says. I'm going to assume this is in the tune of Red Hot Chili Peppers.
To the Highlands, unable to do so. And
Californication.
at that point, just witnessing the scene at
Burn, baby,
PCH, from approximately 12 to 1 p.m. was quite an extraordinary turn of events.
And any word?
I don't know,
whether
man.
the
I
house
just
is
guessing
okay at
stuff.
this point?
It's kind of like same, man.
So I don't have word. My neighbor held strong in the upper area of Palisades Drive until about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
Are you a Saint Food Fairy? Can we ask you to please
still
pray
standing and
for
okay at that time?
Saint Food Fairy?
But certainly flames within reach.
I don't know if that's sacrilegious or a compliment. Holy cow! Look at that fire! I am. Oh my gosh!
Previously, and
dude, that sucker just
getting some concerning reports on what's going on in that neighborhood.
You know, Antonio, I heard you say that you're in the Santa Monica area and you're getting a little concerned now for where you are. Can you tell us where your location is in Santa Monica?
Yeah, so 10th
I
Street,
thought about this.
Santa
Did you see
Monica,
the cars that the bulldozer had to push out of the way, Levy?
Yeah, I think,
there's a Tesla in the front. There's first car got hit was a Mercedes. They pushed out
all the way to Santa Monica,
Audi SUV. I mean, I was just like, oh man, the looting. Oh, these cars will be gone by tomorrow.
So we are being safe. We are staying place for the time being, but certainly keeping our eyes on it. It's a bit tough to tell the exact distance, and it seems to certainly be moving in a southerly direction.
It's got to be a harrowing night for you, Antonio.
How would you get banned?
Sorry about that. You also mentioned Gladstone.
I ban a lot of people.
And since you brought that up, and you said that's where your children were evacuated to, as far as you know, is Gladstone's.
So that was another thing. Yeah, Lexi, I thought about that when they were
Gladstone's, but
there's actually two Teslas back to back. It's like
videos from friends.
Those things start catching on fire. What's going to happen then? This is the modern world. 3 years ago, you thought about propane tanks.
Again, commonplace, for residents in the area.
Yeah,
it's gonna be cheap out there.
Can't confirm.
Oh, Saudis have been. I said, sounds like you're going to be.
What's happening with Gladstone's, but I know there were some jumps.
Well, the Saudis are now turning it into home. It's all
that
sand.
was the problem we were talking about, Antonio. That this fire is just so peculiar and so devastating that it has jumped.
It's
PCH,
getting
and
hot
we know not only
here.
businesses, but there are also some homes.
Take off all your clothes
on the other side of PCH,
right?
close to the water. So
I don't know what's happening.
I imagine, as when morning comes, we'll have a better idea as to just how much damage has been caused. But we're so sorry for you, and hopefully, you'll find out more about what you have to come home to. At least your family is safe, and as well as you, Antonio.
Well, yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, thoughts and prayers, and we're hoping for the best when we see what's going on tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate your time, Antonio. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you now.
Well, we're going to bring in meteorologist Danny Roberti. And Danny, last night when we left here after the 11 o'clock news, you talked about the wind conditions. You talked about it, a possibility, life-threatening, dangerous.
Yeah.
And we also pinpointed, in a way, some areas that were in the San Gabriel.
Did she just seductively say
We're seeing fires there now.
Exactly.
But now to talk about Pacific Palisades, you know, this was so.
Who's this chick?
I'm going to say it was surprising.
They don't put names up on this channel. I think this is an internet channel. This channel ran like if I ran it.
Yeah, it really has, you guys. And just to kind of put this into perspective, we have not seen a windstorm like this in almost
I've never seen a windstorm that's full of
with
fire.
This, any kind of fires that started, as Pat
like
mentioned, it's surprising how quickly it exploded.
Oh, hey, look, there's a green area
and that's
back there.
because when we are dealing with winds of this magnitude, winds this strong, I mean, they became so erratic that it's able to flame and fan these flames so quickly. And that's what helped this explode. So here's the thing. I want to walk you through what we know right now and what's going to happen next. We'll keep you updated every single step of the way. So the winds are here. It started today. Actually, this afternoon, we saw a little bit of a lull in the winds. I know that might be hard to believe because it has been so strong even in the afternoon time. Now we're starting to see these winds strengthen again. I mean, we're inside the studio and I'm hearing the winds howling outside right now. It's tough to even open the door. Areas like Burbank seeing gusts up to 50 miles per hour right now. So we're starting to see these winds really picking up, specifically for Pacific Palisades, where the Palisades fire is burning. We have those gusts that are starting to strengthen again.
Anyway,
got down to about 35 miles per hour just a few hours ago. We're up to 45 miles per hour right now. So these are some of our current wind gusts. I want to give you a wider scope. Now, what makes this event that we're seeing today so unusual is that everybody, mostly everybody in Southern California, is getting in on this in some way. Typically, when we talk about the Santa Ana winds, we're talking about these very specific areas. We're talking about these windy corridors, our mountains, but there's a lot of areas with this event that normally sit out the Santa Ana winds that are getting in on this. So we're talking about the San Gabriel Mountains, the San Gabriel Valley,
somebody else is
like
streaming,
Pasadena, Hollywood Hills, Beverly Hills, seeing these really strong gusty winds.
I had people come in and tell me it's like, oh my gosh, be like,
because the strongest winds haven't gotten here yet. We're expecting those tonight into early tomorrow morning. So this is why it's so
potentially criminal is streaming about the fires in
California. These are dangerous conditions. We're going to keep you updated though. Lancaster, gusts up to 53 miles per hour right now. We've got 63 miles per hour gusts through Burbank, 55
well,
miles.
that's the one earlier.
Flames have crept down the hillside and continue to work their way towards this neighborhood on Rivoli Drive. So it is quite the scene. It's very hard to comprehend. And, you know, Senator, I'm struggling to fathom what the damage is going to look like when the sun comes up tomorrow.
Dude,
no kidding.
And
Josh Haskell was also saying that as well, Rob. Just, you know, you can see it right now, but tomorrow when you see daylight.
But anyway, I mean, it's an asshole thing to like go in.
And now we're going to go to our other eyewitness news reporter, Michelle Fisher. Michelle, you're on Pacific Coast Highway near Getty Villa, which of course a lot of nervous people around there watching these flames.
You got to have
very close.
You know what? I mean, if somebody. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, I want to echo kind of what was just said about the noises that we're hearing. It's kind of this weird juxtaposition because this fire has jumped the highway. So on one side, out of my right ear, we're hearing the waves crash.
Yeah. How are you doing, babe?
Kind of a peaceful sound that people like to rely
burning
on.
down. I'm glad you're not going there for your trip.
The bush behind me burning, and then out of my left ear, just on the other side of the highway, we're hearing some popping. We're hearing fire alarms going off, and what we are seeing is just really, really, really difficult. Homes just fully engulfed in flames, burned down to just nothing. This is close to a second entrance for the Getty Villa, which we know has been threatened. As far as we know, it hasn't actually caught fire, but it is certainly being threatened by all sorts of kind of flames tonight. Now, the Getty Villa did make a statement earlier saying that non-emergency staff in the site is closed to the public on Tuesdays.
The
Getty Villa right now set to remain closed until at least Monday, January 13th. Now, fortunately, the Getty says that it has made extensive efforts to clear brush from the surrounding area as part of fire mitigation efforts throughout the year.
We'll save you one, yeah.
All right, we're getting we're losing her signal, but we're going to try to stay with this for a little bit longer because what she's talking about is the Getty Villa and how it is now basically surrounded by flames. And so far, they've been able to fight it back. She's on PCH. Michelle, we've got you back.
That's where the
lost you about 30 seconds ago.
What is this Getty Villa?
Alrighty. I was just mentioning that we went onto the Getty Villa property and we were able to make our way up there despite, as I mentioned, it's closed to the public on Tuesday.
Let's go.
So
Have you gone
we
to
weren't
the Getty
sure if we
Villa?
were allowed to be up there, but we made our way there regardless. And what we saw, I believe we have video of that to show you some of the flames that are burning. There is brush, there are trees on that property, and that vegetation was on flames. In flames in various spots, which is a threat to the property. The villa confirming that, in fact, some trees and vegetation on the site did burn, but they said that not only the staff, but also the collection is safe due to those fire mitigation efforts and moving the collections into various places to keep them safe as this threat continues to burn tonight. What we can tell you is Pacific Coast Highway here, you see these flames burning, is dangerously close to the villa. Also on the other side of the villa, the South Surfview Drive. We also went up that road and saw several homes on fire. We saw vegetation burning up hillsides. So we know in 2019 a similar situation for the Getty fire, which was threatening the Getty Center in Brentwood. And even though right now, as far as we know, the Getty Villa is safe, as this fire continues into the evening, as the winds continue to pick up, and as these embers
and Hal, I was going to come back to the statement you were saying earlier about banning fires.
What could happen tonight? So we are here along Pacific Coast Highway, keeping an eye on not only the homes here, but also the Getty Villa to make sure the flames,
I heard someone do an in-depth
keep an eye on it for you, and hopefully the reports throughout the evening will be that the Getty Villa remains safe from the flames tonight. That's the latest here live. We'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
Ownership of firearms.
Yeah, really important report there. Michelle, thank you for that. We'll check back with you to make sure the Getty Villa remains safe. In the make we want to go to Sid Garcia.
Oh, what is that? Is that Getty's View?
Center for this
That's
fire.
the place?
This is off of PCH with the very latest. Sid,
where's that place? Gettysburg, the Gettysburg Museum.
Yeah, we're out here right now, and that's where that is burning right now. Across the street is where the command post was at Will Rogers State Beach. We saw the command trailer from LA City Fire leave here a couple of minutes ago, along with a number of other fire personnel and other LAPD personnel as well. The wind is howling. That is blowing towards us. You can feel the heat from that fire. The Palisades fire earlier this afternoon, it reached Pacific Coast Highway, went to the beach. Across the street, it's Will Rogers State Beach. It's a parking lot and sand. Now it's burning towards us. To the right of your screen,
but it's always been a parking lot.
There are homes, and I think I see
it didn't become that because of the fire.
A couple of fire trucks up there situated for structure or property protection right now. But I can tell you, the wind is blowing strong. You can see the flames and the smoke blowing
Broken
from
Baker
right
talked about
to left
you
on your screen, and that is coming towards us. And
he tried to say your name. It's hard to read it too.
5 minutes ago,
he tried
to
say your name
side of the ridge there,
Baker.
and now it's just blowing.
He doesn't speak
and there's
English.
Plenty of dry brush that we were able to see here during the day. There's a lot of dry brush that's
yodel over there
just primed to burn as the winds continue to blow this fire not only towards the beach but in our direction as well. We are just south of Will Rogers State Beach.
He sent a link.
And again, a lot of fire personnel,
and a link didn't go to your channel. Went to
404. Their big trailer that LA City Fire uses for major incidents like this.
Anyway,
they packed up and they left further south to find a safer place to be. So again,
I just read he was an oil
it's coming towards us. The flames are pretty tall over there right now, and the wind continues to blow this fire not only to the ocean, but coming towards us, heading south as well. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Absolutely, Sid. Thank you very much. And you're talking about those winds. Meteorologist Dallas Rains, he has been talking about this wind. And, you know, Dallas, I know that we're in for a long night.
Oh, absolutely, because we already have another fire that was started near Altadena. And we don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the evening as far as that's concerned, but we do know meteorologically the winds are not going to back down tonight. They're going to blow hard even through tomorrow morning. This is a look at some of the wind velocities that are being reported around the area still. And up in the Altadena area, we're seeing wind gusts up there of 52 miles per hour coming through those canyon passes. So again, those are out of the northeast, very strong winds blowing up around that area. And that is going to happen tonight through tomorrow morning. There will be a break in the winds, but that won't happen until tomorrow afternoon. We'll start to see a little bit less of those powerful 60 and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Here's a map showing you where the fire was started above Pacific Palisades.
This whole place is going to burn down to the ground.
10:22
It is amazing.
And of course,
we haven't heard about any
very
deaths.
rapidly.
That's all
we
really care about.
Winds. Now let's head up to there's Mount Wilson. This is Altadena. This fire was started above Altadena in the Eaton Canyon area about an hour ago, and it is spreading southbound at this time. So again, when we look out over the large area of Southern California, these winds cover all of Southern California. Therefore, the red flag warning is in effect for everybody, pretty much everyone in on this event, due to strong north and northeast winds feeding through these canyon passes. And overnight tonight, they're going to have to watch very carefully down in the foothill areas of Orange County.
I mean, all these weather guys are getting 15 minutes. We got to find
all of this area will have very strong winds,
look at this.
dry.
I think this might be the old. Is this the footage of when?
There's a lot of chaos, but I hear things are really bad up north. So I think that's where all the resources are going. That's what the one cop told us. Is that
we're gonna see it when Aquanet got
down here. That is right here right now. So
you're trying to get to your parents?
Yeah. Well, they're safe now. But when I was trying to get to meet them again was when I saw you last, and I couldn't go anywhere. Right. So I came down here.
I came over here. I saw a camera,
and this man
and I ran towards it so I could talk. Well, my parents, I'm sure they'll be fine.
Got it going.
It's kind of a trip seeing this, you know. It's surreal.
What do you think about the traffic jams that have been happening here with people trying to get out?
Look at him. He's got some car goggles.
My kids out in their car, and I've got my car, and I've got my bike.
I love it. He's got a mask on. It doesn't even cover his nose. But look at his ears. It bends his ears down. Where'd you get that mask? This guy brought that mask in the Walmart parking lot.
To get people out of here.
Well, the thing is, it's two veins in and out. So when you shut Sunset down and you only have PCH, there is no third option. So when I left the office when it first started today,
he'll be able to
came up from Rouse,
down to the inch
it was
of
already
location.
Close. It was already close. It was already chaos before the fire even
got
hit.
Well, you know, he used to not know anything, and then he met me, and then he had to learn everything because he thinks I
take over those bushes. And thankfully, I'm not seeing any homes
know
here,
I don't know
but on the ridge right next to it, I'm looking at more homes.
You know, all
as this fire is inching up and over this hill. And so that is very concerning.
Oh, you're south of this. You're an hour and a half.
The command post is now they're protecting their own equipment because of this.
You tell like it's the sky, like you go outside, you smell. It smells
horrible.
Like fire.
As we were driving up and down, trying to even make our way back to Temescal.
Not like the fire, but like
we could not see. There were cones thrown out into the road. Garbage cans for some reason split apart and splintered all over PCH as other residents, even a few of them still trying to leave, even as it got dark. So one woman we saw even on a bike with bags on her back, pedaling as fast as she could past bus stops that were catching fire on Temescal.
Look, that mask didn't do anything. Look, she's been wearing that
very bad situation.
That mask. And look at her nose. It's all like
now thinking about
chalked
where
up.
I live in Pasadena. My kids and my mother-in-law.
Dude, oh my gosh.
Well, watching the fire
you need to wear a mask.
in the
You're
Eaton
sick.
Canyon area.
Yeah,
so
look at
I'm thinking,
Aquanet over here.
We all need to have that emergency plan in place so we can be ready to leave and follow those orders at a moment's notice.
About that, Jazz, and as I was listening to you talk, I was actually texting with a former colleague of ours, trying to remember the last time we saw something even close to this.
Because people got to come back.
Malibu
say, hey, I still
fire that
want
burned
to
down
do
to the
this.
ocean
I'm like, okay.
in
Because a lot of times I got people,
1993
I don't know who they
was
are.
terrible.
You know, it's
but
like I did
the
by accident. I
winds
did
this
for
time
thing.
are even worse.
It's like some
and
people,
we certainly
they're
have
like,
not
you know, it's a
seen
lot of stress. I
something
don't want to do that. It's
of
like,
this
I understand that.
magnitude,
I mean, I'm an idiot. I don't
here in
want to
that
be around me.
area. And as you know, as you were talking,
He knows why
we
her
just
Evan
had
didn't come
another
around much unless she
evacuation,
has to.
voluntary and mandatory, south of
pour all over
101,
that in my
all the
lap.
way
Please
to
stop.
Mulholland, I believe
You're
that's
like,
what
it's
Mike
a
Rogers
foam
told
going.
us. So all the way to Calabasas,
Maybe I shouldn't have done
and
that in my lap.
it's 7:26. So we still don't know. There could be even more, you know. So the thing we've been telling people, ready, set, go. Get yourselves prepared because you could be called upon
I was at the wrong part of the
leave
chat.
your
I didn't
home
see you
at
guys.
any time.
Yeah, and these gusts, Pat, have almost knocked us off our feet at one point this evening.
Yeah, she did get knocked off her feet when the flames came.
How gusty and strong
Man,
these
those
winds will
nipples
be
came
through
and
the
hit
night as
her.
these
I
firefighters
thought
with
she was
50 pounds on their back, battling these wind gusts and hiking up this steep terrain, trying to fight these fires.
like her.
And no doubt, you know, if they see one house go up, they know that
If
it's
we
a
can
loss,
figure out
and
what
they
her
gotta
name
move on
is,
to
we
the
need to
next one.
be
Whereas
like,
we
hey,
saw,
would
they're
you
not
come
even in
hang
some
out?
of these neighborhoods.
Let me interview you.
And the worst is still yet to come. All right, Jasmine, thank you so much. Let's check in now with Tom Waite.
Tom, are you still on Escalating Canyon Road, right off Sunset?
Really, am I saying your name right? I know
yes,
I'm not.
Pat Juan, not far from where that fire was burning the apartment building where firefighters were doing all they could to save it. Right now, we're just across the street from the Theater Palisades, which obviously is a total loss. A huge amount of fire is still burning there. You can
Wait,
see
this amazes me. I'm going to put this in the chat so you guys can see it.
Fanning it right now. We keep talking about that. Obviously, continues to be a factor, a massive problem. And if you take a look too, another major issue, downed and damaged power lines and utility poles. Look at this over here. You can see very low-hanging wires. We don't think they're energized. We saw
so let's go. You get
out here
banned
out,
from somebody's channel.
But that's something that's very, very dangerous as well.
Wait, hold on.
Let's go to our right. Just next to me is Palisades High School. There is fire burning there. I don't know what is burning. It's very difficult to tell from our vantage point. Both of my cousins here.
Oh yeah, they said
here, and I sent them the video.
Oh look at the inside of it.
Figure out
that's where they filmed Modern Family. That's where they filmed.
It's heartbreaking. You know, I went to graduation this year.
Blonde and the rapper Will I Am.
Jasmine talked about. We're all sort of woven into this fabric of LA together from different places. You know, I'm from Claremont, but my cousins are from the Palisades, and to see something like this happen, I just, you know, my aunt was evacuated today. You know, it's tough to see so much pain out there tonight. And here we have the firefighters coming to the high school to try to figure out what is on fire here. And it's just very difficult to see with this building sort of blocking it. But there was been a lot of smoke and fire coming from there. And then, Greg, let's just swing around here, back down the block.
What brings you to Dump Like Expert channel?
Fire everywhere. There's Orange glow.
Oh, Gina, what's happening? Someone rescued me. My hubby took his hearing aids out and has
probably
the TV
somewhere
at
in the area
100.
where Jasmine was talking about earlier. You can see flames jumping up above the tree line there.
You got to put it on.
And it's just 360 degrees behind me. We have to show it, but behind me again, more fire. But it's just burning everywhere. It feels like from these perspectives. And this theater, I don't know much about the history of it, but certainly it
Jeff's got
a lot
good
of
point.
heartbreak there.
Holy
as well,
cow!
Right? Depending on who might have performed there or worked there.
Our 2,900 acres. Let's see here what we got over here.
And that's just really hard to see.
Update.
But just so much danger here right now in terms
it's still
of
showing 2,900.
The amount of
2,921.
The wind that's blowing it around, the power lines as you saw here that they're damaged and hanging very low. It's very scary for a lot of people. Sir, do you live here in the area? Yeah. Can I talk to you real quick? We're live on KCAL. Is it okay?
I'd like to talk to you.
Well, you can talk to me after. Can you just tell me where do you live here in the area?
I evacuated from the Highlands, Pacific Palisades Highlands, Palisades Drive. Frankly, it's a lot nicer, a lot safer up there. We had clear blue sky and sunshine all day. The wind was blowing away from us. I mean, it still is. There out of 1,000 homes, there are 2 homes that. Maybe 3, I don't know, on Piedra Morada that burned. Other than that, the whole area is untouched. And I almost didn't want to evacuate, but
do the right thing. I mean, the thing is, when the fire comes, it doesn't come in a, you know, a little
It doesn't
flame
give you a
going up the
warning.
hill. It comes with a wall of smoke, and obviously it's all.
Everyone's been lecturing me today. Sorry. Everybody knows what I should do except for the guy who's on the spot.
Yeah, obviously you don't know what to do either. You're like, I should have stayed. I want to get on the news and whine.
How long have you lived here?
About a dozen years.
Okay. So this has got to be the worst.
This is the biggest. Yeah. We had one in 2018 that it was the Woolsey fire that came down and was also on Palisades Drive, which, you know, inconvenienced us for a day, like until midnight or something. But not like this is Armageddon. I came down Palisades Drive. There was
dying.
like a parking
He's got to
lot
move
full
to
of
LA to
cars
try to
on
become like a
Sunset.
movie guy or something. You know, he's like,
You
I'm
know,
gonna go out and
park
try to make
there.
it in
So
the
I gave up on
radio
I'm
business.
trying to get on Sunset to head toward Brentwood.
Sunset's closed, dummy.
You know, we'll talk off the air because I don't want to give you just instructions so we can talk to somebody who actually knows. If there's a firefighter right there, that's probably who you should talk to.
Yeah. All right.
Well, good luck to you, sir.
Yeah, he's gonna tell you Sunset's closed, dummy.
There you have it.
It's been closed all day. Even this,
obviously,
look at that. Oh my gosh, he's like, I shouldn't have evacuated. I want to talk to you. Man.
Firefighters coming.
That's what we
know what they're talking about, and there's no point in staying because you can't stop what's happening here.
That's right. You can't stop.
And Mother Nature
stop what's happening.
Is overwhelming, and even the man we just spoke with
it does
said
make you
it
feel
feels like
better. Done.
Armageddon. And it does
It's
feel
a
like that
better
sometimes.
stream now.
It
Thank
feels
you, poor
surreal.
Moraine.
You know, we passed that row of cars. I think we've shown the video of it where they were bulldozed off to the side where people.
Oh
were running
yeah. All right, let's see what else we got.
Thought
What's
they would
happening
because the fire was
here?
so close.
Is this
So,
the
you know,
this is the
it
channel
just-
with the
it's- it's just a tough.
she's back on.
I mean,
We
that's
got
the end of the year, tough night for so many people.
And actually,
that's
it's lucky because there are a lot of people that live
interesting
in the Highlands
observation you got there.
area
It's a
that
tough night for so many people.
Are going to pick up even more. So that's what concerns me as we look at the conditions here. I'm going to step a bit out of the way so my photographer can kind of get a better view of what's happening. But
oh, we're
it's
gonna get
just
expert out of the way.
remarkable how
How do I
quickly
get
these
out of the way?
homes burn down. The large property that
Holy
you see
moly,
here,
look
we
at that.
pulled up here about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Holy
that home,
moly.
you could still tell what the structure looked like, and it still had some type of formation to it. And now, just 30 minutes later,
Yeah, that's what
all
happens
you
when things
see
burn to the
is
ground.
just
These people
beams
never had
where they were
matches.
standing, just fully engulfed, and this home just fully destroyed, which is a difficult situation.
Guys,
a
okay,
couple of
I
houses
mean, you
down
know,
just
here's the
moments
thing. You
ago,
wanna be
we
serious for a
actually saw
second?
two
No.
people on a balcony
But like, when you get this
screaming
stuff,
something. I don't know if they were screaming for
we
help
got
or what, but
Dan Davis down
again,
in Florida.
this
He's
area has been
115
evacuated.
days
So
without
anybody who,
electricity.
for whatever reason, might
What do
still
you think it's
be
gonna
in
be
their
like? You know how
property or
long it
still
takes
trying to
to
save their property,
build
I
a
think
home?
at this point it's safe to say that you should immediately evacuate and try to get somewhere safe, whatever that may look like, because this fire is just
What'd you
burning
do? What's
so out
happening?
of control in various different
Are you out in
directions.
the
And the
barn?
wind certainly is not helping.
Oh, that guy
Also,
running
as we
around
made
runs
our
out of
way
gas.
near the Getty Villa, we ran into a man
Ask him
who
about
was
Microsoft.
unable to make his way back into his neighborhood because he was being turned around by law enforcement and firefighters that were in the neighborhood. And he asked us, he said, can you please make your way to this address? He gave us his address. He said, if you're able to make your way up there, this is my number. Please let me know if
We
my
gotta
home
get
is
that
still
barn,
standing. I said, well, when
gotta
you came down
varnish
this
that
hill,
barn.
what
Hey,
was going
did you
on?
see who
And
was
he
here?
said the brushes in front of my
Yodel.
home were pretty heavily
Yodel
engulfed,
is. Yodel's.
but I'm hoping that
Lakers, buddy.
somehow they got put
Like
out
her. She's
and that
cool.
my home is saved. So
She's
at
from
some
Orange
point in the
County.
night, I'm going to make it my mission at some point in all of our
Ran away.
continuing coverage to make
But
my way
anyway,
to that
we got to
gentleman's home
Amish your barn,
to
man.
just
Put some heat
see
in there.
if his house is one of the ones that is burned down tonight. If
Shelters
it's
aren't
one of those
full? Oh, they
structures that
aren't
has been
full?
destroyed by this Palisades fire. You
figure
know,
all
but
this
it
stuff's
is
gotta
a
be
busy
filling up,
night,
man.
as we know, for firefighters that are out there, for our crews that are on the ground. The fire department's now calling in anybody who's even off duty to volunteer their time. I believe a couple minutes ago we saw a Ventura County fire truck coming through, which it was just a couple months ago that Ventura County had to deal with their own fire, and we know mutual aid from here was sent to help them. So it has been a very busy season in terms of the fires, and
Yeah, look, isn't that great when you see a fire truck drive right? Look at that, two fire trucks, 3 fire trucks. They're driving right past that fire. They're just like.
The fire continues to
they
creep
switched
eastward
things. She
towards
lost
us. I'm
her
gonna
cell
step
phone.
out of the way. One thing we've been talking about all night, I think I heard Jory mention it as well, are these popping sounds, these explosions. Recently, probably in the last half hour to 20 minutes, we've been hearing really loud explosions. Now, I don't know if these are fuel tanks on vehicles exploding or if they are propane tanks from barbecue grills, but some of these have been so loud, like they shook our car.
Yeah,
and
they have
very
percussions,
noticeable.
You'll be able to know the
that's one thing. One of the sounds we're hearing. The other, of course, is that
real
steam train of wind that tends to kick up every so often and rip through the trees here, and it just will howl at times. So right now, from Rivoli here, it is a broad
hold on,
vista.
if you do that,
we can go from the north side over here, and you'll see an orange glow, and it's kind of hard because it's hidden by some of these bushes here. And then we pan all the way south towards the ocean, and it's an orange glow over there. So
an orange glow.
This fire is still burning out of control. The wind is
the ocean.
Ridiculous, just insane how fast these wind gusts are moving through. Here comes another one right now. So I'm sure that's going to feed more flames.
I'm trying to think,
but we have a whole night to look forward to more of these strong winds.
Like
and
2012.
Sadly,
this is like
really bad
Independence
news
Day,
for
almost
Pacific
like
Palisades.
Everything's just on fire.
Yeah, absolutely tragic, Rob. Thank you for that report. Try to stay as safe as possible as we continue to deal with this epic story that has been unfolding since about 10:30 this morning as this fire has been raging through Pacific Palisades. And then also, as of this evening, we're dealing with Eaton Canyon and near Altadena, and the winds are absolutely blasting out there. If you saw Leanne Suter's report, it is of great concern.
Yeah, let's go. That is
so. Eaton Canyon, just in the last few minutes, it has really ramped up, and the winds are blasting, and they can't get any air support there either because it is just absolutely devastating.
They can't contain
how gusty and powerful those winds are. And as we've been pointing out, they're only going to get worse as we go deeper into the night.
Right, and we are getting some, breaking news on the Eaton Canyon fire.
They are the Eaton Canyon. Did you hear that?
Mandatory evacuations. We are looking at live images right now of the Eaton Canyon fire, so you can take a look. Fire crews are trying to get in position. This fire is really a devastating one. You can see it raining down.
I don't know.
Embers right there. We know Leanne Suter had a very dramatic live shot. But again, there are
people that aren't from the
mandatory evacuations, as in leave right now. It's in caps. This is the message that we have received. East Altadena Drive, Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, Kinclair. Again, this is according to
I think you're
the Angeles National Forest. They're putting out this. So again, if you are living in this area, heed the warnings, get out, have your ready, set, go bag in position, because this fire shows no sign of slowing down.
No, it's only going to pick up speed. I mean, we've been seeing it before our very eyes. And Dallas Raines, let's bring you in on this conversation, because this is where you're saying we are about to get into this moment where the winds will be at their maximum.
It's still that's not going to change. We have to go through tonight, through early tomorrow morning, when there will be a pulse gust of Santa Ana winds that can reach hurricane velocity. That is not going to change. We will see a change after lunchtime tomorrow, but not for tonight and not for early tomorrow morning. This is a close-in shot of the fire zone in the Altadena area. It's in those canyons about there. And all of these canyon areas in Southern California, from the OC out to our friends in Riverside.
Yeah, well, they said they've heard fireworks
earlier this afternoon. No fires have been started so far. Thank goodness down in the OC. And they have no fires started in the IE, but we just have this new one that was started in the Altadena area.
I'm not going to believe they say fireworks explosive. Wait, how do you know it's
wind forecast tonight? They are strong.
You know, I believe that on 4th of July.
Pacific Palisades,
I believe that on New Year's Eve.
North of Malibu, in that area, very strong. And look at that little burst there, right around sunrise, 41, 46, and those are just possible sustained for 2 minutes. So we could see winds easily approach hurricane velocity in this. Now, Altadena, same deal. It's a canyon location. All of these areas through the canyons are the ones where when the fires have started, they're almost impossible to start. And we get into after midnight tonight, still really strong winds in the Altadena area. And then, as I mentioned, during the afternoon tomorrow, we'll see these winds start to back down a little. Where is that area of low pressure? There it is right there.
Okay, I don't care about the low pressure. What I care about is
very powerful winds coming down out of the north,
this back over
eating into that area of low pressure. Tomorrow, that
channel. Jeez, look at that.
In recent weeks and months, with
but
the
you know
fires
what
that
I have a problem with
here. But I was reminded of being here. I met so many wonderful people that I was reaching out to tonight when there was the flooding that was here not so long ago, and so many neighborhoods that were affected by massive landslides and earth movement, and that was not so long ago, and that was devastating to businesses and to people. And so Malibu's been through it. Malibu
watched the
and Pacific
entire
Palisades,
thing burn down.
You know, these last
you
few
guys
years,
realize that we watched this
entire
issues. That's cool, isn't it?
You have to think of them
we
and
watched
the trauma
the
that goes through a community, not only for the people who, of course, who lose their homes, or
Canyon,
you know, even worse, who are hurt or who lose loved ones.
But
it is traumatic to a community.
Have you had to do that before?
Be put through these intense kind of situations, even when they don't lose anything. It's a lot to deal with for children and families and anyone living in
where are
these
the floods now?
To endure these kinds of things that are
That's
happening.
Cool. That's it, man.
Holy
cow.
And we
watched the whole school burn down. Now, you know what's weird about that?
Too early to talk about that, and then sometimes it's not too early. Insurance. I mean, we talk about how the whole community is impacted. Some people's lives are going to be upended for quite some time. You know, even in terms of rebuilding, just the fact that they may not be able to afford it because insurance is so high. Insurance companies have been canceling policies. We do know that we are getting federal funding because President Biden, who was in Los Angeles,
but what does that mean?
Was also impacted by this fire, not being able to travel to Palm Springs.
Yeah, well, you did too, right there. That's where Legally Blonde was filmed.
So that is the good news. But again, we still don't know how long this is going to burn and exactly where it's going to burn. We're in a huge evacuation area now when it comes to being south of the 101 freeway all the way
Florida.
to
It's Florida that have
fire. We've been talking about the concern about the wind.
North Carolina
we haven't
and Florida
even hit the peak, Pat, of what we are expected to experience when it comes to these winds, as crazy as they have been already today.
And you know what I was saying earlier, Susie, or just
I keep seeing this $750
for
what does that mean?
It doesn't even take a hurricane force or near
what have I missed out on?
Hurricane force wind to cause the kind of destruction that we're seeing. We've been so dry, and because the humidity is so low, it doesn't take that much, right, to start something like this.
And
you know
Lori
what?
was just talking
I need a
about
humidifier.
The
Thing's like 21%
burned, just a week before Christmas, and that was also in Malibu, of course, another coastal fire that we were talking about. I wonder if we could bring in meteorologist Danny Roberti for just a
not
second.
another meteorologist. God, they're all trying to load up tonight.
We'll come to you, Danny, in just a moment, but I would love to talk to you about the patterns along the coast, the different weather patterns along the coast that really make these fires explode.
Right now, we're going to go to our Nicole Comstock because we do need to get an update on what is happening out there in Eaton Canyon. In Altadena.
They gave hurricane victims $750.
There she is.
Hey, there she is.
Yeah, we're here, Pat. We were just on the move right now because the fire actually was behind us.
It's in your face again.
Blowing this thing down like a blowtorch, and it's now actually wrapped around.
I love it, blowing it down like a blowtorch. That's what they keep saying. That's their term. They got blowtorch.
Eaton Canyon, and you can see that it's just burning right along the hillside here. And such a shame that this is happening in Eaton Canyon.
Oh, there's something else in Wisconsin.
190-acre nature preserve that has a lot of hiking trails, lots of wild animals up here. I actually come hiking here all the time, and I see, I've seen bear before,
I have a bunch of cookies on
deer, coyotes. So there's
she's seen bears and coyotes.
Really big natural ecosystem up here that's going to have a ton of damage. And we have a lot of embers blowing around with us in the wind right now. So
in California, when you say you've seen a lot of bears and coyotes, it means something different, right?
Down there, but we did park where we have a lot of fire engines.
I'm delirious.
Over here, actually, if we can take a look to the right, I'm not sure how much you can see down here right now, but the fire did hop this side of New York Drive in Altadena now, so it is burning on the other side of the
everybody
road,
in California knows the name of the
coming down toward this wash area, but this is
a road that some people are actually using right now to evacuate with animals. So we've seen some people coming out with horse trailers in just the past couple of minutes who had to come unlock a gate at the last minute to get out of here. But we know that this area was already under
wait, they just now are getting the horses out?
Power outage because they knew that they had such a big wildfire risk with these really intense winds burning up here. And you can take a look at what it looks like in just the past couple of minutes out here. There's really not much that firefighters can do when you have, you know, such dry conditions on the hillsides here after not having a lot of rain pretty much all season. Oh, watch out, Chris. Sorry, we had a car coming really fast.
On a closed road. You guys know that, right? That's what she said earlier. Like, yeah, this is a closed road.
You know, such dry vegetation out here. And then these really gusty winds.
Put a little Hidden Valley Ranch on. It won't be dry anymore.
We're expecting winds could gust around maybe 70 miles an hour in this
Hidden
area
Valley in
tonight.
California? Do they have a theme
Hey,
park?
Chris, come this way a little
Hidden
bit.
Valley Ranch Park.
I don't know if you can hear me. Let me get a little bit closer. Oh, man. You can see how, I mean, we've only been doing this live shot for like, I don't know, 2 minutes now. And how much,
what were they doing? I mean,
how much of a distance these flames have burned
I don't know
along the canyon here in
regulators and stuff.
Eaton Canyon. So it's moving super fast.
I just, I've been ignoring
you can probably hear the winds out here too. When we got here about maybe 15 minutes ago, we parked up the hill just a little bit and immediately National Forest Service crews were moving their trucks down the hill. See all this wind out here. And so we're firefighters. So we parked down the hill too. We have our truck facing south. So if we need to get out of here really quickly, we can. But they are doing mandatory evacuation orders.
It's huge
up here in Altadena right now. Also, I believe some parts of Pasadena.
Is Xterra Bill here?
They're telling people if you haven't evacuated yet, if you live nearby, I'm gonna get out of the road here a little bit again. You really need to go.
Jasmine's her name. Jasmine.
You know, it's over 200 acres in size. It's probably a lot bigger than that already.
I don't even know this channel. KCAL. That sounds made up, doesn't it?
Beautiful homes up in the hills, so they don't have a lot of time to get out when a fire is racing through this fast.
Because it's a beautiful home in the hills.
Right here for a second. You see, we have a fire on the other side of us too, kind of.
I like this girl. She's like, yeah, there's a fire here, and there's fire here. Let me walk right between them.
It's kind of hard to tell if this. I'm not quite sure if this part right here, a little bit south of Altadena Drive, is also part of the nature preserve. I believe it's just a little bit south of it, but as I mentioned, the fire has hopped one of these main roads up here. New York Drive that you can use to get up to Eaton Canyon.
She's better than the other reporter that said it hopscotched across the road.
All this dry brush and all these trees here.
Bad Duck said, "Yo, mama, so old."
Mike Rogers was giving us this update from the desk that the fires seem to be moving away from homes in Altadena. From your vantage point, can you tell if that's still the case, in which the wind is moving?
It's kind of hard to tell right now because, like I said, I hike up here pretty often. I usually go up Altadena Drive, which is just a little bit to the west of us here.
Your mama might be a
ton of
dude
homes right there. I haven't seen anything get that close to that side.
Man. Your
closer
mama
to New York Drive right now.
Is that a real channel?
Higher up in Eaton Canyon.
Or is that?
So
I thought a K-Cal was a
I think they're basically just evacuating people, police, Pasadena police, in the neighborhoods that are the closest to this fire right now. So I don't think it's burning toward the homes, not from what I've seen out here, but it's burning along a lot of the main access points that you would get up to the nature preserve with tonight. And
we all want to talk to you and be like,
so
what was it like when
just a couple of minutes ago?
Hit you in the face.
This is really wind driven. Like when we were standing up the road just a bit, embers were blowing. Like it looked like a quarter of a mile down the road immediately. So
we need New Farron.
It's really fueling this thing. Like
every time there's a fire on the army base near my house, we worry about it crossing the highway.
You know, they said it when they got out here, it was about 10 acres in size.
Us from
and
the base.
An hour after that, they said it was already 200 plus acres.
That's
really the wind out here mixed with.
Do they have heavy armament
really
over there? Because I'd be scared too of the fire.
Fire crews and state officials have been warning about since yesterday, telling people that this would really have the potential to do catastrophic destruction out here. And that's what we're seeing tonight. You know, the good news is we haven't seen anyone getting trapped in any areas. It seems like
yeah,
all the people that live nearby have an evacuation plan in place.
Well, hold on. Look at this fire though back here. I just really realized, like, it looks like
they had access
wind is
points
blowing
to leave
down
with their
on
animals.
it, pushing
you can
it
see
out.
Some cars that are still driving the road down here tonight.
Yeah, you know what? These cars are like, hey, it's Christmas lights.
It's such
Let's
a
go
shame
to the lights,
to see
kids.
this burn because it's just such a big open space here in the San Gabriel Mountains, and with the winds like they are right now, you really have no idea like how much of this can burn, what it's going to look like when this fire's out. And you know, as we've been warning everybody all night, this is not the worst of the winds. We're expecting from 10 o'clock tonight, a couple of hours from now, until early tomorrow morning. That's when we're expecting to see the worst of the winds out here. So not a good thing that we have another fire starting out here now in the Altadena, Pasadena area, you guys.
You know what, Nicole? We just we were watching your picture and also
she just called her Nicole.
Fernandez,
oh, that's
showed
Jasmine.
us video on the right side of your screen for our viewers who are
These
watching.
K-Cow
we actually
girls
saw some people. It looked like they were being assisted by law enforcement, actually getting in their vehicles, I guess, to be taken away to safety. And you know, at this hour, we don't know what's actually started the fire in Palisades or the fire
Gina,
here.
yes,
I'm looking at those power lines that so far look intact. We do know that they did shut off power to some of those.
Why is there a fire on the base, though? There should be fires.
To try to help against brush fire starting.
Oh, look, there we go. There's a fire truck. Oh,
so
look.
in this particular instance,
hey, guys, there's a fire.
It just seems that no matter
it's in
what,
the road.
those winds have a
they
mind
should call the fire department,
seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Now we see those blowing embers, Nicole.
It could be like a certain somebody called 911 and the police officer was in their yard.
And Mike Rogers is.
Oh, look there, they did a U-turn. They did a U-turn. They're like, oh, we can't go that way. It's closed down there. Oh, he doesn't have a microphone. Yo, mama so fast when she farted. She launched herself in the orbit.
In minute, but he's going to talk to us also about the Eaton fires. You were talking about Roy Fernandez there on the ground, showing us some incredible pictures of residents in desperate situations right now in evacuation mode, Mike.
Yeah, sorry about that. Battery died. We've been on the air for a long time. Yeah, I want to, if we can go back to those pictures from Lori, it's really remarkable. And what I'm looking at in one of her shots is it's hard to tell. It looks like at least a fence is on fire. You see it over my shoulder here. We'll try to take it full in just a second. At least the fence is on fire. I'm concerned, though, that there might be a home on fire. And while I talk to you about that, I can tell you that they have expanded the evacuations, both mandatory and voluntary, now all the way down to the 210 freeway. So voluntary evacuations now from the foothills above Eaton Canyon, or the Eaton Canyon. And we lost, well, it's right behind me here in the monitor where Lori's shot there is. But Lori Fernandez, yes. The Eaton Canyon area, basically there's mandatory evacuations. There we go. There's the live pictures. And to me, it looks like, you guys, I think that's a home or a structure that is on fire back there. So it's hard to tell because of the smoke, because of the embers, but you can see some of that black smoke pouring up back there. And I didn't know that. All day in San Palisades, Pasadena Fire, LA County Fire, and again, as we've been talking about,
why is that? I was talking about like, why do they want to separate
water
that
dropping
so
helicopters right now because of the safety of it. And Lori's picture is going in and out. There's no service.
Oh, now
there.
it's safety.
We have been looking at. She's at an intersection, and you wouldn't be able to know that. But there are the traffic signals there, completely black. Everything is dark. The only thing that is illuminating it now is the lights from that fire vehicle there, and then the glow of the fire itself. So yeah, these are those live pictures there. That's LA County Fire. Looks like a battalion chief coming into the shot right there. If we can, I want to come to my computer because I want to show you
they're trying
the
to
evacuation.
do the
So we are. They have expanded significantly since the last time I showed them to you. We've got the mandatory evacuations here. That's everything in the red that we've been talking about. That's all of this stuff up here. But then you've got voluntary evacuations that have now come all the way down to the 210 freeway. And as we talked about, we've seen this with the Palisades fire today. It is certainly better to get out than wait. So we're looking at basically Washington Boulevard. And forgive me, every time I zoom in, the map kind of adjusts itself here. But basically everything Washington Boulevard to the north is going to be those mandatory evacuations. And then things to the south, your borders are Lake and Altadena Drive is all the
Eaton
voluntary
fires
evacuations.
200
acres. So that's a giant chunk of
y'all,
space
this
now
is, I didn't realize
under evacuation.
I had no idea.
So now we were talking about an area, and I want to show you another camera here because what was also pretty remarkable about this fire is that you were actually able to see.
Wait a second. So Eaton is far.
You were also able to see both
oh my
fires
gosh.
from one of our wildfire cameras. So we've got these.
No, wait a second. Okay, I'm gonna
go to really quick. and you can see both the Altadena fire,
is that what he's showing right now?
The Eaton fire, I should call it, as well as the one that is burning over in the Palisades area.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. I was going to show it to y'all.
I just want to show you. It's the camera that's on top of Mount Wilson that is showing that. And I believe that is this one right here. So you look and you'll see. So right there, when it switches back to color here, you've got the new fire that is the fire burning in the Altadena, Pasadena area. And then if you look off in the distance, that is the Palisades.
Let me get out my face out of the way.
Two now very major fires that are burning here in Southern California. And again,
that's how, holy cow,
happening in the Pasadena, Altadena area.
Holy cow.
If you get those warnings on your phone, you should go. You shouldn't wait to
guys,
before it becomes too late.
You know what? And we want to get more information when we can to tell people where to go. You know, we haven't seen anything come across as to where people in the Pasadena, Altadena area can evacuate if they need to.
That's right.
We know that in the Palisades fire, we've been telling people to go to the Westwood Recreation Center on South Sepulveda Boulevard, and as usual, up here.
All right, I gotta show you guys. This is weird to me. So do you see this? This is the all the stuff he was trying to show, right? I didn't realize what they were talking about with the Eaton fire. So what we've been watching all day is way down here on the left. Let's see here. Let me pull my so I can do my little trick. So we've been watching this. Why can't I do my thing? It's not. No, it's not that. Stop it. Oh, crap. I hate when stuff, technology. I hate it. Okay, let's try one more time. It's that thing. All right. So this is what we've been watching all day. All right. And this is what we're watching now. Little lady from Pasadena. Oh, wait a second. Melody's not far from there. So you have two huge fires. Now look, if we go, that's not it. I'll show you the other one. All right, so here we go. So going back. Here's the thing. Here is LA. .405 is up here. This is where they wanted. This was the line they had drawn. They said, let's contain. That's going to be their containment line for this fire. Where does this one go? Where does this one go? Right? Because the wind, if the wind over there is like the wind over here, which I mean, I know it sounds weird, but it can be different. But if it's the same, it's all going, this wind is going towards this way. That, my friends, is freaky. Now let's see here. What is this the one I wanted to show? No. Yeah, there we go. Okay, here we go. This is, we'll share this one. So here's the actual maps, right? Or were we just there? Oh, did I just do this one? I think I got the map up twice. Sorry. I do have it up twice. The Eaton fire. Reports, incident management team, last updated. No. Evacuation orders, management update. So hold on, what's the other one though? The other fire was, how does this come down? One shows. No, that's not it. This one shows. Okay, that's what I was going to share. So here we go. All right, you guys got this? All right. So if you look at this, let me go back over here so you get more footage. Well, maybe not. But look at that. So you've got 0% containment in either one of them. You got 2,900 acres. Now we're over 3,100 acres is burning. Dude, that is crazy. Holy cow, that's crazy. All right, that one is not that. That one, is that live? Let's hit live on this. That's still the weather. This one. No, why is that off? Well, that's got to stop, okay? We're going to use that for something else then. And then, all right, we're going to go back over here. I know they're showing the weather and everything, but in the bottom left, that's the big one. So hopefully that comes back. And I'm going to look for the Eaton fire. Holy cow, that's crazy to think that we're looking at. Oh, hey, how are you doing?
We are done with this wind event.
You know what?
In just a bit. All right, Danny, thank you so much. And welcome.
I happen to have a friend that needs a green card.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. Our coverage continues here at the Palisades and the Eaton fire. Right now, we have Lisa Derderian on the phone with the city of Pasadena.
Hang on.
Lisa, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Wait, what is this?
Tell us what's happening.
That's them. They did that. Sorry. Sorry.
We have at least a 200-acre fire with a rapid rate of spread above the foothills of Pasadena, Altadena. Started right above the entrance to the Eaton Canyon Nature Center. To kind of put it in perspective, we now have mandatory evacuations north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue.
Holy cow. This is amazing.
Fire, the Forest Service and LA County Fire are in unified command. We're working now to set up mass care and sheltering for those that are being evacuated. So once we get that up and running, we'll have that on citypasadena.net. Unfortunately, we can't use any aircraft because of the wind conditions right now. And there are structures threatened. So, unfortunately, it's a worst case scenario that we were hoping we wouldn't have to deal with.
Well, Lisa, I know you're also dealing with this worst case scenario yourself. If you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit of your personal story tonight. You were also evacuated.
Yeah, I'm in the Upper Hastings Ranch area. So I'll start putting some personal necessity items together as I want to practice what I preach and hope for the best. But we want to get the information out to our community too, so that they're aware of what the expectation is from the city.
So important. And Lisa, is this the same area that was affected by the bridge fire last year?
No, I don't believe so. This area has not burned, as far as I know, an extensive burn since the Altadena fires, I believe in the early 90s. And that was, again, a wind-driven fire. We lost several homes and structures, evacuated St. Luke's Hospital, which was up there at the time. So this reminds me of that situation many years ago.
Incredible.
Yeah, you know, everything's so fluid right now, obviously, Lisa, but is there some
really
sort of unified plan with the city of Pasadena right now that you guys are looking into should things, get a little more hairy tonight?
Oh, we have a lot of mutual aid, we hope, coming in and county to assist us. We're hopeful we can get some aircraft, soon as the wind calms down a little bit, but unfortunately, based on the weather conditions, the wind gusts are expected to pick up. So we're doing what we can with the resources we have. We have great mutual aid in place, and it'll be a long night, but we just want people to heed to the evacuation orders. They are mandatory. We saw today what happened in the Palisades, and we want to ensure that we get our public out a lot of these streets that some are narrow, and so that we can get the emergency.
I don't know why that's
into the fire zone.
But all right,
Alrighty, Lisa Derderian, we thank you for your time and be safe out there. We appreciate you.
Yeah, this is crazy. So like I type in Eaton fire. Oh, I need to go TikTok. I type in Eaton fire.
And hopefully,
you guys see anything? Anybody see anything about live stuff with Eaton fire? I only found one thing. It's from LA. It's like from like a camera on a ridge, but it's frozen. It says live.
On those evacuations now.
It's frozen.
Let's go to Mike at the desk. Mike.
How does
Lisa,
a rock
one of the many residents in Pasadena who is having to evacuate, and I'm looking at this shot. This is from Lori Fernandez here. There's a lot more fire activity than we have seen. Last time we looked at this shot, that intersection was dark. Remember, I told you, and that is because. So if you look at the left of Lori's shot right there, that's where she was showing us earlier. That's where you see those palm trees. Thank you, Lori. You see some of the fence line there, and it looks like the fire has jumped that roadway, because if Lori would go back to the right now, you can see this big glow and this, look at that, this huge loom up behind those trees. We'll see how long Lori's going to be able to stay there. The good news is this is not Lori's first rodeo. She's shooting this from inside of her truck. So she needs
a rodeo girl. Did you hear that?
She's in a safe spot right now. But you can see Look at the traffic signals. There's no power in that intersection at all.
Dude.
There's no power there at all. Lori sent us some video from earlier when that's Altadena Drive. Thank you, Lori. There was, she sent us some video earlier where the visibility was like 0. And look, there we go. And
yeah, they did. I wasn't paying attention, but yes, they did.
Maybe vegetation that has gone up. Just really, I mean, those are just such kindling, and that's what sends these embers everywhere. And again, we don't have any air assets at all right now.
Look up
all of the helicopters in Southern California have been grounded due to the intense winds. It is not safe for them to fly. Even, you know, you guys, I'm sitting here looking at LAX. The LAX has reversed their pattern, so they're landing off over the ocean instead of coming in over downtown like they usually do because of the wind. I'm looking at a flight that just had to do a go around because it couldn't.
I'm piecing out so the pixie sticks can take over.
Too bumpy to try to land, so they're doing a going around and coming around back. So even if you're not in Altadena, Pasadena, Palisades, where these fires are, you're impacted by this. We've got thousands of people without power throughout the area. Southern California Edison's got like 20,000 customers that don't have power. I want to ask Cal in the booth if we can come to my computer here really quickly, because I do want to show you again these evacuation maps, and this is what Lisa was just talking about. So they're kind of carved out a little bit here between the mandatory and the voluntary. So the things you see in yellow, those are the voluntary evacuations. And basically your border here, like Lisa said, is going to be Lake Avenue. What's wild is, again, we're talking about these huge areas because now this evacuation comes all the way down here to the 210 freeway. So the voluntary evacuations are all the way south here to the 210. So you've got Lake Avenue to the west, the 210 to the south, and then it kind of carves out a little bit. You've got New York Drive that runs right through here. So there is a lot of people that are under evacuation orders right now in the city of Pasadena because of this fire. So it's very important that people pay attention to that. As we go back, if we can, Kel, to Lori Fernandez's live pictures, there you see again, it's hard to tell what's burning because Lori is keeping a safe distance.
It's a palm tree on fire.
It looks like it, right? Yeah.
Look at that.
You can tell because it looks like a torch.
Yeah, exactly.
Up like that.
That's wild to see that.
Yeah, and that's the biggest concern tonight, I believe, because as Mike, you're talking about those flying embers, and Danny is talking about.
Look at you, see them. Look at them.
Well, there they go.
I mean, the craziest wind event that we've had in more than a decade, and
they're still calling it a wind event.
And when you see that happening, that is exactly what we're talking about. Mike, in the 7 o'clock hour, you were showing us the Eaton fire, and you were showing it to us still up in the hillsides, and you were saying the good news is that those embers have not flown anywhere yet, and the flames are moving upwards.
Right. Yeah. So at that point, and still kind of we are, because, and I don't know, Kel, I'm gonna throw you a curveball here. If we can look at RM1, is our Mount Wilson camera. So the fire, yes, is being driven topography-wise uphill, and there's a camera on top of our Mount Wilson peak there where you can actually see the fire now creeping up towards Mount Wilson. So it is still moving up, but what's happening is as it's moving up, the wind is coming out of the north and it's catching all the fire, and all of the smoke is blowing south. So that's what's picking up all the embers and blowing it back down into the neighborhood. So while the fire is moving up the mountain like it usually does with wind-driven, land topography-driven fire, it's also kicking up all of the wind and catching all of the flames and embers and shooting them back down into the neighborhood, which is really just kind of a wild situation there. So there's a lot to contend with there. And again, we just don't have any of these water dropping aircraft that can really help out. And, Suze, we're talking about this wind event that we haven't seen since what? Meteorologists have been saying. I want to remind everybody, LAFD called us, called our assignment desk and said, we need you to tell our firefighters to call the operations center. We need all of our LAFD firefighters to call scheduling and tell us when the soonest they can come into work. We had Margaret Stewart on our air. She has been with LAFD for 19 years. Never once in her 19 years have they had to ask us to do a recall effort to get their fire crews to call the Department Operations Center. And to be clear, they're only looking for their fire crews, their LAFD fire crews. They wanted us to put that message out. The first time in 19 years, Margaret Stewart said, they've ever had to do that. So that is the dire situation that we're in.
And in this case, Eaton Canyon, Lisa telling us this area hasn't burned since
the 90s.
Since the 90s. And Lori's shot right here, you can see just how much brush is around those flames. You can see the flames almost behind the brush there. So a lot to burn there in Eaton Canyon. We know that those winds are carrying those embers around, and a very dangerous situation out there. So we're monitoring the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire. It's an all hands on deck situation. Very dangerous, very volatile evening. A lot of people tonight are going to be having a sleepless night, wondering, what's going to happen in the overnight hours, because the winds are only going to pick up. And again, those aerial fire crews cannot go to work until after these winds die down.
Yeah. The problem with these erection-sized pixie sticks, dinosaur erection-sized pixie sticks,
who are hoping that
is that
firefighters are in their neighborhood at the ready to save their homes
can't
on the
like
ground.
set them down.
That is the only
I need a
resource that
holder
we're
for
talking
it.
about right now, folks. Ground crews. I want to send it out to our Nicole Comstock. She's also out.
Who's Nicole?
Fire.
There she
Nicole,
is.
what are you seeing behind you?
Yeah, and when you guys are talking about,
I thought it was Aquanet.
Oh,
I thought it was
fire.
Jasmine. I thought it was Heather.
We're talking about the, the wind just making all these little spot fires. This was one of them just a couple of seconds ago.
T-Rex is like, he woke up.
2
He just
feet
woke
wide,
up.
little
We've been doing
circle
this since
burning,
4
and now you
o'clock.
can see
Yes,
the
we
flames
saw
are going
it.
right up the hillside here. Want to
I
watch out
showed
for
it a
some
million
power lines
times.
up there. Maybe move back a little bit with me, Chris, down this way. We're on a
Awesome
New
to
York
drive that
right
thing.
now in Altadena,
Blueberry,
and
it's a
they actually
fire
have
truck
this area right
bulldozer.
now under mandatory evacuation.
You need to like
for residents who
own
live
one.
nearby, evacuating lots of people from the area. They're saying over 200 acres in size. Again, this is a really large 190-acre nature preserve. This fire started at about 10 acres in size at 6 o'clock tonight, and within an hour, they say it exploded. The winds right now aren't blowing as strong, but again, like 5 minutes later, it's like a blowtorch out here.
Maybe someone had to do high school with
we have actually somebody evacuating right here with horses right now coming down the road. So scary for all these people that are trying to make it out. Oh man.
Oh, they're running with horses.
Surprisingly,
that's stupid. Why don't they ride the horse? That's what they're made
probably
for.
With their owner right here. We've seen a lot of other people also with
running
horse
with
trailers.
Get on that horse
down this,
and
there's like
ride
a
it.
off wash area just to the left of us here, where people were using this as an
Well,
access
you'd ride
road
Dominic
to
out,
come
wouldn't
down
you?
the mountain about maybe 30 minutes ago. So we've seen a lot of people moving
In case
large
of
animals
fire,
out of the
ride
area.
Dominic.
Lots of hiking
You've
trails
got to
up
get
here, but
Dominic a
also
little fireman's
lots
outfit.
of homes nestled in the hills up here above Altadena.
But don't ask.
We're
don't
probably
tell
going to
that.
move again right now because this fire
T-Rex,
keeps
he may
coming
send you one for
more
like
south of Altadena Drive, down New York Drive right now. So we'll catch up with you guys in just a short time. We're going to move the van once again here.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do, Nicole. Just in the short amount of time that we were talking to Nicole, you could see the fire intensifying, the flames getting brighter and stronger and inching their way closer to her. And of course, safety first when it comes to bringing this fire coverage to all our viewers out there. Very dangerous in Altadena and also the Palisades.
That's right. We want to check back in now with our Tom Waite.
It's
He's
Altadena
also
now. It's not Eaton
out
Canyon.
on the fire lines tonight. He's out at Temescal Canyon Road, right off Sunset Boulevard. Tom, how has this fire been since you last arrived there, or when you first arrived there earlier this evening? How can you compare it now?
Well, Susie, it just depends on, kind of how the wind behaves. When it picks back up, it kicks up all of those embers and it just lights the night back up. There's a theater that you're looking at right there that was across the street. And at times, it's just the flames have just raced back up into the sky when we get those big wind gusts. But Greg, if we can, it's kind of hard to see, but take a look at these power lines. They're hanging down because there's broken utility poles. And this is just another huge reminder of all of the debris and things that are in the roads right now in these areas. Another reason why it's so important to heed those evacuation warnings, because you have so much that is potentially so dangerous. We believe these power lines are not energized. We saw personnel out here a little earlier, but we don't know for certain, obviously. And I do see firefighters up there now getting some more water on that fire that was in that theater, which is good news, obviously. There's an orange glow, basically 360 degrees around us. Greg, let's just keep moving to your right like you're doing. And eventually let's make our way to Palisades High School, which is right next to us. And it has been on fire. Something has been on fire there. I don't know what building or structure. It looks like whatever was happening has laid down. Firefighters are there now. I don't know if it was, outbuildings on an athletic field or what, or if it was classroom buildings. I can't tell. It's too dark. But there was fire burning on the property. A lot of firefighters on the property now. So hopefully, whatever it was that was burning is now out. But everywhere I look from where I'm standing, on every hillside, there's flames. It's really awful.
On every hillside, there's flames.
Even imagine
so you're in a bowl of hell.
All this, just feeling like every time they get maybe one spot out, something else
not good,
just
dude.
erupts back, and you see more
It's
fire.
not good.
And
This does not sound safe.
I think we got a sense of how frustrating this is based on the announcement that Mike Rogers made on behalf of firefighters. You know, that they needed more people. They need anyone who's served, who's potentially able to get on the fire line to do so. So, you know, it just gives you a sense of what the urgency and really the catastrophe that we're up against here in Southern California tonight and going into the following days, as our meteorologists have been telling us. The winds have barely begun to really start what could be even worse, right? Even worse damage. And I think you're looking now at another structure that appears to be burning. Well, obviously something's burning up there. It looks like it's a structure. It doesn't look like just vegetation from this perspective, but guys, it's just the conditions are tough. Bad air quality, obviously. It's hard to see, and it just looks apocalyptic.
Yeah, we can see what looks definitely like a home or windows burning there, Tom. You are exactly right. And everything changing minute by minute as the wind blows, right? As they say, things can intensify rather quickly, as we're seeing it right now. Just incredible out there. The flames that we're seeing, the destruction, not only homes, but homes of worship, all caused by this widespread destructive windstorm that we're experiencing right now.
Truly hard to believe that things could possibly get worse. Danny Roberti is here now to talk about that. Danny, I want to talk about the different kinds of things that are happening right now. And by the way, we want to welcome our viewers on the CBS Los Angeles side on Channel 2 and our KCAL viewers. We're now simulcasting on both sides. And just wanted to ask you, Danny, you know, we're talking about the different topography, the different things that can happen in the ocean, along the ocean, along our coastline. When we're talking about these fires, of course, we had that terrible fire just a week before Christmas out in Malibu.
Oh, wait a second. I wonder if this is the New Jersey drones that anything to do with
that
this.
can happen. Can you highlight that a little bit for us?
Yeah, you know, especially with this, you know, we see Santa Ana winds. You know, we're no stranger to the Santa Ana winds. And typically what we see with something like this, we've got two big systems out there. We've got a trough of low pressure that's off to the east of us, and to the west we have this high pressure system. But the thing is, they are so close together. They're moving in. This high pressure is nudging in, that it creates what we call this really tight pressure gradient, which is what's causing this kind of funnel of these really strong winds.
Oh, I was hoping it was this chick. I couldn't see her. I was over here trying to update stuff.
It's more widespread. This is more broad. I mean, typically
when we get
these Santa Ana wind events, there's specific areas that are used to it. We see these what's known as windy corridors. But right now, that is all out the window. Most of us here in Southern California are getting in on this, and there's a big concern for a lot of our
Linda, how you doing? My daughter just
we
talked
are
to her
in
friend
the
here.
midst of this. So we are going to try to walk you through the timing of the winds and what we're seeing right now, because the winds we've been talking about, they are strengthening right now. And yeah, there's a lot at play. It's going to be the high fire danger, but it's also going to be the wind damage. Likely the strongest and the most destructive windstorm in the last decade. So look at some of these winds that we are seeing out there. My goodness, Burbank, gusts up to 62 miles per hour right now. 55-mile-per-hour winds through Santa Clarita. So we've got these strong winds coming out of the northeast, slamming into parts of Southern California, an area that normally doesn't get in on these Santa Ana winds. It's Pasadena, the San Gabriel Valley. We've got gusts up to 53 miles per hour right now, where the Eaton fire is burning close to it. Even near LAX into downtown Los Angeles, which is normally sheltered from some of these winds, gusts between 20 to 40 miles per hour there. So I want to zoom you into current conditions for the two fires that we're monitoring.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. I was like, what's going on? Hey, Stephanie's back.
Going into tonight.
Your sister's okay. Good. Hey, we just heard Linda's in her
they will continue to strengthen going into tonight. They're coming out of the northeast, so these winds are blowing from the north to the south. Burbank gusts up to 51 miles per hour right now. Now I want to talk about Altadena, where the Eaton fire is burning. Temperatures in the upper 50s.
You're in that area, Pepperdine?
We've got winds nearing 60 miles per hour in this area. And on top of that, with these Santa Ana winds, it really dries things out, and that's why our relative humidity, we're in the teens right now, and that's what makes this fire danger critical going into the next 24 hours. So this is important. This is what I want to show you. This is going to show us when we see the strongest winds, and also when we finally get these winds out of here. This is going to be important.
He was going to cut
so going into tonight, we're at around 8 o'clock right now. Some strong winds up through the mountains, and we are going to see once we go into this evening
10 o'clock is when they're going to start to see their peak. And look at what happens overnight. I'm going to zoom you into a couple different areas. But I want you to keep an eye on that area shaded in purple. So these are gusts between 50 to 60
I saw that earlier. I was like, what's that place right
we
there?
could
I
see
was like,
gusts up to 80 miles per hour in some areas. So as I zoom you in, you can see there's this line, this kind of 80-mile stretch from Fillmore over towards Simi Valley. There's that purple right there.
Oh, look at
making our way over the 210 corridor right there. San
Roseman
Fernando,
Ranch
that's going to be an
saying
area of concern as these winds are coming over the San Gabriel Valley into Pasadena.
One owner had to leave a horse behind in Palisades.
50 to 60 miles per hour.
Holy
and
cow.
Then you can see right there for some of our foothill communities. We've got that, of course, up through Mount Wilson, near Glendora, San Antonio Heights. So this is a look at 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning over towards Fontana and San Bernardino. This is going to be the bullseye tonight for the strongest winds. Now, I'm going to zoom things out right now because I also want to focus on something else. Inland Orange County getting in on some of these really erratic winds as well. Right there near Rancho Santa Margarita, Foothill Ranch, over towards Silverado. A lot of our foothill communities. As I zoom you out, I want to talk about when these winds die down. Tonight, they are expected to peak 10 o'clock this evening into early tomorrow morning. Still strong at 11 o'clock in the morning. And look, we're finally going to see some of these winds dying down in the afternoon. We're not out of the woods. It's still going to be breezy out there. Fire danger is going to be high, but it's not going to be anything like what we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, I bet this
by
chick
Thursday, we're going to see another little uptick in the winds.
Davidson.
They won't be as widespread, and then we're going to be out of the woods going into our Friday. So I want to break a couple things down for you that we're expecting to see tonight. Yes, strongest winds, 10 o'clock tonight through 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. Now, something that we do not see
open the
gates
here in
Southern California,
it will not
it's
run
what's
towards
known
the
as
fire.
a breaking mountain wave. And so what we could potentially see, these damaging winds rolling off the San Gabriel Mountains. We could see 100-mile-per-hour winds hitting the ridges and then breaking down.
That advice
in
all aspects of your life.
Really strong erratic winds to some of our foothill communities. So that's something, it's difficult to forecast, but there's a possibility for that tonight. The last time we saw it was back in 2011 when Pasadena saw gusts up to 80 miles per hour. And actually bringing that back, December 2011, 1,200 trees were knocked down in Pasadena with 80-mile-per-hour winds. So what also makes this so unusual, I want to just break this down for you. High wind warnings, they are in effect, and it's not just certain areas in Southern California. It really includes most of us here at home, and this is rare for us to see.
You hear them whispering in the chat in the background? Listen.
60 to 80 miles per hour. This is in effect until 6 o'clock Wednesday evening, and it's not just the fire danger, but it's the possibility for these winds to topple over trees, to bring power lines down, and also to bring the possibility for widespread power outages going into the next 24 hours. So the next 24 hours, it's going to be key. And again, winds strengthen tonight, but by tomorrow evening at this time, it's going to be looking a little bit better out there, not out of the woods, but we just want to get some relief from the winds. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at the timing of those winds for you and what this means for the rest of your week. Susie, Juan.
It's going to be very important for our viewers to stay with us here on KCAL and monitor the situation. I know you'll be doing that, Danny, for us as well. All right, flames are raging all across Pacific Palisades.
That's right, and our
gosh, man, how's she wearing? What's the temperature out there right now? Actually, you know, it's cold here.
She's live.
What's it out there
in Malibu? Lori.
We are here south of Tuna Canyon Road in Malibu.
Tuna
I know we've been
Canyon?
talking a lot
Is that
about
what they said?
Pacific Palisades, but Malibu is really getting hit as well, very hard. If you look behind me, we are on PCH, just south of Tuna Canyon Road, and you can see it's hard to tell how many houses are on fire. These are coastal homes.
Where's
but it looks at least like 3
Google
are
search on that. Tell me if that's real.
in flames. You can see how many firefighters are on the scene here trying to battle to keep it from spreading to the other houses that are here along the beach, but they are having a heck of a time because the winds are so ferocious and just fueling the flames and adding to their fight. As we come further down the street,
we're losing her.
All right, we're going to break away from Lori there.
Canyon.
Obviously, her picture and sound a little shaky right now. But even with that, Susie, you can see just how intense the flames are along the coast there.
South now to Malibu. So we know that this started in Pacific Palisades. We know how fast those embers can move with the wind that we've been experiencing. Looks like our Nicole Comstock is standing by with another.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, man, this sucks.
Yeah, you guys were joined by Randy here. He's with Pasadena Park, which is a senior facility up on Altadena Drive here near Pasadena. And you can see how many people are out here in this parking lot. It's really cold and windy out here right now. This is so chaotic. A lot of people in wheelchairs with just, little blankets on right here trying to stay together. We're going to chat with Randy real quick because he's kind of in charge of helping to evacuate people tonight. You said like 95 people you're trying to get out of here safely.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get everyone here, everyone there.
How close was the fire getting to your facility?
It's like 1 block away near that building.
What was it like when you started?
The fire department has a failed plan. I mean, you didn't have that figured out.
No,
that should be part of the training. First thing you do, you evacuate schools.
Yeah. Did everyone make it out safely?
Hopefully we can get more.
Kindergartners, whatever those things are.
Oh my goodness.
And elderly.
This is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for talking with us. Everyone's just huddled together out here trying to do the best that they can to, stick it out until they can get moved out of this area. But this is like a 7-Eleven parking lot here on Altadena Drive and Washington, which is crazy because this is not even like a wilderness area necessarily. There's a McDonald's and a 7-Eleven here.
The worst thing is the 7-Eleven's not open. They can't even get a Slurpee.
You never expect to see all these people out here just waiting in the cold to get as far away
if I
from this
looked up
fire
with
as they
safe
possibly
search
can.
on, would I be able to find it?
Randy, who we spoke with at this Pasadena Senior Center, said he thinks they have about 95 people.
I'm sure those people want to be filmed too.
Because the fire from these flames in Eaton Canyon was about 1 block away from their facility.
Somebody's a
very chaotic situation. Everyone out here, you got to give it to them. They're doing the best they can. All the people who work here to get everyone out here safely, to let them know they're going to be okay. But it's got to be scary when, you're ripped up in the dark like this out of your home. You don't know if these people have been able to have a chance to talk to their family or not yet. And you can see across the street, we have more people coming out on gurneys right now and ambulances out here. So we don't know what kinds of medical conditions all of these men and women may or may not have too that they're dealing with out here. Listening to all the ambulances and police going by, it's very, very scary for them, you guys.
Scary for them. It's scary for me, man.
Watching them on the stretchers and wheelchairs, some of them just wearing hospital gowns. You do wonder, do they have the medication they need to take?
In Miami.
A lot of these people are seniors there. They're on special medications and they're away from their families.
What's the temperature in Miami, Florida?
Now they're in a dark parking lot. It's windy. It's cold. It's confusing. I mean, I just can't.
It's just illustrating the desperate measures that people.
Miami, Florida is 55 degrees, and tonight expect a low of 51 degrees.
Imagine if they had to do this last minute as those flames crept even closer. There's no chance that they're going to take.
62 degrees it says on the screen.
I mean, obviously, a very desperate situation.
Yeah, 54 is what she said. She verbally said 54, but then she says on the screen 62. She don't know what's going on. She's going to.
Residents from the Pasadena Senior Center, about 95 people who were evacuated from that center tonight. And if you do have any family members, perhaps, who are at the center and you're wondering about them, well, Nicole was telling us that they are all out in this parking lot. Nicole, could you give us a cross street there? We know that there's a 7-Eleven and a McDonald's, you said. Could you give us a cross street specifically?
Yeah, Susie, it's Washington Boulevard and then Altadena Drive, where there's a McDonald's and a 7-Eleven here. And, you have to think that being right in the foothills, that this senior center would have an evacuation plan in place to get these people out just in case they ever saw a fire like this. But it was only yesterday we really started hearing that really intense language from the National Weather Service and from state officials that this was going to be a catastrophic wind event. So people really didn't have a lot of time to prepare. You would never be prepared for something like this because the fire moved down from Eaton Canyon so quickly from, 6:15 tonight, 10 acres in size. I don't even know what time it is right now, just a couple of hours later, but the Angeles National Forest is now saying the fire is 400 acres in size. It's probably a lot bigger than that. We have a ton of really dry vegetation, really steep hillsides up there in Eaton Canyon. And a lot of people that have horses, they're evacuating them tonight as well. There's a lot of wildlife up there, but this is definitely one of the most upsetting scenes out here to see, people's parents and grandparents who are just waiting to get to a safer location. I can say everyone out here, all of the workers are being so compassionate with everyone and trying
definitely. Look at this orange glow behind us, though. So we're looking toward hours ago. These homes here on Terrace Circle over to the left here, those were all still standing, active flames engulfing. We saw just one to the other that went. We've been talking to one homeowner who's actually still here. I'm hoping that he goes to an evacuation shelter. He's still here. He said he grabbed a photo of his mother, his late mother, and he left. But he also says
sound? Can you hear?
He's just kind of perplexed because he says one fire engine could have saved this whole community, and they were there for quite a while earlier. Oh, let's swing over to the left here. Elliot just pointed out seeing some more activity here up on this ridge. So again, this is back in the hillside. It's hard to tell what exactly is burning back there, but we're seeing these big plumes of smoke come up, these big flare-ups, and it seems like more homes are burning in the back of there as well. So again, the homeowner says that there was a fire engine here initially. They were dousing the area with water, then they ran out of water and said they'd come back, and then they didn't. So obviously had more pressing things that they felt that they needed to get to. But you can imagine how devastating that is for the people who live in these homes, who just felt that they were abandoned. We've been talking to this gentleman for quite some time now, and he now understands, the scope of all of this. He's 80 years old. He doesn't have a cell phone, so he wasn't quite sure where it was happening. He thought it was just contained to this one area, to his mobile home park. And now that he understands how big this thing is, he's more understanding of the firefighters and how they were prioritizing life as opposed to property, which is obviously what they do and what we just heard from that phone interview that you guys just did. All right, seeing a fire engine coming up on PCH here. We've seen a lot of this.
I walked 10 feet away and my thing
A lot of them tend to be going north. When we got here a couple of hours ago, the focus seemed to be on the south toward an official count. Certainly going to be much higher than the count that they gave us a little bit earlier today. This is a rapidly changing situation, going to keep evolving by the hour, especially with these winds that just continue to gust and fuel these flames.
I know it was.
Pushing it into other areas that
have not
burned. The good news is, at least
I had to talk to a man about a horse.
Everything is already burned. There's no vegetation.
I didn't plan on
so
sharing that, but
when we got here, there was spot fires and embers that we could see everywhere. There's none of that now because
I got my earbuds in because I take them out.
Hoping the firefighters can start to get the upper hand on this, but they certainly have their work cut out for them with these winds and now these chilly temperatures. It's a really dangerous situation.
You know how close the bathroom
is PCH open to the public?
No, PCH is not open to the public. So PCH is closed. What they were allowing for a while, they were allowing people to come down PCH who were evacuating from the Highlands area and from the Pacific Palisades. About 3 hours ago, I want to say, we had black and whites coming up and down on loudspeakers, turning everybody who was trying to do that around and pushing them back up north. So there is a hard closure somewhere down there. I'm not sure exactly where it is. But no, PCH is not open to the public right now.
And we're just hearing, Chelsea, thank you so much for your report. We're just hearing that the next press conference from LAFD is not scheduled for tonight, but rather tomorrow morning, 8 a.m.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on.
So we will not get any official updates in terms of structure lost until tomorrow. Likely, CAL FIRE is updating.
Here's the thing:
the acreage every so often, and so right now we know that it's just below 3,000 acres, and it probably exceeds that because that last number given to us at least an hour ago.
I mean,
okay, we want to go to Christy Fajardo
fireworks.
Again in
They're going to blame fireworks for the second fire too.
And more destruction behind you, Christy.
Sadly, we're seeing quite a bit of destruction, and you mentioned that
what a day
firefighters
to
are
pick a
going to
black
give an
shirt
update on
with
structural
all
losses
the
so far,
ashes
but likely
falling
they don't
down.
even know how many structures have been lost, because as we've been here, we've only seen one Cal firefighter come by. He asked us what this was, and we said, sadly, it's an elementary school, and he shook his head. But we've not seen any other firefighters, and we know that people have lost their livelihood. There's a business around the corner that has caught fire and is pretty much destroyed. And down the street, people have lost their homes, and now it appears that some children may have also possibly lost their school. This was the backside of Palisades Charter Elementary. We're on Swarthmore. We haven't been able to get to the front, so hopefully the front has fared better than the back. But I want to show you, if we go down the street, again, we're on
it's
Swarthmore.
over 3,000 acres.
Several
The
homes
second fire
have burned.
started.
You can see that house right over there. And it's been burning for the last hour and a half or so. But we've also seen glowing lights on the other side of the street, which seem to indicate that something is burning over there. And so often in these fires, we hear people who come back and wonder why their home burned and others were spared. And if we pan up, I can show you one of the reasons, and that is the palm trees or vegetation around it.
There you go.
One will catch fire like this palm tree, and then it starts raining embers on a home, and then that house gets into the eaves, and then there's really not much that can be done to save it. And then there'll be another palm tree right next to it that does not catch fire. So it often looks in a neighborhood a little odd. Some homes burn, others survive, and unless you're here to witness it, you don't really understand why. But we've now gotten closer to this one. You can see it is a total loss.
Blue paint doesn't
And
burn.
unfortunately, now we're seeing that the building right next to it is also on fire. And Gino Arias, who's behind the camera, you can pan that way over there. You can see that something is burning right down the street as well. And you probably just saw that rain of embers. And that is what we've talked about and what firefighters fear, because when we have these Santa Ana winds, these strong gusts, it picks up embers when something like this house is on fire, and then it starts raining all over the neighborhood, and they can be carried a mile away, and then they start other spot fires. And again, firefighters might have resources in one area, not even be aware of what's burning. We are going to make our way down the street so that we can see what else is on fire. Fortunately, it looks like everyone heeded evacuation warnings. We're not seeing anyone on this street anymore. And what we're witnessing really underscores why firefighters and the LAPD are so adamant that people leave earlier rather than later, because when conditions are like this, it may be too late. That's why they tell people to leave when they know that a fire might head in a direction. Hopefully it changes direction and the homes are spared, but why take the risk is really what I've heard firefighters and police say time and time again.
Jeff, that's what I've been getting off the
you can see another
from
home,
the
has also been destroyed.
Los Angeles Fire Department.
I don't know if these two buildings are part of the same home or if we're looking at two
Yours
separate
might be
homes,
easier
but
to
it looks like there are other
read.
homes behind it on the hillside that are also burning. And this car here appears, maybe it was a Tesla. And if we pan down there, even more homes are on fire. And just as we were focusing on this house,
a
trash can, a plastic trash can, actually just came
I hate
the
man.
street. That is
There's a couple good
powerful these
TikToks.
winds
The
are.
TikToks were
That's
so
just
good during the
blew it
hurricanes.
all the way down
But
the
then it's like
street.
now it's like, oh,
And
fire,
we're
and
gonna
it's
walk
like
down
them
there
playing video games
so we can
or
see
them
what else
watching
is burning.
TV.
Just so much devastation.
Yeah, man.
So much,
You know,
so
these
much
people got like
heartbreak.
a million followers.
And
And what they do,
unfortunately,
they
I've
watch
seen this
TV.
on several streets here in the Palisades. And we are, as I mentioned, in the heart of the Palisades. Where I was standing with the elementary school is there's the Frontier Communications building right there. There's also a post office. Fortunately, those were still standing and did not appear to be affected by the fire, at least not yet. But no firefighters, not one in sight. Just too many fires burning at this hour for them to get to all of them. So sadly, this is what we're witnessing. Let's send it back to you.
It does look like a Tesla. The frame of that house there still standing, but I'm sure it won't be much longer until it does fall. Christy Fajardo and Gino Arias, thank you for your coverage. From CHP West Valley, while we give you a live look from our Santa Monica cam and the flames off in the distance. The following closures are in place because of the Palisades fire. This is southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon Road, southbound Topanga Canyon Boulevard at Mulholland Drive, Sheeran Road at Stunt Road, southbound Tuna Canyon Road at Saddle Peak Road, and Old Topanga Canyon Road at Mulholland Highway. That is an LASD closure. Those are the road closures in place right now because of the Palisades fire, according to the CHP West Valley Division. A lot of road closures, obviously, if you don't need to be in this area.
Yet. I'd love to hang
out. There's no need to be, and the whole idea of these evacuation orders is to get out.
Or email me.
Before we get to our next reporter, I want to make a point because I've heard from a lot of you on social who are wanting some coverage on the Eaton fire. We do have a crew there.
California needs the females.
Because they were getting dangerously close to some flames. So while they make their way to get to a safer location, we are covering the Palisades fire for you. So don't go anywhere. We will have that Eaton fire coverage in just a few more moments. With that said, let's go to Ed Lascos in the heart of Palisades Village tonight with more on the flames there. Ed,
we'll subscribe to you.
Flames roaring through here. So these gusty winds. We're on Radcliffe. It runs parallel to Temescal Canyon, just on the east side, and Radcliffe on both sides of this street. As the gusts come through here, is well, look at it for yourself. One home after another, going up in flames. This is one of the latest ones.
Oh
here.
Yeah,
fire engine, fire 10 from Long Beach.
There's a New Jersey drone that started this.
Putting some water on it, trying to ease the flow of the hot.
Joe Biden was sitting
in. Been kicking up. You can see all those embers.
Lit
up, flying into the
planes,
air.
The helicopters and stuff couldn't fly today because Air Force One was in the vicinity.
Mikey
That's
sort of
weird to me.
Down to the right down the street.
And
We'll
nobody
go
said a
toward
word about
PCH,
it.
and you can see home after home as you look down here on Radcliffe. Fire everywhere you look. That was a huge 3-story mansion down right at the corner there of the cliff where you make the right-hand turn, go to Temescal and over to High School.
Part of anything
that
like
is
this?
Gone. Looking through what used to be a 2-story home here, nothing but embers. But up on the hillside, we talk about fire everywhere. Look at that roaring flames up there on top of the hillside. That's the top of the bluff by my estimation, by my thoughts, where you have great views. A lot of the locals go over there. There's a small park, lots of nice benches.
Not no
great
more.
View of the Santa Monica Bay below PCH. Those are some incredibly wonderful homes up there, and that fire looks like it's now roaring into that neighborhood up to the bluff itself. And then down here just below all of that is what's left of these homes here on Radcliffe. This was the first area that was hit maybe about 3 hours ago.
You know what, you've been all over. You're a world traveler. Let's go. See what the rates have gone up to.
What's left of the brick chimney, really all that's standing here.
I wish I had a phone, I could do a live phone call thing. We call like the Motel 6, but you got your rooms open, we're gonna call it Marriott.
And that's why it jumped across the street over here to where we have the homes burning.
Are you moving to California?
And it's continuing further east, but I've got to tell you, in the last maybe 15 minutes or so, we're getting these gusts of wind that come through.
They
here.
love
continue
you,
to do
your
that.
yoga
But the thing
pants.
is, they're now seemingly kind of blowing the embers toward the ocean, blowing them toward PCH. Before we saw them blowing it toward the east. But see,
Valhalla is mine.
This gust comes through. Look at the embers. They're not blowing toward the camera. They're blowing down toward PCH, and that is where the firefight continues. We just saw a line truck from Cal Fire with maybe about a half dozen strike team members heading in that direction. And I assume they're probably going to try to put a fire line down there to try to deal with the flames that they hit the bluff, because they don't want them to continue to go down. But this area of Radcliffe, just along Temescal Canyon, it is a total loss. It is burning. Everything is burning here. I hate to tell you, several homes lost.
Your mom is so
evacuated several hours
Your mom is so fat.
No cell service.
I did it wrong.
So we're not thinking as
what is wrong with me?
Door-to-door.
Yo, mama.
And also with the loudspeakers on there, black and whites telling everybody to get out, mandatory evacuation. The good news is that everybody out of here, no loss of life. We're praying for, but now it's just a battle to keep the homes from going up. Some more fire trucks. Mikey will give you a look. There's another unit pulling in here. We've had engine
Jeff,
10 from Long Beach here the last
late
hour
to
or
the
so, finally
conversation.
moving in. This one also
he's
coming
sitting
in
there.
From,
he's been there for like 2 days.
Long Beach.
He was
Engine
like, tomorrow
13,
there's going to be some monuments or something like that, and they postponed it to next week.
as the firefighters
People can't get the airplanes, the helicopters can't get up in the air
off of Sunset,
and
blowing south toward
like
PCH,
there's no news
toward the
helicopters
bay,
up
toward the
because
water.
Air Force
And
One
that
is
seems to
sitting
where
there.
this fire
They can't
is
do anything.
marching unabated, just going.
Citrus the Wizard, what is up?
We're still getting those very
Bad
strong
Duck
gusty
loves
winds.
wizard
And
sleep.
unfortunately, these homes, well, they continue to burn with the debris. Look at all those embers just flying up. Looks like they're going to catch that tree on fire next. It's a battle where you don't know where. If you had firefighters, so I don't think they would know even where to start. It is just out of control. Everything burning, fires everywhere.
Yeah, and that's the reality. I mean, we heard from LA County Fire, Sheila Kelleher saying, basically, it's like trying to fight a tornado. You let the tornado go through, and then you deal with the aftermath after. Which is such a sad way to look at it when this is your home.
They are showing a map.
Is,
Actually, let's see what the map says.
That's what this says. Over here to the west, Calabasas is under a voluntary evacuation. Parts of it under a mandatory evacuation up here to Mulholland. So there's a huge chunk of evacuations that are in place now because of this fire. And of course, back over here, everything that you see in gray, this is the actual perimeter of the Franklin fire, which we sat on all night long to tell you about as well. And now some of these same people that had to get evacuated for the Franklin fire, including Pepperdine University, including all of these homes and businesses that are in this area, are now once again under an evacuation because of this fire, you guys.
I don't think Pacific Palisades is anywhere close to Calabasas.
Right. Pepperdine.
And when we're talking about evacuation orders that include Calabasas because of the Pacific Palisades fire, I mean, it is scary. Talk about having the Ready, Set, Go bag available at any moment.
There you go, the go bags.
You never know who's going to be affected by this fire.
I mean, from the 101 to the ocean is just such a long.
And we drive that, right? I take the 101 and I shoot down to head towards Malibu, and that seems like a long drive on a good day.
Right.
So,
well, you ain't gonna be driving there tonight, buddy.
What we're talking about.
You're stuck.
Can move in any which direction and very far as well. So as you look at the fire footprint here tonight and see who is in the
what? That's
that is certainly proving that.
I've been asked for a while.
Earlier this evening, our Jasmine Veal was on the fire in Pacific Palisades.
And throughout the night, she saw the flames tear through homes, and here it is.
There she is when she gets hit with the flames.
Just hitting her face. Take a look.
She takes on the face.
We're going to get out of here in a few minutes because this is a very dangerous situation when firefighters are facing. So we're still here off El Bolito Avenue. And this thick smoke just getting picked up, and the embers are being thrown every which way. And sadly, those are two homes that you see burning behind me. How are things looking up there?
Well, I can show you
That's
on a video.
snake eyes.
It's pretty desperate. There's whole streets which have gone.
Is that further up the road? He's showing us
He has a
right now.
plug-in on his bike.
I'm so sorry. And is this your neighborhood?
Yeah.
And you've been trying to just say, oh wow, homes burned to the ground. So
dozens and dozens. Just around the corner here, as you can see, it's decimated all the way around. There's gas leaks all over the place. Power lines are down.
You guys, Temescal Canyon is on fire, and we are burning on both sides. This is the high school to my left. The high school is burning. The football.
Yeah, that's where the high school attacked her.
Hills on Temescal Canyon. This is right.
This is awesome. Watch it. This is
right past Sunset Drive.
This is when she became Aquanet. She got caught on fire.
Again, this is the Palisades Charter High School.
Oh yeah, I did see that. I forgot about that earlier. UCLA is right across 405. The fire is like headed towards there, both directions.
Right up here.
Watch it. Watch it.
All over because the hills.
Have eyes.
Every side of Temescal is on fire. We had to get out of the El Medio Avenue area because El Medio, I think I have some video of that, or we're trying to turn it around, but El Medio Avenue is also now burning on both sides.
Look, when the first responders run away from it, that tells you something. Oh, look. It's the Hucktua right there. Remember that? I said that? Or Roseman said that, and I was reading it. Oh, there she is. Go. Whoa.
Oh, there we go.
And the Aquanet burned.
This is not good.
No,
and
it's not good.
We, of course, checked in with our Jasmine Veal. She's doing just fine, and she checked in with us a little bit later.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. All right, Tom Waite is in Pacific Palisades tonight as well, just off Temescal Canyon Road, right on
Look how
Sunset.
nice and clean
Tom,
his fireman's jacket is. Where are they getting
Susie,
these firemen jackets?
Hearing Jasmine's report there, we're not far from where she was when all that was going on. And, obviously conditions, you can tell, are not as severe as they were at this very moment, but they're still really bad. And you look up on the hillside there from where we are, just like you said, Temescal Canyon and Sunset, and there's just so much fire burning up there. We can hear explosions up there, probably gas, maybe propane tanks. It's obviously impossible to know exactly what they are, but those are sounds I've heard a number of times covering fires. It looks like several homes up there are burning, just a big orange glow there. And it's just, I keep saying it, but I'll say it again. It just breaks your heart because that's someone's house. That's
earlier that was I don't know if you're here, how that's what I heard. I was listening to the fire
gone and
radios, and they said 405 is going to be
their
their
words really to describe that feeling.
What do you call it? The fire line or whatever. That's like
also in this area. There's a number of down power lines. The wind gusts pick up at any.
I don't know the lingo. I'm not a fireman.
So right now it's fine.
I just play one.
Just a gust will come blasting through the area, and it just changes everything. It seems like a lot of the firefighters are kind of stationed at this point
they got
leaving from here to try to douse hot spots. Those areas up there are very challenging to get to. There's a lot of vegetation, a lot of trees. There's all kinds of road hazards that firefighters have to deal with, and they don't have the air support that they normally are able to use, even at night, just because of the conditions that have been coming on out here. So that's just a really tough situation. There's this eerie sense of calm out here, but it also feels very apocalyptic.
Lynn Ross, thank you.
Just seeing so much fire, and in every direction.
Lynn, welcome to the chat. Lynn's a larker, I guess. Everybody, welcome Lynn. Hey!
Said was on
fire. Get out of the shadows. Don't be Batman.
I can still see flames on the property. I don't know the extent of the damage, but certainly they still have firefighters on the property. I'm looking at them right now. A number of fire trucks I see at the Palisades High School. So certainly they're trying to make sure that
which one do I
can protect whatever has not burned yet. I mean, it's again.
I don't want the glitter on it.
We'll have to keep
the reflective band.
Track of that.
I'd love to have firemen.
Just looking up on the hillside.
I want a fire axe. This fire is a good reason for me to tell the White Rabbit I have to get a fire axe.
There's black smoke billowing out of the sky, and
I don't have an axe.
Obviously means it's burning fresh fuel up there.
I want that big one. It's got to have the hook on the back, and it's got to be red.
A situation for firefighters where they can get to as many of these locations as possible, but sometimes it's just too late. The fire moves quickly. The wind absolutely carries embers. It fans the flames. It amplifies these things. And
hang on a second.
It was just so scary last night. I remember listening to our weather forecast and thinking that this might happen. I think all of us kind of were. I think viewers were, people in the newsroom were. We were worried this would happen. It's the worst case scenario, and it breaks your heart, and you just hope that firefighters are able to get in and they're working so hard as it is. We saw them in an apartment building just about a block away from where I am right now, risking their lives, going in to rescue people. Oh, here we go, another big old blast of wind coming. I don't know if you can hear that, but yeah, that's what we're up against.
Yeah, it sounds like a funnel.
It's that wind. It's relentless. And it just keeps coming. And every time that happens, it just stokes those flames and makes this even worse. It's even hard to breathe when it happens. But it does feel like firefighters, they are swarming these fires as quickly as they can. But when it's all over the place, there's only so much they can do.
I'm looking for this
incredibly dramatic pictures right now, Tom, from your vantage point. Just an important note here for our viewers.
Not it.
For the
what's she saying? They're looking. Holy cow! That's guys live in front of that.
Center is the evacuation center. 1300
Holy moly!
Sepulveda Boulevard, and for the Eaton fire, the shelter is at the Pasadena Convention Center. So two different fires that we are covering.
Two different convention centers.
Various evacuation centers.
Yes, that is the Sunset Boulevard, T-Rex. That's what's crazy, man. This is not all that far. Sunset's not just, Rodeo Drive.
And for Palisades, if you have large animals, you can bring them to Pierce College. Smaller animals that you may not have with you in a shelter.
Not that far, man. And now we get two. There's 2
They are
fires
making themselves available to you to bring.
It's going to be Farmageddon. LA's going to burn.
Okay, we've been forecasting this for the last few days here, and meteorologist Danny Roberti has the latest updates in next week.
Yeah, we're keeping a very close eye on this. And I know last night we were talking about it, and there's always that hope that it's not going to get to this point. But we are dealing with these really just crazy, erratic winds out there. And at this point, we are seeing them strengthen. In Burbank, we are talking wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour right now.
What's
stronger through Santa Clarita into Simi Valley. 60-mile-per-hour gusts there, 55 miles per hour over in Pasadena. So you can see the focus for the strongest winds, Santa Clarita Valley into the San Fernando Valley, making your way into the San Gabriel Valley, and then also into parts of the Inland Empire. Inland Orange County, I'm not going to leave you out. Winds are strong there, not as strong as what we're seeing in areas like Burbank, and then right there where the Eaton fire is burning right now. This is very rare for us to see these winds this strong and this widespread. I mean, typically it's focused on those windy corridors, those areas that typically get in on the Santa Ana winds. But this event is different. This is likely going to be our strongest windstorm in the last decade. So I want to talk a little bit about the fire danger, because typically this time of the year, we're not really concerned with red flag warnings because we typically get enough rain to mitigate that. That's not the case going into tomorrow. So the focus, I want to zoom you into a couple different areas to make sure that you and your family feel prepared going into tomorrow, because we will continue to see elevated fire danger through Santa Clarita, the 210 corridor right there, over towards Santa Paula, and then also San Gabriel Valley, Pasadena, Altadena included in this. And then you can see Inland Orange County, parts of the Inland Empire, Rancho Cucamonga, right there towards Corona, and then over towards Rancho Santa Margarita into Silverado. That's where we have that elevated fire danger, where we are going to be dealing with critical fire weather conditions over the next at least 18 to 24 hours. Now, the reason that it's such a concern this time of the year is that we haven't had any rain or any good rain. So we've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain in downtown Los Angeles. As of tomorrow, this is going to mark our driest start to winter since 1964. So it's been a long
that's just
time
semantics.
Since we've had
I mean, you know,
such a dry start to our winter time. So we haven't seen any of that rain. Our vegetation is dried out, and that's why this storm, this windstorm, was a bigger concern. It's because of how dry things are already out right now. So let's talk about the current conditions in Altadena. This is where we're dealing with the Eaton fire, where we have wind gusts nearing 60 miles per hour right now, a little bit stronger than what we saw about 30 minutes ago. And it's very cold out there. Temperatures are plummeting, upper 50s right now, and it's very dry. So it's that nasty combination. It's dry and it's gusty. And again, we're going to see those winds picking up tonight. We're going to see light at the end of the tunnel, though. It's just going to be a stretch, a prolonged period of these strong gusty winds. But we're going to keep you prepared. Let's take a look at our future path. This is very important in terms of when we're going to be seeing the strongest winds. I'm going to take a step out of the way because I want to zoom in on some areas. So this is a look at 10 o'clock. Peak winds are expected 10 o'clock this evening into tomorrow morning. I'll fast forward. You see all that purple. It starts to expand Ventura County into LA County over towards the Inland Empire. You can see those strong gusty winds coming up. We're going to give you a closer look at when the winds move out of here and how long the fire danger sticks with us. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. You guys.
They are still. Where'd they go?
That entire building where those people were, that house is now completely on fire.
Continuing coverage at 9 o'clock of our breaking news. A massive
this is gonna be
wind-driven fire burning in Pacific Palisades. Countless homes gone. 30,000 people.
Yeah, there's a few little like lines on her body that's a little bit messed up. I agree there.
A fierce firefight and evacuations are underway.
Okay, so wait a second. They just said that
senior center where dozens are waiting for help. Pasadena warning evacuations may be necessary as well.
And widespread power outages. 35,000 Edison customers without power tonight. And then
it looks like Fox News is the only other one that's got one. And then I got to find some. I'm looking for some more live ones.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey.
Oh, look at this.
Fernandez, this has been a tragic day for so many, and we're not done with it yet.
No, let's get right to our live team of reporters, starting with our Tom Wade. He's in Pacific Palisades.
Nobody cares about him.
Palisades Charter High School. And Tom Cruise have been working hard to save that high school. How are conditions now?
Pat, conditions are bad. It just keeps getting worse. There's moments where it's sort of a lull, but right now it's not one of those moments. Take a look at that hillside just behind me. We're at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Temescal Canyon, and it's just a nightmare up there. There's houses that are fully engulfed, burning to the ground, burning the vegetation. The wind is stoking the flames, blasting embers around. It's completely worst case scenario for firefighters who are doing all they can to rescue as many people, properties, everything they can do. Just to about well, across the street really is another apartment building where they tried to save as many of the units as they could. It was just a complete loss, though. Just a dramatic firefight. You're looking at Temescal Canyon. I think, Greg, you're showing obviously there's down power lines there, and then just beyond the fence line there is Palisades High School. Let's take some video. I think we have video of this from earlier, where the flames were really kind of going there at the high school. We don't know the extent of the damage. I don't know if you can hear that wind. I'm trying to block the mic as best as possible so you don't have to hear these crazy gusts. But there were a number of firefighters just swarming the high school trying to get a hold of the fire there. It's not clear what burned there. It's very it's tough.
The school did. The school. It's not clear what burned there. Let's see here. The carpet, the drapes. The drapes burned at the school.
But there were
no, the whole school, dude. It's gone. It's gone.
Flames coming from different locations on the campus.
I'll get him off the air. Yeah,
we don't know exactly the extent of the damage there.
It's horrible. Hopefully we got some better one. That's not Tom Cruise. No, it's not Tom Cruise. Much better. Much better.
I don't know, Greg. Can we show?
AWH, how you doing?
The
State Farm to non-renewed.
And really hard right now.
Is this true?
Okay, so there's utility water power lines
and
broken utility poles along Temescal Canyon. And right now, again, we're getting hammered by the wind. And my mask blew
that's
away.
awesome.
So
I can't. Gallows humor is the only humor I have. I can't get through.
Utility lines down, power lines
broken. At this point, they need building fire breaks.
You can hear that. There's explosions in the distance. It sounds like
this
propane tanks.
You need to get those people out of the 7-Eleven parking lot. Damn it!
Fires. We're spinning back around for you, kind of getting a shot back into the hillside there behind me, where there's just a ton of fire and smoke up there. These manic winds are just absolutely wreaking havoc on the firefight and making the situation
I don't think I've ever heard that
just so untenable for firefighters. We did speak with a few people who were in the area and trying to get out, and one evacuee. There's obviously a lot of frustration, a lot of worry. People want to know what they're going to come home to, and it's just so early in this fight.
They need cement to stop the lava.
They'll be coming home to. This is also not far from the location earlier we showed you.
Like
a bunch of people were in their cars trying to escape the fire, and they abandoned their cars, thinking maybe they would.
They should build like
the fire
windmills to catch all the wind.
Them. So they got out of their cars
and
literally ran for what they thought was running for their lives. Those cars bulldozed off to the side of the road there. That's very close to where we are right now. But yeah, just look at that hillside. Look at that house that's burning up there. It's just
there you go, T-Rex. Sunset Boulevard.
So intense. I mean,
that is actually Melrose Place.
There is glowing fire.
T-Rex.
It's very apocalyptic.
That's where.
What's so sad too, Thomas, we're not able to identify everything that we're looking at here. Buildings that could possibly be burning. That we know of, even structures that we know of, and that really makes it. It makes it pretty bad all the way around, even for people that are watching and
nobody knows why.
Probably just waiting with
it's weird.
Bated breath to hear if we can tell them something about their homes or structures in their neighborhood that they're familiar with. But it's so very difficult right now because there are so many structures.
Excuse me.
Fire,
I'm really disappointed because this is.
We just
it's 9 o'clock out there.
Even in the city of Santa Monica.
Where's all the people? Where's the crime people running around doing the crime thing?
It's just a very, very unusual historic event that makes it so sad because we're doing our best to give pertinent information.
I know Melrose. Went to 3rd grade with him. He was a jerk.
If you're under evacuation,
problem was that
just get out.
He was still in the 3rd grade when you were in the 5th grade.
People are going to get a chance to see what exactly these structures are that have burned. And, it's been one devastating scene, one after the other.
It certainly has.
And, the other chick. They had an old panel up there, like 3 chicks and that dude.
Just imagine.
And they had the dude up there for
as we understand is the case, and that's
we got another one
even worse.
Or that's not the one
for our correspondents there. Okay, well, we're going to let Tom catch his breath in the meantime and go back out to KCAL News reporter Lori Paris. She continues our live team coverage, and you are in Malibu now off PCH, right, Lori?
That is correct. And, Tom really needs that mask because it is incredibly windy and incredibly smoky out here. And just to echo what he was saying about how surreal this situation is, I mean, it's really almost hard to believe our eyes. Behind me this afternoon, just after 4:30, we were looking here at homes and a neighborhood and buildings, a condo building and several homes. Now they're almost all gone. They have all burned.
All gone.
And this neighborhood just south of Getty Villa, there are more houses that have burned than have not, which is so sad to say because, we were here this afternoon and we could see how many firefighters were here, how many fire engines, and we were hopeful that they would be able to stop the flames from spreading, but clearly they have not been able to do that. Of course, they have so much on their hands tonight, not only in this neighborhood, but all over. We've been hearing so much about Pacific Palisades, but there's so much going on here in Malibu as well. And I want to show you some new video that we got just within the last half hour. We went north of here, north of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, in between Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Tuna Canyon Boulevard. And there are several houses on fire there, at least 4 houses that we could see were burning, along with so many of the businesses in that area that are just all the way to the studs now, just gone, including, for people who've been up in this area, the Oasis Center, that's a place where they sell like furniture and plants, etc. Very famous, iconic place. Also the Rosenthal wine bar and restaurant is also gone. The 7-Eleven that's right there. There's nothing that remains of it. I mean, it's really, Tom used the word just insane earlier. And it really is like that. It's just so hard to grasp what we were seeing because we'd driven by these homes and these businesses so many times, even today, and then to come back a few hours later and it's gone. I don't know how to describe to people how that feels. It's hard to believe your eyes and what your mind is telling you, but sadly, it is so true. So many people tonight, of course, homeowners
these people are.
Hopefully have evacuated and are safe, but they are no doubt watching this coverage and hoping that their home is not among those that have already caught on fire. But, this has already been a very long night, and it looks like it will continue to be so with the kinds of conditions that we are seeing here in Malibu. Guys, back to you.
All righty, Lori, thank you. And speaking of evacuations for the Palisades fire, those have been now expanded.
KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Now, Mike, you're going to show us the areas that are now included.
Yeah, and we're talking about the Palisades fire.
This guy's good.
I'm just listening to some radio traffic. There's a couple of additional things going on in the Palisades. I'm listening to them talk about another kind of situation that we saw in Pasadena where you have a home that may need to be evacuated with 40 patients in it. So they're trying to coordinate an emergency ambulance transport to do that situation. We saw what happened over in Pasadena, Altadena, the Eaton fire, where unfortunately they ended up in a parking lot of a 7-Eleven in wheelchairs and hospital beds. So they're trying obviously to avoid that in the Palisades fire. So I'm listening to them coordinate that. Additionally, it sounds like somebody has some burn injuries near Duke's Malibu that they're trying to get that person out as well. So I wanted to give you those 2 updates. I also want to show you these evacuations here because we have now included the city of Santa Monica.
Santa Monica's gone.
There are both mandatory and voluntary evacuations in the city of Santa Monica. Then I'll show you this on the map here. This is San Vicente Boulevard. The voluntary evacuations basically
Santa Monica, I don't know anything about it. I know
Street, to the north, San Vicente to the west.
Anybody been to Santa Monica? To the south, oh, wait a second. This is where Sheryl Crow's
right
from.
There. So that stretch of Santa Monica, the city of Santa Monica, is under a voluntary evacuation. And then to the north of it, this very small stretch of the city of Santa Monica has that red.
Remember, guys, this is 0%.
And again, the Riviera Country Club, which we told you about, has been under evacuation
0%
for a long time. The other very concerning thing is for people to the north of the fire, because look, now we have the mandatory evacuations and voluntary evacuations up into Calabasas. We were really surprised to see this, to be honest with you. This is the 101 freeway. So now we have all of this area under a voluntary evacuation, and then you've got even portions of it up here in the Topanga area in the canyon. This is Topanga Canyon Highway, which has been closed all day, but now this is also under a mandatory stretch of evacuations. And once again, as we've been talking about, now even Pepperdine is once again in an evacuation area. All these poor people that just were dealing with this with the Franklin fire, now under an evacuation warning here as well. I want to show you a camera here from our traffic cameras. This is from the 405 freeway, and that is the fire. You can see from the 405 freeway. We've been able to see this fire from LAX. We've been able to see this fire from Mount Wilson. We've been able to see this fire from really incredible distances, and it just really shows you the magnitude. And as you're looking at those live pictures in the box there on the bottom of your screen, I want to point out that that is actually in Altadena. That is the Pasadena fire, the Eaton fire that we've been talking about as well. We're going to get more of an update on, but that has burned 400 acres, you guys.
You know what, Mike? Let me ask you a question. You said it's
that
fire that you were talking about. Well, the evacuation
in
the Palisades area. When it's possibly is it a hospital or senior?
It sounds like potentially like a senior,
like something
that they said. The reason they're thinking ahead, and to be clear, it's not in immediate danger at this moment, but they know
your belly.
You must know,
you need tacos, dude. You need tacos.
A large undertaking to evacuate.
What happened to the Kardashians?
When you have to evacuate homes like this, you have to do it with ambulances. This isn't just get in your car and leave. So the undertaking of getting that many ambulances together,
not
being
yet,
able to coordinate
that.
But
you know what?
Down there in the
non-harmful way
to the people that are already in kind of sensitive medical issues,
melted,
is something that they're trying to start thinking about. And
yeah, see, it was in Baker.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's talking some of the radio traffic.
He does he has that foreign language
because that's preemptory.
You ever watch those streams?
Yeah.
Before
you ever see him do that? Like he walks into a castle, like speaking in like yodeling.
Yeah, especially if they've got a little bit of the time right now, then that's the best situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's weird that language he has.
Well, the winds are expected to get even stronger within the hour.
And that's so hard to imagine
There
what
you
can
go.
happen from here. But KCAL meteorologist Danny
I like to see
has
her
been tracking where it's at and where it will be the worst.
Yodels has me thinking she's an AI.
Just hours away from seeing the strongest winds, what's expected to be the strongest winds. And I know this is such a difficult night for so many families and communities here in Southern California. So we're going to try to keep you updated with what's happening right now and what's happening next. Here's a look at the winds. And yes, they are stronger. Look at what we're dealing with in Burbank. Gusts nearing 70 up to 71 miles per hour right now. Tonight, we've already seen gusts close to 90 miles per hour in some areas, and we still have a few hours for those to strengthen. So the strongest winds right now, it's going to be through western LA County, inching into Ventura County, Simi Valley. Gusts are up to 60 miles per hour. That's the case in Santa Clarita and in Malibu. These are incredibly strong and erratic winds that we are dealing with. These Santa Ana winds that are
they just have her showing the weather now all the time. They're not doing this stuff. They have
this fire.
Three more things.
Also, what makes this so unusual is that we don't normally see this strong of winds this widespread. I mean, a lot of these areas that typically sit out the Santa Ana winds, areas like Pasadena, gusts up to 55 miles per hour right now. We've got very strong winds through Claremont, Chino, into Santa Ana. So let's talk about the current conditions where we're seeing some of these concerns. So you can see strongest winds right now, Burbank along the 101, pushing your way into San Fernando right now. And then I also want to take a look at the Eaton fire and the current conditions that we're seeing in the San Gabriel Valley. Temperatures in the upper 50s, right there where the fires
can create their own winds
close
from the
to
fire
60 miles per hour right now. So we are dealing with extreme behavior with this fire in terms of what's happening next.
You're a surfer?
And it's also very, very dry out there. Our dew
surf?
point is in the teens right now. So
Is
it's
that
that
true?
nasty combination
awesome.
of the gusty
I always
winds and
wanted to
also the
surf. I had
really
a
dry
surfboard for a little
conditions.
bit, found it
So
in the
this
trash.
graphic that I'm going to show you, this is a look at our future cast. This is going to be able to show you hour by hour when we see the strongest winds tonight and when we finally move out of here. I'm going to take a step out of the way. I want to zoom you in to some key spots, the focus areas. So this is a look at 10 o'clock, and you can see these winds widespread. The only area really you can see is parts of LA County, eastern LA County, that's not included in this. Now let me zoom you in. This is overnight, around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and look at those purples. That's what I'm focused on right now. This is where we see 50 to 60 plus mile per hour.
Little known fact: Alaska has the most earthquakes annually, and as of
And look
December
at this, a lot
28th,
of our
there were
foothill communities. So I'm
422
looking
fires
at
in
Fillmore,
Alaska.
I'm looking at Simi Valley for gusts between 50 to 60
300
miles per hour, potentially more than that. Remember, we could see gusts up to 80 miles per hour. San Fernando, and you're going to see that over towards the San Gabriel Valley into the Inland Empire. Coming up, we're going to walk you through the timing of the rest of the winds in your next weather. Pat, Juan.
All right, thanks so much for that update, Danny. And we've been telling our viewers that late tonight, another fast-moving fire exploded. This time it was in Altadena's Eaton Canyon.
Evacuations are underway, and people in Pasadena have been warned they may need to evacuate as well. Our Nicole Comstock live now for
Pasadena is now evacuating. Oh my gosh! So Santa Monica and now Pasadena, they're saying they may need to evacuate. That means they're yellow. That means go ahead and leave.
Right now they're actually loading people up.
All right, here you go. Here's the seniors.
SWAT vehicle. I've heard them saying they're taking some of them to the Pasadena Convention Center, so it sounds like that's probably one of these
people need medication.
They're looking at setting up tonight to get all of these evacuees who've had to flee this fire, and you can see all of the smoke and going down the street in these crazy winds. It is really intensified out
here
in just probably the past.
Hey, wait a second. Do you know what that looks like? Can you just guess, or did you hear like in the background?
A little bit.
You're like, man, I know that sound.
Half a mile. Actually, look, there's flames in front of this apartment building across the street here. It looks like an apartment building to me on Altadena Drive and Washington Boulevard. We're about half a mile or a little bit more away from Eaton Canyon, just south of that area on Altadena Drive. And you can see that it's spotting half a mile, 3/4 of a mile away.
Oh, it's across the street.
You know, catching
holy cow, they're loading
senior
citizens up, and there's the fire across the
I
street.
think this is technically Pasadena, but we're on Altadena Drive in an area where there's like a McDonald's across the street, the 7-Eleven parking lot.
Holy cow.
At least 95 people from just one of two senior centers that needed to be evacuated tonight were
one guy had
just kind of
ATF
sitting around waiting for
uniform on. I didn't see that. I did not see that. That's good eye.
Trying to keep them covered with blankets as best as they could until they could get them to a safer location. I believe those two centers were the Terraces at Park Marino, and then Pasadena Village Senior Center. We're also hearing that maybe some of these people are being taken to some location.
Why do I feel like this is going to be another Superdome moment?
A short time ago,
what's it called in New Orleans? The Superdome?
So I don't know if you guys can hear me because it is so windy out here. I'm going to try to move away.
Well, if you put your lips a little bit closer to the mic,
area with a little more cover around me so you can hear. But we heard from a woman a short time ago who was out here looking for her sister in this parking lot. She was still being wheeled across the street as we came up here. I spoke with another man who said he saw the fire on TV and knew that he had a friend who lived nearby in an apartment. He said he took a crowbar and bashed out her window to get her out because she didn't know at the time that there was a fire so close to her. So those are the kinds of things that people are experiencing tonight,
like,
just trying to get their loved ones to safety. We spoke with another woman who said she saw these poor people, these seniors in the parking lot out here, and she brought a whole bunch of blankets so she could help cover them up and make this a little less terrible for them tonight. But the Eaton Canyon area is like a 190-acre nature preserve right at the base of the San Gabriel Mountains. So there's lots of hiking trails up here.
That's a good question.
Lots and lots of homes
are you familiar with the electric
that had to be evacuated tonight? It's unclear at this point because I haven't actually gone out there in the areas with homes if we have lost any of them or if there is fire damage, but we know that the fire is burning very close to some of them up farther north on Altadena Drive. Also, lots of wild animals in the area, so I'm sure they're trying to figure out where to go in the hills tonight. And we also
I'm sure the wild animals are like, oh, where do I go? My home is burned.
In a mandatory evacuation area with horses, trying to get them into trailers.
Oh my God!
Running down the street with them.
Oh my eyeballs.
So this is just a crazy fire spread with these winds out here tonight. The fire started at about 6:15 with 10 acres, but this wind is like a blowtorch out here, and the fire has exploded in size in the past couple of hours to, they're saying 400 acres in size, but I'm sure it's larger than that at this point.
Holy cow.
The Pasadena Police Department has been helping out Altadena residents doing evacuations themselves. And we know that, Pasadena is working on setting up that mass evacuation shelter for people But even earlier in the day, I think it was Trinity Lutheran Church on Walnut that opened their doors just to let people in because just in case they were worried about the wind. So what we have seen out here tonight in the middle of this chaos for all the poor people who had to be evacuated is so many people from Pasadena and Altadena working together to get everyone to safety, come up with a plan.
Okay, I was
at
getting
the
ready
last
to
minute
eat
and do
another
what they
pixie
can
stick,
to
and I
help
realized my stomach's
people in
kind
their
of
community
hurting.
here. So it's
So I'm
a
not gonna do
huge
that.
effort in a natural disaster like this. And you can see how many people are working together out here tonight. They have clipboards, they're writing down plans as we speak, and family members coming out here trying to locate their loved ones. So it's been
But
very
you know what I'm talking
chaotic
about,
out
right?
here,
Like,
and
they have big
we're
fire
hearing
trucks
as
that
these
are
people continue to be loaded up and taken to shelter tonight, that these winds are only going to intensify as we get
Vegas
into
rig.
the 10
The whole
o'clock
story about
hour
what
and
they
then
got to
overnight.
do with
So
those things. They got buried
it's
them and all that.
unclear
Man, it's
how
horrible.
much of Eaton Canyon has burned at this point.
That being
There's
said,
a
I'd
lot
love
of
to have me a Tesla.
dry vegetation up there, very steep hillside, so it's kind of set up for a worst case scenario here. But we know we have a
The
lot of
family got
firefighters
evacuated.
working on the ground
People
to do
can't come
whatever
in
they
here.
can.
Think about
There's a
that.
lot of people in this community who
You're not
came out to help
going to
these
get your
people
loved
tonight.
ones.
You know what? In spite of everything, that's one thing
If you go surfing,
Southern
you'll get
California
arrested.
is noted for: the triumph of the human spirit. To see people coming to help their neighbors, people who may not even personally know someone, but just knowing that they may be able to assist someone in need, like bring a blanket, something to keep them warm, food to eat. And you know something? I want to ask you a couple things, Nicole. Do we know where people are going that have been evacuated? And I haven't heard about the Red Cross yet. And
this gets down to La Brea tar pit.
But
that's
we're glad that people
oil.
are helping one another. And of course, we
It's
have
just
enough
gonna
of
all, like,
our
I
many
gotta
of
stop
our
burning.
firefighting efforts are continuing, and of course, corresponding with law enforcement. Do we know if Red Cross is
Getty, what's up?
assisting in any way right now, or where those people are being moved to?
I'm sure the Red Cross is en route if they're not already somewhere in Pasadena or Altadena. But I'm sure they're also stretched thin with the other fire we have burning in the Los Angeles area at this time. But we did hear when they were loading up some of these
Lady Tammy, this is my second stream tonight.
Minutes ago, I heard
Lady Tammy,
someone
there's
with the fire department saying
another fire started in Eaton
which I'm assuming
Canyon.
the Pasadena Convention Center, which would be
they're now
down on Green Street,
spread
not
out
too far away
to
from here in Pasadena,
Santa Monica,
maybe a mile or so down the
and
road. That's
what's the other
a
place
huge space.
they're evacuating?
So they would have a lot of room there to, if they did work with the Red Cross to establish, cots and blankets and all the supplies that they need to take
headed
care
towards
of
Los
people.
Angeles.
But
The
I
whole
also
thing's
heard
gonna
another
burn.
firefighter saying they were
This is
moving
the
other
worst
people to Highland Park, and I don't know
thing we've
where
ever
that
seen in our
location
life.
would be, but I'm sure city officials
Natural
are all,
disaster. This is
trying to come up with
unbelievable.
these plans at the last minute and doing the best they can to find the best spaces with the most room to be able to shelter them, because you can't really plan for something like this. You got 95 people in one of these
that's
two
a good
senior
point.
centers. I don't know how many in the other. That's a lot of people when you're having to come out here at the last minute and literally wheel them across the street in their beds.
I'm just trying to preserve precious metals and cash.
Have blankets on, trying to get them away from the flames that are burning maybe a half a mile away from their homes. And it seems like we're a distance away, but we could see flames moving.
I don't think he's gonna enjoy his weekend.
Here in the hillside, and then like I mentioned, there was a spot fire right across the street by some apartments. So this fire's just spotting a lot pretty far away. So it's unpredictable what kind of
her eyes, man, they start
some damage as
has
these
kind
winds
of that look of
overnight.
fear in her eyes.
I can imagine too, public transit. They are trying to coordinate efforts probably to move people, if need be. Of course, that's another, opportunity to get people together and get people away. Just wondering, and maybe we could get some more information. Well, we will get more information on this. Like if you're watching us, you might want to know, well, how do I get in touch with my loved one if they're not answering their phone, especially in this kind of situation? Who do I call? Are city services set up? Is there a line at City Hall? If you call right now, they have a recording telling you where to go to find people, or a number for assistance.
And people are being moved around too, Pat. So you don't know if your loved one is being put at this evacuation center or at this church or at this community center. So a lot to ask and a lot to worry about over the next few hours.
So there's a lot of coordination that is going to go.
All right. So we're waiting on the update from them. I'm going to go back and see if we find any more.
As you mentioned, Nicole, this is not necessarily a super coordinated effort because it happens so quickly. So you do the best that you can.
Yeah.
And right now,
It happens so quickly. That's what's so scary, man.
Imperative is to get those people to safety, get them away.
Mm-hmm. And the great thing is we saw this unfold.
It's really incredible, though, to see.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to cut you off.
I mean, this is, it's only 9:30 out there. This is so crazy.
Together, the firefighters, the police, getting the SWAT vehicle out here. They used a Pasadena transit bus to load people up. Sorry, I'm just noticing right now there's some more brush on fire over here. Right at the 7-Eleven where they were
I saw that
up just a couple of minutes ago.
Remember,
so
I just said it.
Spotting again. But it's incredible how many people.
Shizzy, what's going on, man?
I'm not sure if that is a car. I think it's just brush. But there are cars
doing this
over
since
there.
4 o'clock this afternoon.
Was asking me a question out here.
This is a crazy
there were people from the community coming to help out here, and people trying to find their family members. And I don't really know where to tell them to go because it sounds like people are going to different locations. I did see the Angeles National Forest said they are working with the city of Pasadena to establish a mass evacuation shelter, and as soon as they have the official details on that, they said the Angeles National Forest said that the city of Pasadena should be posting that information online. So I guess, look for Pasadena city updates on that. But I did hear again, the Pasadena Convention Center might be one of those locations.
And we should remind you as well to call your school district, or I'm sure they probably have a reporting about what schools are open, which schools are closed. I believe I saw something come across the wire that the Pasadena School District will not be having classes tomorrow. So if
they're not going to have classes tomorrow. Well, that's funny because their school's burned down.
Go online if you can.
Their school's burned down, man. Because they're not having classes tomorrow. Shut up and put the blonde back on.
A couple of days or so before we get the word whether or not school is back in session. Definitely not tomorrow, at least for Pasadena. And as Pat was saying, check with perhaps LAUSD or
look, I'm going to share this right now. Boom. You guys see this?
Here, and we just keep on driving, and there's more and more destruction.
Look at this.
Everywhere you look. I've spent some time covering stories out here.
That's right, they are.
So many of these families, we got to be careful. Power line here, but
guys, this is
so many of these families have lived here for decades.
Anybody knows that? I mean, I can't think of anything that's been worse than what's happening right now.
As far as you drive
out here in California, the maps are unbelievable.
Homes, businesses that have burned.
Look at this. This is Malibu. It was Malibu. It's Pasadena
and Canyon down. And as you're driving down the canyon, there was fire.
Oh, and by the way, all the cell towers are
went into Santa Monica for a moment.
Away.
We came out here on Pacific Coast Highway, and we've been seeing.
Okay, we're obviously having some cell phone connectivity issues there with Alex as he makes that drive down PCH. But the pictures, those live pictures, are very telling as to, again, just another portion of this area again under fire.
We know that the evacuation orders have extended into Santa Monica. Alex, are you back with us right now?
I am back with you right now.
Holy
yes, if you can hear me, I can hear you.
Oh,
Give us an idea of exactly where you are. We know you're headed towards the Malibu area from the Palisades. On PCH?
Guys, hey, D-Rich just sent me something I wanted to show it to you.
Colleen, and we are headed
How you doing? Welcome to the show. I'm a little tired. I'm a little, my voice is kind of shot.
The flames continue.
I've been doing this since 4 o'clock because
to give you more of an exact
this morning. They tried to say, it's fireworks.
We are on PCH,
Air Force One
and
jet
we
fighter
are
is out there right now.
Quickly approaching Tuna Canyon Road.
Like monuments. Make some monuments on like...
You can see the
I don't know, casino or something. Anyway, so Air Force One's there, so none of the news crews have been able to get their Secret Service won't let the helicopters fly.
A number of homes,
and everybody's grounded.
businesses.
There's no
too.
drone coverage or anything. And this is just, I have seen a satellite
We've
thing.
been talking about this fire in the
3,000
Palisades,
acres is what we're up to
most
right
of the
now.
day.
0% contained.
3,000 acres at this point. But again, late this
They
evening,
don't know
right
how
around
it's going to
6:30,
stop.
7 o'clock,
I mean, there's no
another
plan
fire
to it.
broke
The
out. This
plan
is
was
in the
originally to pull back to a 405, and you can
Eaton
just
Canyon
throw that. All
area.
the Palisades
That one
area
has
is just
exploded to over
lost.
400 acres at this
And the
point.
405s where they're going to make their stand.
We
then
have,
behind
had
them,
Macy
if you look at the
Jenkins
map,
out in that particular
it's on the
area
other side
for
of
us all
405
evening
is
long. We saw her as a wellness center was being evacuated with a number of patients,
Eaton
and I believe,
Canyon,
Macy, you estimated anywhere
and it
from
caught fire.
40 to 45 patients.
200 acres.
Now you are just, are you north of that facility
That was
here
an hour
now?
or two ago.
We're about a
Yes,
block and a
thank you,
half
T-Rex.
north
I
of that
just
facility.
saw
The
this.
fire
I'm gonna
moving
try to pull it
from
up,
north
okay?
to south. Now, Michael, if you'll take a look across the street,
Hang on.
there is a tree, a large tree that has caught fire. To the north of that is a house where firefighters said, okay, we've got to go. We cannot save that. We've got to go a
Yeah,
little
the fire
bit south.
departments have
They
pulled
made
back.
their way down just next door, and that is where you see this tree fully engulfed in flames. The embers now flying in the wind.
Man.
You can see over by the street sign there is a no outlet sign that's barely visible, and that has been banging up against that looks like a small retaining wall. The bush across the street completely on fire. Firefighters were parked there just moments ago.
Now it's at
They've now gone
400
across
acres.
the street to park, and they've got their hose that they're trying to get this fire out with. Now, moments ago, there was a gentleman that just asked my photographer and myself, how do I get out of here?
Look at
and
this.
that is
There's
because
one person
it
with
is
a hose, too.
impossible to see which way is north, which way is south, because you can't see the street signs in front of you. You're going to have to go very slowly. But that is the very latest here on Altadena.
I would follow those trucks. Is what I would do. I would quit talking right now and follow the trucks. What are they doing with that fire hose? There's not a time. Hey, food fairy.
Get more information on this.
What's going on
fire,
with
but
that?
again,
That doesn't
we're
seem
covering two
very
fires right
effective.
now. Rob Kovacic is in the Palisades. Robert, give us your location, and we can see what's happening.
Valhalla means the people that are talking on screen in Palisades. Not everybody here. Y'all stay here that are in the chat.
Sunset
Hit that
Boulevard.
thumbs up.
David is showing you one house on fire. It's completely gone.
Look at that.
You can see just how strong
This is
the
complete
wind
pandemonium.
is.
Oh, look,
and
they
how
still have a
it's
street
pushing
light.
these
They cut
flames,
the power
now
off
pushing
to,
them
this area.
right up into
What's he
other
doing? I mean, what is
homes
the
that are
fireman
right here
doing?
on Sunset.
There's no other fireman
you can
there.
see a single
I feel
firefighter
like
there
this is.
just desperately
I've not seen
trying
any of
to
this
put out
footage.
the
This is
fire
all
with the
live.
palm
It's all
tree, but
new
look,
right now.
to no use.
Oh, look at this.
It is
Look at
that
this.
bad. It is that
Okay,
intense.
I have a
What
question.
we have been warned
Without
will happen
doxing
in these
yourself, can you take a
in these
picture
evening
and
hours
get a
and
picture of
into
that
the
glow?
overnight hours is happening.
And then could you, if
But the
you can,
flames you
I have
see
another
right
question.
there, that house right there is gone, and you see that how the wind is pushing those flames. So we have other homes here along
Yes,
Sunset that
I
are
saw
in
the Eaton
complete
fire
danger.
first.
That there
It's
is
like
nothing
naming an
these
asteroid,
firefighters
especially
can
the
do.
expert file.
You see that
Fire,
you see the
fire.
trucks have arrived here.
That's awesome.
But again,
I
this
love
is
it.
a firefight where the wind is winning the battle.
It is
There
like a blast furnace.
there
Thank
is
you.
embers
Maybe
that
that's
are
the
flying
noise. I
everywhere
kept
up
saying,
the
like,
street.
listen to
So
the
we are
wind. Listen
pushing
to
now
how it's like the fire is burning.
on
It is.
Sunset towards David. Remember what that street was called?
Okay, guys, I'm going to try to pull up this
Fisk.
T-Rex
So this
to me.
is Sunset
This
and
is
Fisk.
unbelievable.
Other side of the street, it looks like a home completely gone there. But this is like a hurricane in the middle of a brush fire.
That guy looks
You've
horrible.
got
Look at him.
people
He's
right
been
there.
sweating.
Is that a homeowner that's trying to leave?
Go up and talk to him. No,
Is
it's
this your
Domino's.
house? Which is your house?
Yeah, this is our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
Oh my gosh. So what happened? Is there anything
You don't
we
have
can
a
do to
car?
help you, sir?
Oh, you guys,
you can take these paintings, I guess. I can't ride with these.
Listen, I'll take them for you. I work at NBC.
Thank you.
I'll make sure you get them. What's your
Okay,
name?
My name's Francois Aru.
Oh, I don't know who the hell you are, Francois.
Do you want to give that number out? But we've got these from you. You come and find them for me at NBC. But again, so here
Is
you
this
see.
a setup? Did this guy just get a Emmy
Someone
or a
leaving. He just
Pulitzer or
told me this
whatever?
gentleman
Hey, there's
that his
your
home is on
palm
fire.
trees.
His backyard's on fire.
Roseman?
David's going to go right up here and show us right here at this intersection. Another home completely gone. So
Why did the guy
this
grab
is
Amy?
by far the worst that it has been all day. So mark this hour. Colleen, Kathy, I will tell you, it is not, we have not experienced winds like this. We have not experienced this intensity, and we have not experienced
that was really cool.
A situation where we just have one house after another that is completely on fire. Look at that firefighter there by himself, trying to do what he can to try and put out this fire. But listen, it's like putting a water pick on something like this. There's nothing you can do. The winds are just that bad. So as we watch the embers fly here along these homes, as we stand on Sunset, we were pushing towards the beach, trying to get to the beach, but it was
that is the most crazy thing I've ever seen. This terrifies me.
Way there.
What do you do? I mean, you
Sunset near Fisk.
It was weird. The other day, the Gatlinburg fires popped up in my feed. Gatlinburg, if you guys don't know about
all right,
Dolly
Robert
Parton, like
if they're live for us on Sunset and Fisk, we would suggest you pack your crew up and get out of what we consider a danger zone at this point. Colleen, he says this is the worst the wind has been all day.
That seemed.
Oh yeah, by the way, they're calling this a wind
all day. We're going to get the official
wind event
announcement about that.
No, I call it a
David, what are the gusts out
like
there right now?
Yeah, we're seeing some very intense gusts up in the mountains. We're still seeing gusts up above 70 miles an hour, almost 80 miles an hour. So depending on where Robert is, we're potentially seeing anywhere between 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. One of the things you're.
All right. No, oh wait, hold on. I still hear him. I hate when he does that. I wish StreamYard muted when you stop screen. Now, what I'm going to show you is this is from T-Rex, and this came. That's not it. Why can't I show it? No. Is it here? No, it's down there. Oh, there it is. There it is. Sorry. Okay, no, this is a guy flying into LA. Oh, you can't do the full screen. There we go. Why won't it do that? No, stop it. Well, hang on. Crap. We'll go back to the... I need the link, T-Rex. I don't need the video. Geez. All right, let's go back to this. Oh, that's the weather guy.
40 mile per hour range.
Let's
so
go
we're likely going to see those winds pick up as well. Back over near the Palisades fire. This is what we were talking about with Robert. Look at Topanga Beach. Wind gusts.
This is the one. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a huge undertaking to try to move people like that if you have to.
Well, the good news is earlier today, Gavin Newsom spoke at a news conference, Pat. He did say that he's already been able to ask for federal resources to help pay for the firefight because this is going to be expensive, a big drain to California. At least
there you go. Now you're on your shit. What's happening, man?
What's up, brother?
Apparently,
Jeez, this is insane.
4:30.
Agreeing to it.
That's right.
Yeah, dude.
As you said,
it's absolutely insane. It's
we expect the mayor to be back in the city tomorrow.
So this is
very much
5,000. What did we say? 3,000 acres. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to show. That's another thing I can show.
That's insane.
Yeah, dude, this is the most crazy thing in the world. And share this screen. So you see that? This is the state of California's thing on fires. Palisade fire, which is the big one, started. It's at 2,921 acres. Now that hasn't been updated in hours. But the Eaton fire, they just updated that to 400 acres. It was 200 acres a couple of hours ago. Look over here. This is Valhalla is shocked about it. He's over here in the chat. Containment 0% on both of these. I mean, it's just this is absolutely insane. Where's the hold on? I may have. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, they're going to be. They probably have choppers flying in there. Guys working the fire lines. They
pulled everybody out. The fire's so big they pulled everybody out. They're redoing lanes right now. It's a human rescue. They had an entire nursing home in a 7-Eleven parking lot trying to evacuate them. And look, oh, that's the wrong one.
Dude, that's insane.
This is. Oh, look, hold on. Here's our weather girl. Here we go. This is back on KCLA.
National Weather Service put
She's
down
the
a more widespread air quality alert.
People think she's artificial intelligence.
That's going to increase air pollution
Her
tonight.
intelligence may be artificial, but
tomorrow. I know that's not a big surprise.
No, she's definitely artificial, but not intelligent.
Well, she's an LA girl, right?
And also the Santa Monica Mountains. That's where the smoke is going to be the thickest, and where we're going to see those impacts.
Yeah, it's crazy,
air
man.
quality. Now, I want to get back to our future cast. Let me get you through this.
I mean, look at her bushes on fire.
Strongest wind.
It is. It is.
I think that's going to be
look at that.
Hope for a lot of us.
It's just like, let me get out of here.
She's been standing in front of a blue screen. I said, I want to see what she looks like walking.
It's going to be really stretching from Simi Valley all the way over to Claremont.
I'm wondering which fire I can see in the distance. Oh yeah, so
waves, these breaking mountain waves. The San Gabriel
she
could get
lives in LA, and she's like what earlier on, but she's like 2.5 hours away from where she is. And then all of a sudden, she just said, "Oh my gosh, I can see an orange glow from my upstairs window."
Yeah, that's probably Palisades.
This is a look at 11 o'clock.
And we'll see it. You have, let's see, go back to
communities up through the mountains. You can still see those gusty winds through the Pacific Palisades over into Santa Clarita and Simi Valley. Gusts ranging between 30 to 40 miles
zoom
per
in
hour.
again.
Here's the good news. By Wednesday,
Yeah, it's the good news. There's nothing contained.
Now we're not
Malibu's there.
still going to be looking at red
what else was it? Pasadena.
And that's because
it's crazy, dude.
It's just not going to be as wide.
It's just crazy.
Well, I guess it's one way of getting rid of a few extra homeless people.
Oh yeah, everybody's homeless now.
Friday gets here. This is when things finally quiet down.
All right, let's see here. Let's go back to this map.
And that's what's making things so difficult for our.
Look at this. So those are the two fires. See, like up there's Eaton, Pasadena, the 210. And what they were talking about earlier was down here. They're pulling back. They're pulling everybody out of Palisades, and they're trying to do a perimeter. And the 405 right here they're like, that's our fire line. We've got to get it out before there. Think about that, man. That's far. And then all of a sudden,
the 405 is one of the main thoroughfares that go up through there. You get it crossing over the 405. Yeah, that's bad.
Then this place caught on fire. Eaton. Dude, they got weird names of places. They got Tuna Canyon and Eaton Canyon. And it's like, what?
Eaton Tuna.
It's weird. But
so they've got
they don't have that. Yeah, but they don't show the evacuation maps now on this one.
Well, and
you know what? Watch this. There you go. You do that. There they are.
Okay.
All right,
well, and a lot of those winds are blowing back in towards Pasadena. That's where those winds are blowing. According to the weather map, the winds are blowing in towards Pasadena. So
blowing down here into it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, so that's good. Pasadena is all under like all the red is mandatory evacuation. It is illegal to be there. Let's see, that's their evacuation orders. This color, the red, rudder. Immediate threat to life is this is a lawful order to leave now. The area is lawfully closed to public access, and these are potentially threat to life and property. Those who require additional time to evacuate, do so now. Look at that, man. Pasadena. The little old lady from Pasadena she's getting in her car. She's hauling ass out of there.
This is going to be a bad one.
Oh yeah, dude, this is just it's crazy devastation. Pandemonium everywhere. All that good stuff.
You would think that they would start trimming that stuff out. I mean, that usually that's usually what you used to be able to do, but they changed the laws so you can't get rid of the underbrush.
So several people have said that, and I don't know if that's a problem or not, because this is
it's a problem.
But this isn't out in the middle of nowhere. This is like
it's
in neighborhoods.
It's still in the middle of nowhere. I mean, yeah, they're neighborhoods, but these neighborhoods, you're surrounded by desert, tumbleweeds. You don't have people. It used to be that ranchers would come out and actually pull out the underbrush, burn it, take care of, have burn these things off and do like controlled burns. They don't allow that anymore because of protected animals. They've got protected animals, got to protect these animals
stuff and all this. Yeah.
And so they were stopped, and they would be even fined and charged heavily if they did remove any of this. So they said, okay, well, here's what you get. It is a cleansing though, because this really fertilizes the soil, and
that's what happens. So
it'll help
houses, man. I mean, think about that. Like we've got
rebuild houses.
Yeah, but like what's his name? Dan Davis comes in the chat. He's been without power since Hurricane Milton. It's 115 days.
Right, Pat, were you speaking to me? Sorry, I apologize.
And it's below
How are they
zero.
going to build houses? Hey, let me ask you. You're always doing stuff for your wife, gal. If you don't know, Shizzy's like a husband Casanova, where Casanova went around the world and romanced women. Shizzy takes his wife around the world and romances her. So he's as a carpenter too. He's got a little bit of the Jesus thing, and so he builds decks and she sheds and wobbling sitting benches. It's a crazy thing he does. I'm glad that it doesn't impress my wife. So
it's good that I don't impress your wife.
I got a big chainsaw, but you can't do. You know, I told her I was going to chainsaw up the Christmas tree and then put it in the fireplace. And she got very upset about that. And I was like, why?
Why?
Burn the tree. She wants to put it
sort of respite from the wind
out back. Don't ask. It's I love her to death. But the reason why I'm saying all that is because any type of thing, there's not going to be any wood for a couple of years, man.
Oh yeah, there will.
It's going to be hard to go. You know how expensive that's going to be?
Oh, of course it's going to be expensive, but there's plenty of wood. Sucks if you live there, though. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you got to build all those houses. It's gonna. What was that a few years ago when lumber shot up so high?
Oh, that was because everybody was building at the same time, and they shut down the logging. That was Biden that shut down logging.
No, this was before. Yeah, it's a long time.
Well, I know no, it was during that time that they shut things down. They told them that they couldn't cut any more trees down in certain areas, and they were just like, all right.
Well, I remember my mother-in-law wanted her deck, wanted a new deck. Like her deck was like, 100 years old, and wanted a new one and build a sunroom on it. And all of a sudden, like when she got the plans for it, lumber like tripled in price. It's like plastic. I was going to put it in a outside fire.
Let me see. I'm going to look and see, because I might be wrong during that. It was.
It's not just wood.
During the first year. Sorry, I take that back. It was during the first year.
Of what? Biden?
No, during Trump. It was the first year. It was the first. It was the first year of the pandemic. What had happened? Forest Service senior research forester and project leader Jeffrey Pressman. The researchers we investigate the reason for the problem. It triggered a worker shortage in many sectors, including the forest products industry, which led to limited availability of work products.
On the scale
of they basically shut down all the workers.
That's the same building that
man, you gotta
in the first year.
That's the thing. Like he's old Puddle Town, tell you, man. I used to live out in Washington State, and man, I didn't know what lumber was until you go out there. And man, it's not. Trees are not. They're not like, oh, we gotta hug the tree and do all this stuff. No, man, they have tree farms, literally. Those things are crops,
Yeah.
Like every Warehouser's the one that owns everything out there. For every tree they cut down, they plant 3.
Oh, what's his name? Played for the was it Allman Brothers or
what's up?
Skinner.
Special needs, or they could have
the town of Livingston does a community bonfire in January to burn Christmas trees. They do free skating, family activities, and make a big community day. That's awesome.
It sounds very
unclear how long this area has not had power.
Like burning.
So
Well, no, there's an old way of doing that. You get your Christmas tree, let it dry completely out, and then light that thing up. Like
it goes like a Roman candle, man.
It's beautiful. I've got a video around somewhere.
But you know, just looking behind
it's scary.
Building,
I'll tell you what.
Orange glow behind the building as well.
That's that noise, man. That's when I can't get that noise out of my head. And when you hear it, man, you cringe a little bit.
It's such a monster fire, and so many people.
How many times have you had the fire department called to your house? How many times should you have had the fire department called to your house? I don't like those numbers over here. Oh, I found out that everybody have these fireproof goggles. All these reporters and everything. Thinking, man, I might need some of those. I want a fireman's jacket though. We're all wearing these snazzy yellow jackets. Oh, hey, this is one. I'm so glad I just saw this. I wanted to show you guys. This is a live. I don't even know who's doing this. There is. I don't think there's any sound. Look at this. This is a raw feed. You hear that?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Now I want to go back to this guy real quick. This is our computer guy. This is our computer nerd we've been watching over here. This guy.
Actually, I believe we have. Jump
yeah, there you go.
And we'll show you here the red. The areas in red.
I have it right.
Your audio went all a little wonky as soon as you turned it on.
Yellow. These were the voluntary evacuations here.
I mean, your audio, your voice.
In the city of Sierra Madre, but just as soon as I started to hear that they were concerned the fire was beginning to move east,
messed up.
That's when these turned from yellow to red. So now you've got these Sierra Madre areas that are
the monsters. How you
mandatory
doing?
evacuations
Busy putting
as the
out
fire continues to move, and even this additional, this LA County one, this Pasadena one, has also turned into a mandatory evacuation zone. Let's show you why. Because here is video, live pictures now of yet another home burning.
That's why I was just showing you guys.
Where the Eaton fire is now consumed. 400 acres is the last update we got. I assume and would presume at this point it is larger than that because they have not been using the fixed-wing aircraft to really do any mapping of either of the two fires that we're talking about, the one in the Palisades or the one in the
high winds, man.
Eaton Canyon area. But this is a
Get
home
those
that is
winds,
clearly
it
on
starts
fire.
messing
And again,
things
this is
all
live
up.
pictures coming from our Lori Fernandez, who is in the area of New York and Altadena. That's where she has been throughout the night, and she has been watching homes burn. And again, I have to reiterate, unfortunately, there is no air support available on either of these fires because
it's going to be a
significant wind
long night for some people
here. So this is something that we are obviously continuing to watch. We're just moving on Nicole Comstock to this area as well. She's was at that parking lot, that 7-Eleven parking lot.
There's all these people, man.
People that needed some
that are in this path.
They got evacuated from a senior living facility that had to get ambulance out of there. So we're listening to that, and I can tell you, that air conditioning looks like on top of the roof that's on fire right there. I'm listening to the radio channel. Verdugo Fire, LA County Fire are just getting structure fire after structure fire after structure fire calls here in this area, and you can see it's home. It is totally on fire. There is no fire officials here, not because they don't want to be, because there is just too many of these things happening for them to keep up with. There are too many people that need help. We've talked about this before, and I'll reiterate it again. Life safety is their number one priority.
They pulled everybody back.
Structure protection, and then getting the fire out. So the fact that homes are burning, that means they are still in that life safety mode where they are trying to make sure that people who need to be evacuated are evacuated. We saw the massive undertaking that they were dealing with in Nicole's situation, where they had to bring in a SWAT
oh yeah, by the way, city at 10 o'clock the wind's supposed to start picking up.
I wanted to point out,
it's going to be over 70 miles an hour wind.
How
I was like, I think 78.
And to that point, in Nicole's video, there was an ATF agent, an alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agent, who was obviously not doing any kind of investigative work here as part of the ATF, but jumped in, had his
that just adds oxygen to the fire.
So it just really goes to show you that our community is willing.
This guy's I hate to believe about this guy, and he's going to show a cool map or something.
Many of our neighbors, many of our people that we know are going to be dealing with
this. Not a good thing.
You know, it's
holy cow. Roseman, stop checking the animal evacuation groups. There's that many that are asking for help right now.
We are watching those winds, and we saw it right there in Lori Fernandez's picture. They have really picked up tonight.
Yeah, and
here's the winds, 71.
She has no hips.
Well, Danny, it looked like the wind was blowing the fire over
so
a
hip.
building.
She's like a snake.
We know that we're still in the thick of this.
We sure are, and the fire is able to do that so easily because these winds, they are so erratic. It
Malibu, Burbank,
these
Pasadena.
Flames
That's where
so quickly,
that's
and
where
that's why these new hotspots
so
can
bad.
start and
Look at
spread
downtown
so
LA,
rapidly.
right there in the
As of
path.
last check, winds
That
haven't
is
changed
messed up.
much. We're still dealing with the really strong winds out there, though, and you can see that through the Santa Clarita Valley into the San Fernando Valley. We're talking
awesome.
gusts
She's
between
been
50
around
to
for a long
70
time.
miles per hour right now. That's the case in Burbank, and boy, it's gusty in Pasadena and Altadena, where we're seeing gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour there. Inland Empire, gusts between 30 to 45 miles per hour, and that's also the case through inland Orange County. I want to talk about the fire danger because this is not just going to be tonight. This will continue into tomorrow, and you can see for a lot of our valleys, our foothill communities, it's heightened. It's critical over the next 24 hours. Santa Clarita included in this, that pink area is indicating that critical fire danger. Santa Paula into Pasadena, the San Gabriel Valley, and then also inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Now, typically this time of the year, we're not really concerned with
in these areas.
I
would be
because we
getting
normally get enough rain to
my
mitigate
stuff
that. We're not
packed up,
concerned with that fire danger.
all the
But
things that are most valuable
rain
to
in
me.
downtown Los Angeles. This is
If-
our
if-
driest
You know what we'd be
start to
doing? We'd be
winter
getting some
since
dog food and some
1964.
water.
So vegetation
Yep.
is so dry
My-
out there,
and,
and that's what's made. Not only is
Yep.
this windstorm
I would be loading up
powerful,
enough
it's
clothes for
incredibly
about a week,
widespread, but
and
that's
some
what makes
soap
fire
for
danger
laundry,
so incredibly critical
stuff
in this
for,
situation.
brushing
It's
your
mainly
teeth.
because things are so dry out
And
there. Here's
my
a look
ass
at those
would be
winds
gone.
going
Like
into early
I would
tomorrow
be out
morning.
of there.
Santa Clarita, a
I'd go
focus,
fill up my
gusts
car
between
with
60
fuel
to
and
70
be
miles
gone.
per hour by 11 o'clock into 1 o'clock in the morning. So the
Dude,
focus, those
that's
pinks and
the,
those
that's the
purples,
key thing,
this
man.
is the
I've got,
focus for the peak winds. It's going to
So
start
I've
at
got
10 o'clock
electric.
tonight
I got
and end
battery
sometime
lawnmower
around 9 o'clock
and all
tomorrow
that
morning.
stuff.
Not the end
And
of
I've
this
got
event, but that's in
gas
terms
in
of
my
these strongest winds. We're going to see gusts in the 50 mile
just
per hour
because of that
range
reason.
in
It's like,
Glendale. You're seeing those strong gusty winds through
I've been
Huntington
in a
Beach,
situation
through
where there was
Ontario,
no
over
gas at
into
the gas
Riverside.
station,
And this
it
is going
was
to continue
terrifying.
into tomorrow.
Very
Coming up, we're going
terrifying.
to take a closer look at when the winds move out of here and when
All
we're
right, so
finally
while
out of
she's
the woods. That's
talking,
coming
all
up
right,
in
we're
your next
done. I don't
weather
need to see
pack.
the windmills. Don't need to see all. Oh, good. The sound went off. Oh wait, hold on. Who's this shit?
Tonight
Real
for
quick.
thousands of people, including right
That's
here in the
Michelle
San Fernando
Smuck, isn't
Valley.
it?
And KCAL News report.
Hey, KCAL news reporter wearing the black. I want to see the if you're not wearing a fire department yellow deal, you don't count. So hang on a second. Oh wait, I did stop cam. That was the wrong button. I want to do this.
There you go.
Then I want to share. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, it's up there. Sorry. So T-Rex, like an hour ago, shared this with me, and this is amazing. You guys see that?
LAX, this is the view from Palisades fire from above. Whoa.
This is wait, hold on, where'd they go?
Yeah.
Is that it? Yeah. These are people. This is flying into LAX, right? Look at that.
Jeez.
So, no, hold on. Here's the thing. See this outer ring on the outside of the fire?
Mm-hmm.
That's where they cut power. All those people are without electricity right now.
Yeah.
So they don't know what's happening. I mean, that's crazy. Think about that. They don't have internet. They don't have, oh, yeah, they're on their phones. Well, guess what? Their phones only have so many hours of feed. And then, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what to even say or think about this. There's so many little nuanced things to think about. Like, and the reason why I'm curious, the reason why I want to think about it is because what would I do in that situation? You know, what happens if that happens here?
Yeah.
But this is them flying in, man.
Oof.
I mean, that's 0% contained. I don't know how they contain that, you know?
I don't know. That's
that's
crazy.
Just put perspective. That's just I don't need to see.
Yeah,
So
this is why I don't like living around in large cities. It's just can't get away. Oh my God.
Yeah, you can't. Let's see here. Hang on. So this here was the first one I saw. Is this on? Thing? Yeah. The Surfer's View. It's a live cam, and all they were doing was playing the fire department radios. And when I started, it was way over here on the right. You see, there's a little bit of glow right there at the bottom. It was so That's all it was. And the rest of the thing was all blue skies, man. It was a beautiful day. And then all the skies got full of smoke. And let's see here. Let me go. Where did it go? I had it paused. If you go back, let's see here. It was.
Yes, Sierra from operations. That is the only fuel tender we have assigned to the incident. We have no others available in Trata and PCH.
What's that? The only fuel tender we have is assigned?
Copy. Yeah, operations Sierra. Be advised, resources in branch 7 at some point will need fuel.
Oh, good. They're out of gas. Food Fairy just asked how they refueling. Wrong. Sorry.
They usually fly these. If they're helicopters, they're flying into the airports.
No, these are trucks.
Yeah, the trucks. Then
that's the trucks that are out of gas.
Yep.
Where did Heidi? I just saw you said Shenny is without
operations
power.
From strike team.
Shenny needs to.
1055.
If she's without power, then she's probably in the path of the flames.
Yeah, that's not.
That's
not good.
1055 from operations. Go ahead. We have regrouped. The entire strike team is at fire station 23 with 2 injured members. Wilmington 800 to fire station 23.
They've all regrouped to the fire station.
Copy.
Yeah, they're trying to come up with new plans of attack on this.
Fire station 23.
What's that glowing at the very top
Extent
of that?
The injury and priority.
The screen right there. That looks almost like it was an explosion.
No, it could be, but that's just the fires that are.
Male.
Yeah.
1 inhalation injury, male.
Just Stacy says fire winds out all over the place. Winds out, power's out from wind
Copy that.
too.
These are
not just,
LA City
fire.
members.
Oh, that's what they're telling you.
Yes.
Like earlier, we could hear
ALS or BLS rescue.
what are those things called? Transformers blowing up.
BLS rescue. We requested
I mean, those
earlier.
are filled with oil anyway, so whenever they get hot enough,
where we were at, so we're all at 23s now. 1055 at 23s.
Oh, hold on. Check
Yeah,
this
copy
out.
that. You should have been getting rescue 92 to your location.
Mandatory evacuations cover much of the area, with nearby Malibu issuing warning as well.
Firefighters began
right
using
there.
air
Look at
tankers
that.
and
They got dual
helicopters to
screens
battle
right
the
there.
flames, but both are grounded
That
tonight
fire.
because of
I mean,
the
those are big
wind. And we
buildings.
want to show you these images that we're showing you right here. This is a live picture from our Santa Monica cam off in the distance. Those are the flames in the hillside in the Palisades. Now, evacuation routes were jammed with some residents abandoning cars and fleeing on foot. Palisades Charter High School has been hit hard. Its baseball field, athletic fields, grounds, they've been destroyed.
So the fire started this morning near Piedra Morada and Monta Hermosa drives. Officials warn that worsening winds overnight could spread the farther even further. Smoke advisories are now in effect. Residents are urged to stay indoors. The fire's cause still not known. We have seen some injuries reported in the last hour.
The mandatory evacuation zone has expanded to the east and north. Here's this wide swath of red that gives you an idea of how big it is. The map from LA City Fire shows the scope of evacuation orders that remain in effect for areas north to Mulholland Road, east to Kenter Road, and south to Pacific Coast Highway. Pacific Coast Highway is closed from
I've been up there to Topanga.
McClure Tunnel to Topanga Canyon, with LAPD managing traffic. Residents are urged to turn off power before leaving, and those near the evacuation zone should prepare a go bag and stay informed through LAFD alerts and, of course, your local
nice
news.
little area.
Now, the Westwood Recreation Center is open as an evacuation and overnight shelter, which accommodates small animals. That's located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Canyon.
Large animals can be taken to the LA Equestrian Center, which is in Burbank.
We have live team coverage tonight.
Here's one for you. Look at this. This is coming from LAX. Now, supposedly, as I heard, was Joe Biden was in LA and Air Force One was parked there overnight. Like it's going to be there tonight. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it?
What do you think Joe's doing right now? You think he's taking a nap?
Yeah. No, he's got to go out there. There's that's where you get the Andro. Was it Andro? No. What's that stuff called? Somebody in chat will tell me in a second.
Endochrome.
Endochrome. Was it? It's not endochrome.
I don't know what the hell it is. I'm half smart. Oh my gosh. My chat was tearing me up tonight.
Yeah, hang on a second here. Hang on a second. Hang on. All right, my stuff coming. So yeah, what's been going on, man? How's your thing?
It was good. Yeah, we were coming up with some marketing ideas tonight.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Some merchandise and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So Diva said that every time she hears my name, it makes her think of belly button lint. It's like, And we're gonna put together like a fanny pack. It says nut sack. We'll have a squirrel on it. The squirrel's mouth will be the zipper.
You should have a squirrel wearing a bicycle helmet.
Yeah, that'll happen too. Squirrel. Yep. I like that one.
So that's what you're doing, some marketing ideas?
Yeah.
It's funny. I was talking to someone the other day. He's like, hey, have you ever thought about it like this and that, like all these t-shirt things? And I was like, I think some great ideas, but then the string ends, I forget everything.
That's why I had to write it down.
Oh yeah.
And they said I should call my shop Shizzy Mart.
Shop Shizzy Mart.
Yeah. And they want somebody said they wanted Papa Nut t-shirts. And then of course there was also what's the other one? The fanny bag. Oh, a nut sack bag. So you could have a sack to carry nuts in. And let's see. That was going to be packaged with some bourbon. That was going to be very expensive packaging with bourbon.
Yeah, you can't.
No. And let's see. Oh, Shizzy bobblehead. There was that one. And then
wait a second. I gotta do this.
So much smoke, and
so this is the
7-Eleven parking lot.
They're still trying to get everybody out of the 7-Eleven parking lot.
Earlier.
Well, at least they put those masks to good use.
Working all night long to do what they can
clothes
to
on,
help these people. They were loading those seniors
they have like
onto
gowns on
transit buses, in ambulances.
I know.
They were.
This is
a big cloud of smoke coming at us. David,
this is horrible.
They got at least they're mobile. They got wheels.
They were taking them to the
I don't know where they're going to go.
Sounds like where they have an evacuation.
Well, if you got wheels, you just tie a rope to each one of them and just pull
down. We heard in Sierra Madre they have more evacuations there. Altadena, it sounds like maybe closer to Eaton Canyon, they had a structure on fire there. So with the winds expected to pick up overnight.
I had so much pixie stick.
Starting, at 10 o'clock and then moving into even 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
And then they also have
still raging like this.
What was the other one?
You can have embers from this home.
Some fizzy shizzy water.
Where these firefighters are and spark something else.
Tonic water.
So I think it looks like they're probably trying to stay to the
fizzy
south of this
water.
and protect these homes.
There's a second part now in Altadena near Palisades. Very scary. They shut power off on fire-prone areas.
Look over this way.
Have crazy. Are you there, Laura? Will
down the road.
So is this the Eaton Canyon that we've been hearing about?
We're going to come back just a little bit.
Is that what you're talking about? Altadena. I misspelled Altadena earlier. No wonder I couldn't find a fire.
Going off on their building right now.
Laura, if you're there.
Just hope that everybody got out of their houses over here
lost power?
a while ago when they were told to evacuate, and they're not trying to hunker down inside still because Look even over to the right of us here. Look at all
and by the way, is that a fire alarm? Oh yeah, you know, look, there's like elderly people in.
Kind of drive
we're gonna see these people catch fire in their wheelchairs.
Stuff that hopefully retain water and won't burn and
hopefully
help
not
it catch onto the home here. But this is what it looks like in a lot of neighborhoods. So this has got to be really scary for homeowners watching this on TV, knowing that they live right nearby, and you know, one of their neighbors' homes here across the street from us is on fire tonight. It's just blowing me right over too. It's really gusty out here.
Yeah, just stand there with your hair and watch what happens whenever you get a spark in that thing.
Oh well, was this one that got hit in the face? She got smacked right in the face with embers. Fell down. The camera went off. Oh, look at that!
Not used to that.
Is that across? That's across the street. That is
in the suburbs or here in
wonderful. This is where the people are in wheelchairs.
Santa Ana winds, Pat. I mean, that is of course. You know, something that we occur often here in Southern California. That's one of the most common weather patterns that we talk about.
So that she could see that from her upstairs window, the sky was orange. Like she could actually see the front. Look at that! Holy cow!
Inland is a very different story, and that's with this particular.
Oh wow, Lord, that's amazing.
You know, looking at flames, you and I have been watching this. Susie,
yeah, you got now, Laura. You know that when I stream, you have to be here to let us know what happened. Also, if you
embers were blowing
when this is all
on
over,
the ground,
please take pictures of it. Everybody, if you're involved in this, please take pictures.
You think sometimes we're used
I mean,
to
this is just this is stuff that you
canyon
lose.
to canyon,
The internet will lose it.
but this could present a lot of damage.
You know what, Jenny? I'm surprised they don't have a bus. Right? Retirement homes always have a bus of some kind. I mean, it's a short one usually, but still.
Fires that are burning.
I read a bus
to Santa Monica, and when I heard of
short
location in San Vicente. I mean, there are buildings.
I would say the thing about
those
Hummers.
Very different.
You remember those H2 Hummers?
And again, this is
oh God, yes.
They came out with the yellow ones.
We still have
every redneck did see the yellow. Yeah, it's so cool. They thought they were Hulk Hogan. Until I told them, I was like, oh, where'd you get a short bus from?
Like the 10 o'clock hour, we said it just as soon as
I was like, all you gotta do is get some black racing stripes down the side, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, more than one person did not find me funny.
Live on PCH in Malibu.
I find it very funny.
Yeah.
I do find it momentous events that have happened just behind you all evening long, Lord.
Would definitely, you know, rode the short bus and bragged about it too. I would have been like, hell yeah, I got a short bus. Give me some Velcro shoes. Hang them off the bumper.
You know, it was popular there for a while for people buying old school buses and turn them into like campers and stuff. Like one of those smaller ones, that'd be a great size. But oh gosh, look at this. But I think I don't think they let people even buy school buses anymore. They're afraid like they're gonna pick up kids.
No, well, maybe you can still buy a school bus.
That just really started to flare up. You can see the tremendous
finding school buses that actually are operable is pretty hard because those things have been driven all to crap. So I mean, you're gonna have to do major work on an engine, you know. And if you're just some random, you know, shade tree mechanic, you ain't working on those.
No, that's man, that's
hell, whenever they find out how much one of those tires cost, they start going, I have to buy how many of those?
Hang on a second. Fire fairies here. We have been looking for you, fire fairy. Like usually I said usually you jump into these things. And now I can't remember any of my questions. I'm just glad you're safe, first of all. But we had a bunch of questions for you. There's 0% of this fire is contained. And earlier they said like 405 was going to be their line in the sand, whatever they call it, whatever that fancy firefighter word is. If you have any advice, and by the way, I think this is going to be going on. House 9000 suggested this would be happening all week, and I think he's probably right.
Yeah. Hell, you could probably just leave your stream running just with the fires burning.
I know is what I'm thinking. It is.
Oh my God.
I need to. This is already my second stream.
I know you've been going. I thought you were going earlier with this, and so this is a second stream that you've done on this.
I started at 4:30.
It's just
Jeez.
And
you got some dinner.
It got worse and worse, man. I mean, how do you go away from this? We've never seen anything like this in our lifetime.
It's so hard
because you look at the
so
far we don't
close
know
to
of
houses.
we don't know of any casualties, which is good, right? But there's total destruction of these homes. I mean,
well, yeah, I mean, this is like Charleston burning, you know.
Like, yeah, like in like 18. No, they didn't. They burned.
It's burned multiple times. It's not just once that it's done it.
And the other buildings that could be affected by
But
all this debris.
I did it again. I just woke up crazy dreams, and sure enough, you guys are talking in your earbuds. Oh yes,
it's ear holes. I discovered that earlier. These things in your ears are called ear. Like these are buds, but like those holes in the side of your head are ear holes. I didn't know that till earlier.
Oh, you didn't know those were ear holes?
Do what?
You didn't know those were ear holes?
I knew they had a name, but I was like, I didn't know. I never thought about the scientifics of it.
And that also was burned. We don't know the extent of it. We don't know how much was burned.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So Sherry, you kind of say something like, so Gavin Newsom was there and Joe Biden was there. And it's like, you know, at first he tried to say it was fireworks. Might have started that first fire at 10 o'clock this morning. And then there's a second fire all of a sudden. And it's like, with what's happened in New Orleans and Las Vegas and now this, it's like, I don't trust anything anymore, man.
I don't either. I don't trust any of it at all.
And they had to abandon them. And then
all right.
You gotta get out of here, man. You gotta get up early.
Yeah, I gotta get up in about 5
How are you
hours.
keeping your stamina, man? You gotta be like an Iron Man.
How do I keep my stamina? Man, I don't know. I did a 2-hour stream tonight, and I'll do an hour stream tomorrow. How does that take a lot of stamina?
There's so much
smoke going out. That's a lot shorter than I thought. I thought you were still doing like all day, all night.
No, I hadn't done that in years, man. No, I did a 2-hour stream
You
tonight.
did like a month ago. You're doing like 3 hours in the morning and like 3 hours at night.
I was doing 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours at night. That was burning me out slowly.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know how you do it. That's why I was like, you're the hardest working man on YouTube.
It's paying off. I mean, it really is. It really is, because I've got a really great chat, really good people coming in, hanging out. Got some of the coolest people that I consider my peers. I got you, Wallstorm, Diva, Yamaha. I mean, yeah, that's what I said.
We're
all the
not
cool
cool.
people.
No, I've met myself.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about
You know, maybe it's not that she looks like a snake. It looks more like that she was being swallowed by a blue snake. You see, like where the neck is. That's like
it is. That's what it is.
Being swallowed up by a blue snake. It's a new indigenous species, the Tahitians or something. I don't know.
I'm curious. How does she poop in that dress?
Powerful.
Girls don't poop.
These winds are. We're talking gusts nearing 60
I should have remembered that.
So my grandfather told me.
Close to 90 miles per hour this evening, and they could very well strengthen going into tonight.
All right, brother.
Hey, man. Thanks, dude. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Y'all, Shizzy was night. He brought you over here. We love him. We thank him.
And even through those areas that
be safe, man. Always be safe.
Peace.
That's what makes this really unusual and rare.
Shizzy is the man. You know, I've known him for a long time now. Not in real life though, because he's not allowed out of the house. I don't know. He might have a thing where he can't leave, like a beacon. What are those things on your ankle? An ankle monitor. An ankle monitor. That's what he has. He would love that one. I can hear him laughing right now at it. Anyway, that reminds me. So yes, thank you guys that are over here from Shizzy's. Make sure if you are subscribed, make sure you still are. And if you aren't subscribed, please do. And please, everyone, hit that thumbs up. So we can keep this thing going. You get that algorithm going, and we will. I kind of feel I'll probably be talking about this stuff tomorrow. I don't know when though. I just found out that tomorrow's gonna be a rough day. But those who don't know. So, all right, I want to see if we can find anything else. If anybody knows anything, let's see if I've missed anything in Discord. I have any new updates.
Because I do want to zoom you in on some key areas. This is going to walk us through hour by hour when we see the strongest winds and when they finally move out of here. So here's a look at around midnight. So in just the next couple of hours, you can see some strong winds developing right there through Simi Valley. The 210 corridor is going to be a big concern. San Fernando over towards
see here what is
getting in on the potential for some gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour. You see that through La Cañada, Flint Ridge.
Oh, I was like, what am I getting hugs for? And I was like, hey, you have been around long enough to know what I'm talking about. I appreciate you, Heidi. It's
what we could see tonight are some breaking.
You know, today was nice. Today was nice. I used to be able to do breaking news streams, and I kind of dig this. I like doing it every once in a while. You know, I meet new people. It's very, you'd be surprised who comes in. And it also, I'm not a fan of the YouTube algorithm. I don't like being pigeonholed into one thing. That's why you see people that have this exact same topic all the time, because that's how you build success. As soon as you try to talk about something different, you watch your numbers drop. So I always like to, I've always since day one have said that it is about you guys in the chat. If you want to build a relationship with you guys, I don't see a limit to any of this stuff. Number of subscribers doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the number of viewers. I like having an active chat. A lot of people here. I want to make sure you guys are all right and happy. You guys are half the show. You're my co-host every day. You're my co-host.
But we're expecting high wind warnings to expire.
Unfortunately, in the 3D world, I've not been able to do the stuff I like. I say that I like things that interest me, things that you know, like this stuff, man. Here's something I don't have time. I don't have.
We saw so many trees down, so that
I wouldn't pay attention to. This is one of the most, like I said, this is one of the most important events ever.
Possible power outages,
and
especially first thing tomorrow morning if you're getting out there.
I wouldn't be able to enjoy it and know about it and become an expert in it if not for being able to do this with y'all. So I appreciate y'all, and Heidi, I appreciate the hugs. Those are far and few between nowadays.
I mean, we're no stranger to this. We get the Santa Ana winds, and yes, we do get high wind.
Yeah, so we've got, it's like 24. It never snowed here. Never snowed.
That's what makes this very odd for us. And then on top of that, we've been talking about
co-host. I love it. That means I'm a hoe.
And what's so hard is that these embers that you're seeing on the side of your screen, I mean, they can fuel or they can fan out miles away to help start other fires, and they can move quickly, and it can be very unpredictable with these gusty winds.
I've got my parents live with us, and my father-in-law lives with us. This was something that unfortunately had to happen because we love our parents. It's also one of the hardest things ever because parents are.
We've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain as of tomorrow for downtown LA. This
is
our driest start to winter.
Our parents were our heroes.
1964. So that
and you don't like to see your heroes bleed.
It's not just the wind,
and that's what's very unfortunate. I guess I gotta clean up after all.
That's why the fire danger is so elevated and so critical.
I don't get days off. The reason why I stream at 9 p.m. at night, because that's when everybody settles down and it's quiet here, and I can hang out and do this thing. It's 9 p.m. It's 9-ish, you know? So, hey, this guy's here. He's cool. Don't listen to me anymore. I'm done talking.
About here, and this is the one in the Palisades fire, because every time we look at the map, really, it is expanding and getting further.
The Palisades fire is expanding.
And first of all, I want to point out, you can tell where firefighters are kind of more concerned based on what's voluntary and based on what's mandatory. And every time they add an evacuation area to the west, it's been mandatory. The ones that are still voluntary up here in Calabasas, that hasn't really changed. But the Mandeville Canyon area, as we continue to listen to the fire radios and them doing their work, they're growing increasingly worried about Mandeville Canyon. So that is why the Mandeville Canyon area is all under a mandatory evacuation right now. And I want to zoom in here because I want to show you some of these streets. in these communities that are under evacuations, mandatory evacuations, and you've got a lot of them. Mandeville Canyon Road, and we're back into this
look
situation,
how far away they
just
are.
like we were this morning, where you've got these canyon roads
look how
that
close
are one
that is
way
to
in
405.
And one way out. And that is so dangerous.
They
And that is what
absolutely are,
ultimately
guys.
caused
They have given up everything
issues
all the way to
in the
405.
Palisades area because people didn't
all
leave
that's going to be lost
necessarily right when they were told to, or it took them a while, what have you. And then cars got trapped, people got blocked, had to run on foot, cars got bulldozed out of the way. So that's what they want to avoid. So the Mandeville Canyon area,
all
West
right,
Ridge
sir.
Road,
Good night. Good seeing you
Chelan
again.
Road, if you're in any of these areas, you should be evacuating. Now, there are a list of school closures as well. And one that just came in that I wanted to tell you about is the Glendale Unified School District. They've shut down all of their schools. They're not even they're near Pasadena where the fire is, but they're not in a fire area, correct? Yeah, Pat, smoke and wind and all those other concerns that they're talking about. Now, one of the things that we saw today that was remarkable in the Palisades fire, we talked about how people had to get out on foot.
$1 for every hour. Have I been going for 10 hours?
Was driving through the fire area and caught one of that happening on her dash camera. Take a look.
Hey, get in the car.
Appreciate you, T-Rex. Oh, wait, look at this. Look at this.
Oh my God.
Photographer rescues woman.
Tell her to get in the car. Get in the car in the back.
Holy cow.
Push it over. Come on.
And you can hear Brandy. That's Brandy, one of the independent photographers. And you can see as she was driving, she saw the woman, was surprised. The conversation went on between the two of them about where were you going? And she said she had to leave her house. And that's all she had. You see in her hands, nothing. She was running down the street with fire on both sides of her. Brandy continuously talking to her, telling her, asking her where she needs to go as she approaches this intersection. Really dramatic stuff. And that was the scene for most of the day and is still the scene right now. I told you at the top of this newscast, a source telling me that people are coming out of the hillside that didn't evacuate and ending up at Duke's Malibu with burns all over them. LAFD confirms they've had multiple burn patients show up there at Duke's Malibu that they're now trying to assess and treat. Earlier today as well, our Jonathan Vigliotti, a CBS News correspondent, also got caught in the flames.
Come on, guys.
Rosalind Duke just shared some. T-Rex, you're going to love this.
Yeah. Come on, get in the car.
And you can hear as they kind of run back to their truck there and get back to their crews. Again, Jonathan Vigliotti with the CBS News crew up there earlier today getting caught in that fire. So the fire continues to burn. We're still dealing with situations like that. You guys,
holy cow, look at that. That's like really dirt burning.
For everybody, and it's not gotten any better, unfortunately, as we continue to look at all of the video that is coming into the newsroom.
So right about that, Mike, and it's a good time, obviously, to tell people if you still have power, certainly to charge your phones.
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier.
We've had so many reports of internet outages in so many areas. A vast amount of people are without power. We know that, but also their internet service is down. So you have an opportunity to charge your phone, even if you have to do it in the car.
Exactly.
You know, it's funny whenever it's going to storm or something. I always do
last
that.
until tomorrow. So
absolutely
be warned, folks, right now that we are still expecting, hopefully not, but we should be bracing for anything that could happen in the overnight hours.
And make sure if you can to call your school districts.
All right, now let's see this. So
Glendale
T-Rex, you're
School
gonna love this. Hang on.
Closures tomorrow.
So
hopefully
Rosalind,
I'm sure they'll have some kind of information on a recorded line, possibly letting
this. Now I had to watch this because I thought this is what you sent, T-Rex. But check this out. It's not. It's a totally different one. Oh crap. Oh, that play. When that play? Wait, hold on. How did I mess that up? Well, I messed that one all up, didn't I? Sorry, I'll come back. I'll figure it out in a second. My brain's, you guys know how squirrely I am to begin with.
Now you can see across Woodland here, there's another home that has caught fire. That's black smoke billowing off the top of it. So we know that's a structure burning, and those are homes.
I just read it.
Here.
The 10 hours for $10?
Blowing in all directions. Right now you see these embers going to the south of us here. But it's also blowing to the west and the east. We also have this condo.
I was like, man, I can't believe I've been here. Holy cow, look at that.
The home behind us.
I can't believe I've been here for 10 hours.
Across the street here, and now there's at least two of these big buildings here that are on fire.
It's just so heartbreaking.
We're seeing
firefighters
do have hose line pulled out in these neighborhoods, but they can't really
I was saying, I was like, I love doing this stuff. Like, when else would I ever get an opportunity to do this? And unfortunately, my life cat takes that away from me.
Once it goes up, that's pretty much it. They're trying to focus all of their efforts on protecting the homes. I think a little bit farther away from the flames, where they know that they actually can put in the work to protect them. And we are also seeing firefighters that, going through this condo complex here and just making sure that no one's still inside the properties here. You have to hope that everybody, heard about these evacuation orders and got out a long time ago, because at this point in the evening, the flames are only picking up in intensity, and it's really unpredictable what could catch fire here next. It really only takes like a little ember going in underneath the tile on a roof, or going
this actually reminds me of a lot of.
And once it starts smoldering in an attic or crawl space or anything like that, the whole roof is probably on fire before you start to see the flames here. So, gosh, you can see this black smoke. It just almost looks like a tornado blowing through here, with all of the black smoke and the embers swirling around here. Just to give you a little bit of perspective on how close we are to Eaton Canyon, we're not super close. We're actually about a mile away from Eaton Canyon, this 190-acre natural.
Look at her face, y'all. Look at that.
So
look at her hands. Look how
a mile away from that area.
She's not playing in fire. She's not playing it in the dirt.
Residential
That's
area
just being out the soot.
Lots
That's
of
just
homes
being
and
out
condos
there.
packed in. Lots of businesses. If you want to take a look at this video here for just a couple of minutes here, we saw all of these senior citizens, over 100 of them, a couple of hours ago, who had to be evacuated from 2 different facilities just up the street on Altadena Avenue near Washington. They were essentially pushed across the street in the middle of the night in their hospital beds.
Yeah, that was crazy.
They were kind of corralled in a parking lot, a 7-Eleven parking lot with the McDonald's right across the street. Main streets there, Altadena and Washington and Pasadena. And they had to wait there for maybe 45 minutes or an hour until
and she used to wash her face, her hands.
Fire department, police, all of the workers at the senior center pulled all
what
of
makes
their
her hair as a color? Is that a
together,
common thing? We said that a couple of times now.
They had to stick them on Pasadena transit buses. Some people left in their wheelchairs loaded onto a Pasadena SWAT vehicle, and they were taken to the Pasadena Convention Center. So that's the main evacuation shelter they're working with right now. If you're not familiar with the area so much, Pasadena and Altadena are like right back to back. So
there's a fire. You can see
magnitude
fire across
starting
the
in
street as they're
Altadena, people are
evacuating.
evacuated there. Pasadena.
Oh, that's good. Someone needs oxygen. That might be the first person to get away from the flames. I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing.
Not only the city helping people, but other people coming out here to help their neighbors. We talked to one gentleman earlier who said he busted out the window on his friend's apartment complex to make sure that he could get her out, and he said she didn't know.
All right, I'm going to just jump over here and show this to you guys real quick. Okay, so Rosalind Duke sent this another one she sent. She sent one of an airplane that was like that T-Rex, except it was a different one. All right, go watch this. You see that? Dude. Yeah, that's in there. Yeah, I thought
let's get out of here. We tried, bro. I'm sorry.
No, we tried. The fire alarms are going off. What did you try to do?
Yeah, and when this tree falls, it's over.
It's over? I don't want to be walking through those embers.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry, bro. That's not what you said. This might be the last time you see each other.
Oh, shit. Holy shit. Did that tree fall?
And nobody gets in their car?
All right, dude.
There's no car driving?
Yeah, let's get out of here. We tried, bro.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you did that you tried, man. That's a weird thing to do. Maybe you shouldn't try. That might be a good thing. You don't seem to be winning at trying. So, hang on. She's got more, man. Let's see what else she found here. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, hold on. Look at this.
And we have
much
more new
crud.
Mike Rogers on the desk.
If it wasn't
This
this
is
guy,
what's happening right now.
the
There are
windstorms
two
are
new
knocking down
fires burning. One
trees
in
now. They
both of
said
them in the San Fernando Valley, one in the Sylmar area, one in the Sun Valley area. I want to start with the one in the Sun Valley area. Come to my computer in here, and I'll show you that this started as a commercial fire off the side of the 5 freeway at Lancashire Boulevard. It then spread to brush. So that is what the situation is. This is video from the Citizen app that is currently burning. Now, there is a second new fire that is happening off the 210 freeway and Yarnell. I'm going to pull this over to my screen because I want to show you this. This is a very grainy Alert California camera. It's all I've got at the moment to show you. We do have a crew headed that way, but you can see the fire on the hillside there. For reference there, this is right behind Olive View Medical Center. This was first reported to the CHP. I'm reading the CHP log here. First of all, they're going to close, looks like, portions of the 210. Let me just get back to this really quickly here. But yeah, Foothill Boulevard and Yarnell is where it came in. There was a report of a fire in this location. That's the camera you're looking at here. A large fire started above Olive View Medical is what a 911 caller reported to CHP. Another caller called in and said the fire is moving quickly and headed towards the freeway. Another caller called in and said that they thought they saw a power line explode on the side of the mountain, and now it's on fire. And another person, and actually a unit called in. They have visual of the fire. They say from the southbound 5 of the 14. That CHP unit reported to their dispatch center that the whole mountainside was on fire.
Teslas have a biodefense
Yarnell. This is a
in their
new
cars.
fire.
You push
Another
the button
CHP
and
unit reporting that there is heavy smoke across the 210 freeway.
Let anything in.
Yarnell.
Somebody should send me a thing where somebody said it's literally saving my life. I would never buy another car.
On
biodefense option.
I don't remember what year it was, but there was a
Chevy.
fire that burned.
Put that in the car. Some people might buy it.
Remember correctly, started at the 210 at Yarnell. It was before COVID. Burned up into the
Citizen
hillside.
app
Jumped
will
the 5,
terrify
came to
you.
the Porter Ranch area. And then moved over to the west. And I
is that thing?
It may have been 2018, somewhere around there, 2018, 2019, after the Woolsey fire. But that is in now the exact same area. So now we're dealing with yet another fire. We're going to work to get some better images than this, but this is what I have right now for you.
What citizen that keeps you from getting shot?
Camera, Foothill and Yarnell Boulevard. CHP is on scene. Fire department is on scene as well. Another very not good situation for where this fire has started, guys.
Wow. All right, Tom. We've got so much to talk about tonight, and that was just new reporting from Mike Rogers. But, you know, we're going to go back to that the Palisades Malibu fire. We'll be watching Tom wait all night long, reporting from different spots there, and they all seem to be just as bad.
Yeah, Tom, what is the situation now? Has it gotten worse?
Yeah, gosh, you guys, it's just bad.
Well,
I mean, it's just sustained bad, awful. I don't even know. Those are the words right now. It's a really ugly situation. We're on Temescal Canyon right now, just between Sunset and PCH. And from where we're sitting, it looks like that's a home burning just in the distance there at the top of the hill. Obviously, we don't know for sure, but that's what it looks like from where I'm standing. But really, as we turn more, Greg, to the side of the road here to Temescal Canyon, I mean, that's where it's pretty clear there's at least one structure up there burning and possibly more. It's just fire everywhere, and it's the winds are just
okay, this is the one. T-Rex, are you still here, bud?
We were just, live.
We're gonna show this real quick. This is what Petra showed all
I had
freaking night.
Even with goggles, I had
Thank
so
you,
much.
Rosie, for sharing this. So you see this? All right, this is a different airline guy. Different plane. It's a different plane, different airline guy. Yeah, that's stupid, dummy. Where's that sneak cat at? All right, watch this.
He's flying right over that thing. Wow. The whole entire hills are on fire.
Look at that. Isn't that crazy?
Holy shit.
You are. Wait a second. I'm landing on this. I want to rethink my visit. Can we redo this? Oh wow! All right, that was crazy.
You're flying right over that thing.
Back over here, people.
I've never been in a hurricane. I've been in tornadoes, covered those.
Stop
And
that.
it feels a little bit like that. It's just crazy.
QB and SP, thank you so much.
And I'm just looking
crazy
up and down
what is that thing? That's awesome.
How
do I send a video from my son's back porch? Send it to my email. And I'll put that in the chat.
And we'll obviously get the
expert at email
in the coming days of how much has been destroyed, but it's really mind-boggling to just sort of drive around and see so many buildings burning and firefighters doing. Sorry, Greg, go ahead. Okay, we're coming back. Yeah, we're coming back to look.
Send it to my email and then let me know that you sent it.
And just kind of give. I believe this is like
takes a lot of
south side
pushing to
view.
get my email.
But
thank you so much. And yes,
there's just fire everywhere, right?
Fire Marshal Bill
Everywhere you
report
look
on this
along the
fire.
hillside, all you see
Let me
is
show you
fire,
something.
right? It's burning vegetation, and then Greg, let's just spin back over to that house over there. I think it's a house. I'm not certain what it is, but it appears to be a home there that's burning on the top of that hill, and it's fully involved and engulfed, and there's still fresh fuel burning in that house.
I mean, this is live, man. That's what's so crazy about
for
this.
Like a second, it's not blowing at us like 1,000 miles per hour. It feels amazing, but it's just lasts for like 2 seconds and it's back. So when you're trying to put a fire out and you're spraying water on these structures, you got to like be right on top of it, right? Because otherwise the water just blows every which way.
Is that sign welcome to Pasadena? Is that real or is that AI?
Obviously, the wind creates its own challenges just for aircraft, but then when you try to drop water on top of something and the winds are blowing at these massive gusts, it just blows the water away. So it just presents this exasperating challenge for firefighters who I'm sure are looking at the forecasters and seeing what's being reported, and it must just be mind-numbing to think, how is this going to go on for days? How can we do this, right? I mean, and people who live here, the evacuees, people who are watching all this, wondering, how can we do this, right? I mean, the good news is, what's so incredible about Angelenos, and I've noticed this tonight, is the kindness.
So,
and the
what's PCH?
The desire to
Pacific
do
Coast
what
Highway?
was right, which was evacuate when firefighters said to do
Hey,
so.
Regu.
People come together, and that is really
PCH 1890 to 1960. That's the 19640. That's the addresses.
By
gas line erupted. All the homes are gone.
But they did what they needed to do. They got out when they needed to get out, and
reports of
looting
neighbors are now coming through.
I had one. My aunt was evacuated tonight from her home in Palisades. She's lived there since the 70s, and another friend said, "Hey, does she need a place to stay?" Which was so sweet. But
people trying to break into homes. That's what they're doing. People left that they're really breaking into homes. Kim, I am 30 minutes from Pasadena. The winds are sending embers. Are you wait? So Kim, okay, anybody who's out there in that area,
you can really like.
You can get pictures of that or video anything like that. Please do.
Storm of doom
and send it to me at the expert at email.com.
And every which way around you, you have to hold on to those moments, right? To the people who are suffering, but at the same time trying to see the best and the
because I want to see what you see. I want to see what a professional sees. I don't want to see what somebody who does this all the time. I want to see what you guys see. That's the crazy awesome stuff
we've seen tonight.
Out there, Tom, and
I'm not going to do anything. I'm just asking a question.
We thought that was something horrific.
Well, I was going to look at it, but I was like,
last
isn't
month,
that,
Tom, you were
it's just
probably
crazy
in
looking, right?
close to the exact location, and
planes are
this
mostly
time,
getting
though,
diverted to other airports.
What is so heartbreaking to see all the fires, but at the same time, one of the main reasons we know why they are burning like this is because of the wind and because we are at the mercy of the weather because we can't have aircraft overhead. Not even just when you talk about the choppers flying to drop water, to stop the fire, even the fixed wing that dropped that marvelous FOS check that helped stop the spread or slow the spread. They're not even able to do that. So right now, this is a situation that we haven't been in before, where we're sort of left to just the resources that we have on the ground. And even then, we're pretty thin, Susie, but I'm sure our people are staying. When I say our people, our fire department, they're staying on top of this. They're asking anyone who can suit up, who's a firefighter, to please do so. But hopefully, even by tomorrow, we'll even have more help from out of state. Because if we need it,
who is Robert Jones?
It's one thing that we have seen. We come together and we help you know, our American citizens.
Many
However,
different departments.
Robert Jones,
their
their
tonight, Pat, with the LA
YouTube
City
is
and the
God
LA
is
County Fire
Amazing.
Department.
1984.
You were just talking about the fire a couple of weeks ago
That's
in
funny.
Malibu, and tonight the residents there on edge
The
once
guy says
again
God is
because of this
amazing.
fire that has burned
Where'd he go?
clear to Malibu now. And our Lori Perez is standing by in
Put this
Malibu.
up. That's
Take a look at
awesome.
that.
God is amazing.
Lori.
Well, let me tell you what else God does.
We have seen an unbelievable amount of damage in Malibu tonight. In fact, just a little while ago, I actually texted a friend of mine. He's a city leader here in Malibu. And I just said, you know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about what's happening here, because we had just driven down PCH, seeing how much was damaged. In fact, I want to get right to that video that I took just about an hour ago as I was coming down PCH from Duke's Restaurant in Malibu, which is at Las Flores Canyon. And it was house after house after house, building after building
What's
after
going
building,
on?
just burned. Those are the
Sorry,
blue
how are
side
you?
homes. On the
Beautiful
other
dog. Beautiful dog.
side of PCH, lots of businesses also burned.
Thank
People have been in the area
you.
familiar with, you know, the Real Inn, that is gone. The 7-Eleven right near there, that is gone. The Rosenthal wine patio, that is gone. That has been burned to the ground. I mean, it's just, I couldn't believe my eyes as we were driving down PCH. We couldn't get up to Duke's, where we understood that there were some people who had been hurt and burned, and they were walking down to Duke's. We could not get to Duke's because
that's
the
where
fire was so intense on both sides of the road. It wasn't safe for us to continue going, so we turned around. And, you know, again, the extent of the damage in Malibu is really remarkable. We are here on PCH. If you want to come back to me live on we're at Puerto Marino and PCH. And behind us up in the hill there, you can see there is a fire that is burning a home there. There's at least 2 other houses up on the streets above. This is an advertising agency. You know, I looked on Google Maps and it says it's called The Many. It's an advertising agency. That building is okay, but behind it are street after street after street of houses. And just from where we're standing, we can see 1, 2, 3 at least that are burning. Actually, if I look to the left, I see 4 or 5. So these firefighters are just down here. They're going to try and protect this building should that fire come down. But that will just give you an idea of how much they're dealing with.
So I want to get rid of it.
All up and down PCH, in neighborhood after neighborhood, there are houses burning. And in some of those cases, we did not see any engines or firefighters.
They did not see it coming.
Choose where to focus their energies to save what they can save and what is beyond saving. That's how critical and how dynamic this situation is at this point. The wind continues to blow at a very strong clip. You know, just about 45 minutes ago when we tried to go live, a tree erupted in flames very quickly and put us in a lot of danger right at the moment. So we had to skedaddle out of there just for our own safety. But the situation continues to evolve and not in a good way. You know, Tom was talking about how perhaps tomorrow we'll begin to tally the damage. And I don't even want to begin to do that, because it is going to be so much that we have lost. You know, Malibu, frankly, Malibu is burning that tonight. It is burning, guys.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, we have friends. I'm going to call them by name. Former colleague David Goldstein. He's also a very, very good friend. I believe he and his wife did get out. I know they were prepared to go, and that's it. You know, after having gone through such devastation just a short time ago, a lot of people were paying attention and were able to get out, or they, you know, went when they were supposed to. However, Susie, we have seen talked about some incidents tonight, particularly those people at Duke's Malibu who thought that they could ride it out, I guess. And unfortunately, they were injured. Hopefully not seriously, but we do know one firefighter had to go to the hospital.
That's right. Meteorologist Danny Roberti is standing by once again. And Danny, you said the 10 o'clock hour, we would start the peak of the wind event.
Yeah.
We are in the thick of it right now.
Yeah, we are. We are, Susie and Pat. That's what we're seeing right now. Our strongest winds really focus
All right, QB,
right now
are you there?
tomorrow morning. So we are in the heart of this event, and we are just
All
continuing
right, this was sent in.
these
I think I got the right one.
winds. It continues,
sent in
and they
from
are
QB,
widespread. We've mainly seen gusts
and it
between
is
40 to 80 miles per hour. Actually, 50 to 80 miles per hour is what most areas are focused on. So you can see the strongest winds right now. We've got it through
You guys see this? Is this the right one, QB? Is that right? Wow. Wow. So are they getting out? I mean, that doesn't look good. You don't need to be there with that happening. That makes sense. All right, hang on a second. I just saw this. So I showed this earlier. I was when Shizu was here. I was like, "Oh, look, they put up a live cam. The fire department had. They're still there. That fire's out in that house. Look at it. It's over the top of it. Now it's over the fence. Is that not crazy? That's your son's back porch. Holy cow. So is he evacuating? Yeah, right, Rogu? Why are they still there? Oh, he has animals, but he's still got to get out. Earlier I did found a satellite image of it. Yeah, the winds are picking up right now. Well, actually, I guess this is what Nick was talking about.
100-mile-per-hour gusts. They hit the ridges of the San Gabriel Mountains, and sometimes they break it down, and we see these pockets of these really strong winds, and that's what creates some of this damage. So two big things we're focused on. It's the fire danger, but it's also the damage with these strong gusty winds. So this is important. I've been keeping a very close eye on our future cast because this walks us through the timing of the winds when we see the strongest winds. So midnight, you can see it is still widespread. We are not getting a break tonight, and that's what we're hoping for as a break. Now, once we go into early tomorrow morning, this is around 3 o'clock in the morning. Those purples, that's what I have my eyes.
And so far,
look at this.
This has been spared, but all it takes is one of those embers, and those embers are everywhere because across the street, that's a business. I think that Ed was saying that's a clothing store that is now gone.
Look at the flags. Look at the flags.
Just to give you an idea of those sustained winds, they are whipping, and they will only get worse. I hate to say that, but that is the reality. Just look at those flags. We know overnight the sustained winds could get up to 70 miles per hour. That's forecasted. Adam Kruger has been watching those numbers for us. It is such a devastating scene out there. The best thing that we can report is so far no loss of life, and that's the whole point. They want to save lives before they save structures. Nonetheless, this doesn't make this any less heartbreaking, Alex.
Ed, can you tell, is that clothing store, is that the Elise Walker clothing store that is across the street? I don't know if you can see it from
my wife's got a lot of receipts from there.
Tell.
Glad it's burned down.
It may be. I can't really see, but I know it is the one right on the corner, right on the backside of the Starbucks that is over there on Swarthmore. So I believe that it is. I know it's usually the type store. There's always many times a line of shoppers that get inside. They usually have a guard out front, and it's a very high-end store. Beautiful clothing.
High-end store. The guard out front.
Stuff
that's where
they had some of the best fashions in there, I'm told. And now it's just
burning up. But look at how the flames are being whipped by
these winds that are blowing down through, swinging down from the north over to the west.
Victoria Hawk.
Elise is a personal friend of mine.
Earlier they're trying to say, well, it might be
somebody
fireworks.
who
People
started her business
there
and has several stores in different parts of the state and the country, and is beloved in that community.
It's not New Year's.
Worked so hard to build a brand that is really
then all of a sudden,
for that community, and to see
miles away from that, another fire
that store going up in flames is just heartbreaking. And I've been in there and know a lot of the people that work there.
And Joe Biden is in LA today.
And that sentiment is, something that is repeated in different businesses and different homes around Southern California tonight. Wow.
At 2 a.m.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you're having to deal with that personally. So many personal stories out there that we've been reporting on all afternoon. We've been on the air since this broke out at 10:30 this morning, so well over 12 hours. Alex and I have been in place basically since 2:30 this afternoon, commercial free.
Yeah, so have
and the
I.
Palisades fire continues just to wreak havoc.
2:30 this afternoon. She's on Pacific time. I've been here an hour longer.
So far, the Caruso village looks to be spared, but as I'm saying that on the right side of your screen, that is part of it. And I see some flames erupting. I'm not sure if that is actually the Caruso village. It was off to the right or not. We'll have to wait and see.
Rick Caruso just
Marla, that actually is not, but what we are seeing is some of the flames from that clothing store across of Sunset is reflecting in some of the windows of the businesses here at the village. But as I look down Swarthmore, the village itself is not burning. The shops are not burning here, but a block over, you can see the glow and the flames, especially over there. Look at that, Mikey. That is a half a block over on the back side of the village, and look at that flame, the wall of fire roaring through. I know there were apartment buildings in there and condos that have been there for decades, maybe 2 or 3 stories that lined that street, and they are just going up in flames as we speak.
Rick Caruso is watching our coverage and just texted me, and he's frustrated that he's not seeing water in the hydrants in the Palisades, which has made it difficult to fight this fire. Essentially,
they're out of water.
There's nothing they can do if they don't have any water, and you don't see a lot of firefighters there. So far, he's been lucky, but we've seen similar complaints from other parts of Pacific Palisades in certain areas where they essentially just ran out of water, and then the firefighters had to leave. So I don't know exactly what's going on with that. Hopefully that problem can be fixed and this property can be spared. But I know that he's not the only one that has been asking questions about that. And Mr. Caruso, we hope your property is okay tonight. Just devastating, I'm sure, and anxious everybody watching this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Share this. Can you guys see this? All right, so Kim here in our chat, where'd she go? She lives 25 miles east of here. Hi, Kim. Everybody say hi to Kim. Kim, I hope you're subbed. You turn on notifications because I want you to come back. Same thing with you too, QB. I want that for everybody. I want you guys all to come back. This is home. This is home. We have good times over here. Good times. Oh, there goes that earphone. All right, so so this is, you look at back there, see the clouds, it looks like lightning. Let's see here. Go to the next one. Well, I didn't even pay attention. Is that the same? No, it's not. There's a tree there. So there she is, 25 miles away to the east. Look at all that. See the glow? And that glow's coming out of smoke. Oh, it's just terrifying. That looks like, talk about apocalyptic. That's apocalyptic right there. Holy cow. All right, let me see here. Go back to this. You guys got it? Yes. All right, now, oh, geez, look at this.
To the freeway. And so that is an area of concern tonight as well. Now we're back in the west side of Los Angeles looking at the Palisades fire, which is well over 3,000 acres burned, and no end in sight. And we are in the midst of some of the worst winds right now. And
love you, Kim.
Marla,
thank you.
With a lot of this, it basically, like, there's not a lot that firefighters can do.
They've told us, as we've reported, that they triage the situation. It's like trying to fight a tornado. How do you do that? When a tornado's on fire, you let it.
Oh yeah,
you let it basically explode, and then you have to just go back and do what you can in the post-fire fight. So it's one of those situations with these devastating winds. And this was deemed by the National Weather Service a rare event. They call it a PDS event, which is a particularly dangerous situation. Those are very rare. and that's what this is deemed as.
BVS of it. But I thought
and so
funny,
we dealt
it?
with this, ironically,
Wait,
2 more times in the last few months. So I believe it's 3 times in 3 months, because we had, beginning in November, we had the mountain fire in Ventura County. That was devastating, almost 20,000 acres and almost 250 structures destroyed. And then December 9th, the Franklin fire adjacent to the Palisades, that one broke out. That wasn't as devastating. We were on the air with that until the wee hours of the morning. 20 structures destroyed. And here we are on January the 7th into the new year.
Nothing.
What a way to start the new year in the Palisades.
Yes, indeed. And by the way, if you're wondering where is LA Mayor Karen Bass, she's been in Ghana. So she's apparently on her way back. That's why we have not seen her on the scene. We saw Governor Newsom.
Get the work done. So many people have asked us, hey, do you know how long it'll take for power to come on? Well, they say anywhere from 4 to 12 hours. I know it can seem like a long time, but crews are doing what they can. They have many crews out over sorry, someone was yelling at us, but they have many crews out at the Palisades area. So they're doing what they can to get power back on. For now, reporting live from Studio City, Leslie Marin, KCAL News.
Okay, well, we've known that there could be power outages. We heard we were on standby yesterday for a number of power outages that were going to happen that we were hoping would sort of help in preventing some of what we're looking at tonight. But unfortunately, that's not the case. But still, it's probably going to be even more time. As you mentioned, Leslie, we just have to pack our patience. Yeah. Those of us who are suffering from power outages, I guess we should be thankful. All right, thanks so much for that, Leslie.
Yeah, you should be thankful for the power outage.
Okay, well, we're going to be getting KCAL News at 11 in just a moment here, but we still have Leslie's picture up. And Leslie, as we had mentioned, it will take some time for power to be restored. Yeah. And this is an area in Valley Village that has not been affected by fire. We haven't had any reports of fire.
No, it has not been affected. Yeah, no, they have not been affected by the fire. Of course, you can smell the smoke in the air like many of us here in the Southland. But I will tell you another thing, Pat, something that LADWP crews told me was a problem. All the trees hanging over these power lines. They want people to take care of those before situations like this happen. For now,
the power company doesn't come in and cut those trees down?
Devastating pictures now on KCAL News. Breaking news. The Palisades fire spreads into Malibu, and we have new video.
Yeah, Malibu's gone. Palisades,
it is horrific.
Pasadena.
Not even close to being over.
I mean, LA's gone. Let's just call it. LA is going to go up in flames, y'all. There's 0% of this is contained.
And a second fire exploding late tonight, burning in the hills above Altadena.
They don't want to tell you.
The fire raging out of control.
Think about this.
Now
the government
homes in Pasadena.
Government. Now I'm saying this in a bad way. This is a good way. They do not want to create mass hysteria. They can't say, "Oh my gosh, like, we have no idea how to save Los Angeles."
Just now,
I mean, right now, Dodger Stadium gone.
And it is
it's not like that type of fun.
Dark.
We have no idea how to save
at least 75,000.
I mean, they're not going to say that
because you talk about thousands of DWP customers are in the dark.
I'm not saying that it is going to happen, but I mean, let's just think about it. There's nothing. There's no news to the contrary.
Let's get straight to Mike.
They weren't going to.
Mike has some more information for us, and
they'd be like, "It's no big deal. It's already contained in the area."
Right here at the desk. Yeah. So the latest fire we're talking about,
Kate, how you doing?
That is the one that is burning up in the Sylmar area. I want to come to my computer here really quickly because I want to show you, if we can, the map here where this is burning. This is off the 210 freeway, right off of Yarnell and Foothill is where.
Oh, there's a new fire. Oh, I guess it was fireworks too.
This is where it's burning, and it is expanding into the hills above it. So the city fire has just issued evacuation warnings for everybody north of the 210 over to Roxford. So Roxford in here, let me draw it on the map for you. Roxford is right here. So this is the 210 freeway, obviously. Roxford comes up right here.
What if?
So the evacuation is from there and then all the way over here to the 514 split. So really, there's a couple of neighborhoods up in here, Sycamore, Sombrero, Walnut, and over here into Filbert Street. I'm going to ask Mike Parrott in the booth if we can go to John's pictures on RS1.
Boom, right there.
He has been with those firefighters.
When this happened, it's 2 o'clock. I was going to end this.
Fire crews getting on scene quickly here, and this is yet another fire This is in that same location where it burned
Let me
back
start
in
ranting.
2019.
So give me a second, okay?
Where they were trying to deal with this. It burned north of the 210.
If this stops, it's because my earbud.
We'll see if we can get to John's pictures there. I think Mike's got it right there for me.
This is gonna be a great rant.
And you can see the flames that are burning up on the hill. If you're familiar with this area, this is above Olive View Medical Center, just off the 210 freeway. And same situation that we've been seeing all night, you guys. All of this heavy smoke that is just making visibility nearly impossible for the fire crews, for the people that live there, for all of that. So this is a situation where John was just in a backyard a minute ago with some fire crews that were trying to put a fence out on fire. You see somebody else running around right there. This is a dangerous situation. It has already burned 100 acres. That's according to the CAL FIRE mapping system. And again, this is called the Hearst Fire. Evacuations north of the 210 between Roxford and the 514 split. We're going to continue to monitor this fire, you guys, but this is just the latest of what we're dealing with here in Southern California tonight.
All right, thanks so much for that, Mike. I know we're going to go back and talk about the Palisades fire in just a moment. Before we do that, I just want to add that we have a call that the Palisades Village, that beautiful shopping center, has suffered damage. In fact, there is a store in particular there that is engulfed by flames. That's at 15225 Palisades Village Lane. Okay, and we've been talking about fire, Susie, burning also in the Altadena area in the Eaton Canyon fire. That's what we're calling it.
That's right. And our Nicole Comstock is live in front of a home burning in Pasadena right now. Nicole?
Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. You guys can see the wind still continuing to intensify out here. And this is one of a handful of homes in this neighborhood off Del Rey at the cross street of Woodland in Pasadena that has been destroyed by this fire. The home just to the right of it is also now on fire, at least the roof of it is. And there are others across the street that have already gone down. There's a condo complex across the street we'll show you in a couple of minutes here, or we can show you right now that thing's on fire too right now. Yeah. At least 2 of the buildings over there are fully engulfed in flames. And all of this, keep in mind,
holy cow, look at this, guys.
From Eaton Canyon, that 190-acre natural preserve area where this fire started. So all of this is spot fires. That's all the embers being cast in these extremely powerful winds a mile away and then catching maybe just one little ember getting into an eave under the roof of a house. That's all it takes to light one of these things up. Firefighters are out here doing what they can to save some of the homes that are being so aggressively and immediately threatened by this fire. This home right
here,
I
regular
just saw
homes. Look at
firefighters
this.
actually go inside. Looks like they maybe like kicked open or just opened a back door to maybe try to vent it out. And these people have fire all in their backyard and in trees in the backyard right now. And firefighters are back here with the hose line pulled out, trying to put out the vegetation so it doesn't spread to this home. So hopefully they will be able to keep this home intact here. It's just such a heartbreaking scene because just a couple of minutes ago, there was a gentleman standing right here, actually, like in this front yard. And he's looking directly across the street here.
Sherry.
On the phone and telling someone, that's our house.
I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that. It's gone.
Holy cow.
Oh my gosh, look at that house. In a moment like that, when they come out to their neighborhood and the place they've lived in for how many ever years is totally destroyed. And you wouldn't necessarily think being a mile away from an area with hiking trails.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about me. I was like, no,
that you would have to worry about a fire like this because you have a lot of like concrete around you, so you would think you would have a natural fire break. But we've been hearing for at least the past day now how catastrophic these winds could be and how we hadn't really
nobody
seen
thought this catastrophic. This is not, nobody's ever seen anything like this. Where have you ever seen anything like this?
Of these winds alone is,
I mean, that's the other thing. It's always you hear about wildfires, you hear
into neighborhoods. And this is a really
I mean, yeah, they go through a neighborhood or two, but nothing. This is down in the city. This is at the beach.
Now, thankfully, there are lots of homes down here that are looking good. We have fire crews posted up here. And hopefully this home will be okay here too. Again,
where
this
do you
is
get
on
water from?
Del Rey,
how do you truck it in?
On the south.
You can't get to. You can't.
Street,
I don't know how you get to the fire. I don't know. I have no idea, Teresa.
Like
I am at a loss.
They have a good handle on the backyard here. They are trying to do everything they can to protect the homes that they think might be at risk of going up next. But you got these wind gusts and a 400-acre, if not larger, fire.
There she is. How you doing, Caitlin?
You're still dealing with these embers flying all over the place, you guys. Tons of evacuations out here tonight.
Well, Joe Biden is there.
From Angeles National Forest, I think they said they were even evacuating people in Sierra Madre, south of Sierra Madre to the 210, and all the way from Lake to Santa Anita. So that's absolutely crazy. Like this fire is moving to the east, and if it's getting towards Sierra Madre, that's really scary because you got a lot of people way up in the hills there that have cute little cabins really tightly packed in, and that could be scary for them trying to get down these really narrow mountain roads if they have fire like this blowing at them.
And you know what? You said it.
It's California. It's all everything's going to be dry, right? As they tell us.
So devastated by knowing that their home has burned down, even not knowing is if they are able to look in the face of a loved one and have both of them there together, you know, saying, okay,
we're here.
But we're yes. I mean, I know that is you know, that could
devastating.
Be not enough.
This is absolutely devastating. Like this is stuff of nightmares
and your belongings, but it
guys remember
that has some little bit of solace.
Holy cow!
Hopefully, that's something we can hold on to. Look at that. Is that a tree?
Looks like a tree stump.
Right?
It looks like
and
Bethany's cat after it chewed the.
These are all these little embers that are catching like a lot of.
That's not little.
You know, tree stumps and bushes in people's front lawns.
And in people's homes.
This is how it kind of carries down the street in the wind.
And you know what?
The homes too.
Yeah,
I've heard
firefighters say that those embers, obviously, they can get into the eaves, start a fire, say in the attic. So a lot of times, these fires can start actually inside a home.
Sure. And you can see how many embers are flying around out there, as Nicole was showing us. I mean, even when she was just talking to us, you can see them flying around her head. And for firefighters running around like that, desperate to save some of these homes. I mean, it's got to be very comforting for the residents of this area and this neighborhood
homes burn. That's every homeowner's fear
on their street, despite what's happening right now.
What do you do
about that? All right, thanks so much.
You see a home. I mean, have you ever seen a house on fire?
Well, as we've been talking about, many fires burning here in Southern California tonight. We went to Palisades.
Here they are. Look, these guys, little dinky fire hoses I've ever seen in my life. And you have one person doing it.
This morning, when that
they need to automate the fire department.
It was so small, Pat.
1030. 10 acres.
Yep, 10 acres.
10 acres at 1030.
Is now. It's so unreal. And our Lori
by the way, let me just do an update on that.
Of it all at the Palisades fire. And we understand what we've been reporting, Lori, well, you have, that it has spread into Malibu. I almost want to say back into Malibu because that's where we were a month ago.
No.
That's exactly right. I mean, we visited spots tonight that we had been a month ago covering the fires, and now there are fires.
All right, so there is the third fire is the Hearst fire.
Here in Malibu. I
so
saw with my
this
own
is the
eyes,
latest.
and still it is hard to believe. Let's get right to
this, you guys. There you go. All right, you see it? So this is, the Palisades fire. Now, this has not been updated. The 2,921 acres, that has not been updated in like 5 hours. Eaton fire, that was like, that was probably like 4 hours ago. And then this one just started happening. Zero containment in any of these. So let's go in on this map. This is what the guy was doing, right? Look at this. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to say something very, very bad right now. Think strategically. How did three things get? What's the what are those people that are the pyromaniacs, the arsonists? How do they get? How? I'm just saying. Wildfires were a thing that they used to warn about certain groups that start with an I doing them. Sorry, guys. That's where my brain goes every time. All right, so they are right there on the highway. So you got the Hearst fire is up here. San Fernando. Oh, that's good. I was going to get it done. Palisades Park. Look at that. Van Nuys Airport. Oh, these are some. Hollywood Burbank Airport. Burbank. Oh, man, this is. Let's see here. Do they have the mandatory evacuation areas? Zero containment. All right, so they do not show. They don't show an evacuation area here. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm in the wrong thing. Look, when I go hit, I bet you here we go. First fire. Okay, no, it's not done anymore. That's just crazy, though. Sorry. All right. Zero containment, though. Zero containment, y'all.
Long way from over, and they have a very, very long fight ahead of them, and so many fights. That's what's so stunning about this is just they have so much to fight tonight, guys.
They do, Lori. And, you know, you talk about businesses and homes that are gone. We're really going to get the true gist of just what that area is going to look like.
Yeah.
I
mean, this is just a snapshot. What we're showing our viewers tonight, what Lori is showing us, what our Tom Waite was showing us, what our Nicole Comstock was showing us in these neighborhoods, just a snapshot of what we're going to be seeing tomorrow at daybreak.
You know, what's been pretty pleasant right now, Lori, is we haven't seen you scrambling to get out of the way.
Michelle, how you doing? 9 months. Golly, y'all. We're going to have a party in a couple months. First time I see someone of the year, we're going to have.
That's absolutely right. You know, we were trying to get further up on PCH.
I don't know how we're going to do it. We're going to do it.
Seasoned,
emailed you updated photo from my back porch is growing fast on our side of the mountain. This is the Pasadena Altadena fire.
And at one
Thank
point
you so much for telling me where it was. Okay,
because it was just way too intense. The
you know
flames
what
were all
happened. I would
around
be
us
like, you know,
on
where is it
either
again?
side. They came right up to our windows of our news van, and it was just it was terrifying. So we had to get out of there. And, you know, and several times we have been in situations where there have been just so many embers coming around us, you know, and it only takes one really to start a fire. You know, it could catch in our hair, our clothes, you know, it could catch the fan on fire. So we really have to be ready to go at a moment's notice as we are trying to bring the news to people. But yeah, we moved to a safer location where there's not quite so many embers around, and we're a little bit staying away from the fires. The other challenge, though, to be frank, has been getting a Wi-Fi signal. You know, we don't know if towers have been affected or, you know, how the Wi-Fi system has been affected, but we're having some challenge really finding areas where we can get even a signal and get up and come live to you guys.
I don't think you got Wi-Fi. You got cell towers. All right. So what I'm going to do is
power their phones when they can use them and when they still have power. And yeah, we do know that there have been a lot of.
You don't want to evacuate in the middle of the night. It is. It's 11 o'clock out there.
California area. So certainly know what you mean there. And
all right, so we have some more footage, pictures.
Where you are,
Kim, remember? Say hi to Kim. You gotta come back. You're now part of the family.
Not tonight.
You guys are all part of the family. I love you guys. I'm so glad you're here.
No,
I told you guys I was going to stop streaming at 2. It's 2:17 right now.
Not tomorrow either. I mean, there's the extent of the damage is
I'm going to share this. All right, you see the pictures? This is what Kim took from her backyard. Right? Is that right, Kim? I can't find where you said it now. Growing fast on our side of the mountain. This is the Pasadena. Yeah, back porch. This is it. This is from her back porch. Pasadena Altadena fire. I need to go back to that map and find Pasadena. Which one? Is Pasadena? Is that where that's where the Eaton fire is, right? Yes. Now let's see here. How can I make this bigger? Yes. All right. Now that I figured out how to do this, I need to get rid of that. There we go. Okay, cool. I think I'm back. I think I am. Yes, my brain's losing it. All right. All right, so that's one. Man, that's awful. Is that the mountain that's on fire? Gosh, yeah, look over there on the left. I mean, I can't imagine that. If I saw that, I'm like, we gotta get everything ready to get out of the house. Now you see that's your side of the mountain, Pasadena area. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna show this, okay? And we're going to make sure I got this. Okay, now we're gonna make this full screen. So, I mean, are you on like, east? So east, yeah, that's east. So like that side of the mountain, Pasadena is right over here. That's Pasadena. But look at this, man. This is all mandatory evacuation now. Holy cow. And look, 210 is suggested evacuation. Wow, it's so crazy. Let's get back over here. I want to see this one. Oh my gosh, y'all, look at this. It's grown. They've updated the map. Is this on? You guys see this? Yeah. Holy cow, look at this. Look how close it is to 405. I mean, what do you do? Like, how do you wait, hold on, that's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. How do you fight a fire like that? I mean, how do you do that? Oh, look at this. Now, this is on mandatory evacuation. I'm sorry. The fire is right here. Oh, look. I just heard him say, he goes, look, it looks like, oh, yeah, the house is on fire. They didn't watch this
and wondering about their home. Our hearts break for you if they do. And so many of us have been through these evacuations ourselves. And I said earlier in the newscast, my aunt was evacuated. She's lived in the Palisades for decades. So many of us are connected to people who are going through these evacuations.
There's fires near Anaheim?
Tough times. And there's just so much smoke and so much fire still burning, and the intensity of the wind, we've been saying it, but I can't describe enough to people. I mean, I've been standing
Schuler, how you doing?
For, I don't know, 6-8 hours, and it's unrelenting. It just doesn't stop, and it just makes this job so impossible for firefighters.
No, I don't think I'm doxing
Tim. They try to save as many houses as they can.
Said she was in
a home like that up there.
And where are that place? Or something.
How could it?
Santa Monica.
How could the outcome be anything like what it appears to be, right? I mean, it's on fire.
I know, it's the second largest city in America.
There's enough firefighters at this
and there's a map of it.
Stop every one of these homes that are catching fire.
She was asking if I was showing where you live. I was like, I just showed the
what's there.
Like, that's how close the yards. Like, that's what the pictures are. That's where they are.
This wind is carrying these embers from house to house, and we just look up and down these roads and wonder, like, how long will this go? How long? And we know that the winds are just picking up, right? So it just seems like it's going to be
it's going to be a long and hard fight.
Oh, hey, Libby, thank you. I didn't see it. Michelle Russo, thank you so much. Guys, if you were gifted a membership,
Not helping
by the way, you know what? It's time
course,
for us
is
to
the
we gotta do
weather,
something
is the
here.
wind,
We got
we don't
break
have
the
the
tension a little
resources
bit.
we
We gotta
could
break the
use.
tension,
We
have a
do
little
have
fun.
choppers with night sun.
You know how you
that
put
are able
out
to fly at night,
you know how you
but
put out
certainly
fires.
not in this situation.
Wiggle, 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 yeah. 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 Wiggle, 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 wiggle,
more air power.
That's how you put out a fire. So anyway, thank you, Michelle. Guys, I have not updated the Discord membership, but I want you guys to all become members of
really the
Discord.
focus,
I
and
will
we've
do
been
it.
talking about it.
Hopefully I
Focus
can
for
have
these
a lot of
really
strength
strong
after the
winds.
stream.
It's really
and
right
I'll
now
update it.
until tomorrow
And,
morning. So for the next 12
look
hours
forward,
at
you'll
least,
get a
this is going to
notification
be
on
a
my
critical time
channel
period.
and the
And the
members
winds, they
section
have not stopped. I mean, these are just
and then you come
numbers that
over
you're seeing on your
and you
screen.
click the link.
When you see Tom and Lori and
Let's
Nicole
see.
out
It
there,
all works
and
out.
you can see
You
the
come back over
force
here
behind
next
these winds. I
stream
know a lot of you
and
at
tell
home
me that
probably
wrong.
seeing
Hopefully
it
I'm
in
not.
your own backyard. I
Hopefully
mean,
I can
it's so
hold on
tough
your
to
stream.
see. And it's not just the fire danger that we're talking about, but these winds, they cause a lot of damage.
That's how you
And what
light
makes
someone's
this
house
so
on fire.
unusual is that it is so broad and widespread, and these winds are powerful in a lot of areas. That includes areas that don't get in on these Santa Ana winds, like the San Gabriel Valley. So let's focus on what's happening right now and what happens next. And we're going to talk about when these winds move out of here. That's going to be the big focus. Now, as you can see, we've got really strong winds pushing through Simi Valley, Santa Clarita. These winds are coming out of the northeast, and that's what's drying things out. Gusts between 55 and 65 miles per hour through the Santa Clarita, right there near Sylmar, where that fire is burning. 52 mile per hour gusts in Burbank. Now, Burbank, not as strong as it was a couple hours ago. Pasadena gusts up to 47 miles per hour. It's blustery through the Inland Empire, over through the Santa Ana Mountains, into inland Orange County, even pushing towards some of our beaches. Let me zoom you in right here, San Fernando Valley, which is where we're seeing some incredibly strong winds, those purples over towards Ventura County. And this is making its way out towards Malibu, where we have gusts between 55 and 60 miles per hour. Now, I want to focus on a couple different things. First, through Altadena.
Kim, I like you. I hope you found a family over here. You're going to enjoy it.
52 miles per hour. This has been the case
don't we, guys?
for the last 3 or 4 hours. So we haven't really gotten a break. It's very dry out there. And then I also want to bring you to Sylmar, where the winds are even stronger right there near that 210 corridor. Gusts rounding about 61 miles per hour right now. So the big question that I know a lot of you at home are asking is, when are we going to get some relief from these winds? So tonight, that's not going to be the case, but I do have my eye on a wind.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, wait, where'd he go? No. Give me some sound.
That you're driving on PCH, it's just fire. If it's not on fire, it looks like it's already burned. And it's pitch black out here right now, so it's hard to tell exactly what we're seeing. But as we go down this way, closer to Topanga
they
Canyon,
got a fresh person come in.
The Reel In, the Malibu feed bin, which is iconic. It's been there for so many years. Chelada Thai, all of those establishments are gone. You drive by and there's just nothing there. Not even the bones of those structures are still there. So this is a devastating fire, as we've been talking about. Not just for these homeowners who have absolutely nothing to return.
I mean, that'd be a fun stream.
Business owners as well. I mean, this, is such an iconic stretch of PCH that is now just up in flames. Look at what the wind is doing to these embers as well. It carries them straight up, and then it's just going to slam them in one direction. We've seen this over and over again. It's like a little tornado that kind of pops up, swirls them around, and then it just pushes them somewhere else. And that's, of course, what firefighters are concerned about when it comes to these large embers. What if they land on the roof of another one of these homes? These homes are all packed so tightly together. You get one ember in the eaves or on a roof,
all
and then
our
that
zoning
house
stuff
goes
is
up.
like, we got.
And that's what we're seeing, obviously.
Good
news is that we do have
all the money.
first
They want
responders here. We
have
have firefighters here on the scene. Again, they've got their work.
Guess what's
cut
not
out
a
for
good
them tonight.
idea?
Look at those active flames further down on PCH.
Not a good idea.
Just an incredible scene. I mean, just apocalyptic is the word that keeps coming to mind.
Boosh, what's up?
Alex and Marla, excuse me.
Yeah, it's appropriate. It's fitting, unfortunately. All right, Chelsea, we thank you and crew. Let's get the latest on those wind speeds from Adam Kruger, our chief meteorologist. And what are they like right now?
They're as strong as they've been all day long, and that's saying something. We know how strong.
That's that one video of where they were working on that one house, and that's where the fire was coming over the. I don't know why they're working so much on this one house. I mean, it's like this is where they focus everything. This is like the police chief's house. That's why. It's so weird to me. Hang on a second. I just got one earphone, and I just realized it's a little odd. Here, what's my? Oh, good. It's gone dead too. There we are. Somewhere there's no fire activity. Okay, let's see here. Let's find not that one. No, that's where we are. No, let's go there. What am I missing? The airport. That's. Oh, hey, check this out. This is the. This is that surfer stream. Remember this? This is the first stream I found today. Look at that. It's so eerie. It's so, it's just scary. Let's see here. No. Oh, wait, hold on. This thing I need to go to. I just realized I messed something up. I'm doing housework back here. Sorry, guys. All right. Now, let's see here. Where is...
Yeah, ops from Branch 1.
I'm
up
this
here
one.
in the in that Foxtrot area, Corona, Del Mar, Rail Drive, all that's really looking pretty good. Not too bad. A lot of the structures we've really been able to cool down. I wanted to make sure you tie in with Juliet because he had a lot of activity over there as well. North of Sunset, up there by 69's area, still lots of hot spots up in there that we're addressing.
So what did they just say? I was listening, then I just kind of like zoned out. Lots of hot spots. Is that even a thing? I don't know. All right, so here's another. This is from. No, wait, that's that one. This is from. This is Santa Monica Beach. Look at that. Oops. This is LAX. So you don't see the fires from LAX right now. Probably all the smoke. Gabby, I like you. I like you so much. What's happening? Well, you are still on, so I got some things together just in case. Holy cow. Still covering this is going to be a long night. Winds here are crazy. Holy moly. I'll tell you what, I'm probably going to sometime tomorrow be covering this again. We'll see what's happening. There'll be a lot of coverage. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to warn you guys right now. So tomorrow you're going to hear some stuff. And people are going to tell you that this is on, this is what's happening, and they're going to tell you all this stuff. And you're going to be like, oh, yeah, we already covered that last night. We are going to. Oh, sorry, I was just listening to the fire thing. Don't pay attention. Wait, what's this one? Oh, good. Hang on. So this guy's back.
Eaton Canyon Road here in the Altadena, Pasadena area. And since then, it has pushed to the east. And that is why we are now seeing the new evacuation orders here in Arcadia, mandatory evacuation orders in Arcadia, and voluntary evacuation orders in Arcadia, and now voluntary evacuations in the Monrovia area. So that is significant. I also want to tell you about this fire because it has now grown to 600 acres. So we started with 20 200, 400, and now we are at 600 acres as the fire continues to burn in an easterly direction towards now Monrovia and Arcadia. I also want to take you out to Sylmar. That is
Palisades,
where the Hearst fire is burning. The Hearst fire is at 100 acres. These are live pictures now from
Holy
our photographer,
cow.
John Schreiber, who is there. You can see those tall power lines
there?
kind of towering above the flames here. This fire continues to burn. Right now from City Fire, LA City Fire, who is also handling this fire, is still saying 100 acres. We haven't not gotten an updated acreage since then. I would imagine that is not going to, I would imagine that that is going to grow significantly just based on the fire activity and where it is burning up into the mountains there. I want to remind people the evacuation area is north of the 210 from Roxford on the eastern flank of it. On the west, the 5 and the 14 split. So all of that area from the 210 north and up into the mountains there. And again, this is where the Saddle Fire burned back in 2019, almost the exact same area. And we're running into another situation here where, you guys, this is going to be a lot of livestock that are in this area, a lot of horses that need to get evacuated to move out of the area here. And unfortunately, we're now looking at another situation in LA where we are seeing another glow of orange in a new portion of this, and the fire is not getting any smaller, as you can see. Those big towering flames.
Was texting me his sister-in-law's a fireman in LA, and it's the worst ever.
There are no water-dropping helicopters available
what I was saying
at all right now, and that is because the wind is so strong.
4 hours ago, how long we've been doing this?
Dropping helicopters
this is probably the worst
there are a host of them that we have ever seen in our life. LA City, LA County, other
everyone's saying like 9/11 or Oklahoma
tonight. John Schreiber, who is down in Sylmar, was supposed to be in SkyCal tonight. We actually had him hanging out in the airport all night.
2020 elections, stuff like that. You think of like, oh man, there's so many questions, so many what ifs, and all this other stuff.
That was how the situation was going all day. Unfortunately,
fire is a different type of destruction.
Well, that even affected President Biden's trip.
That's right.
He was supposed to go down to Palm Springs from Los Angeles, but he wasn't.
I can't see the glow.
And we even got special permission from the Secret Service to fly over the Palisades fire, and we just couldn't because of how bad the wind was.
No, just want to mention.
I don't know how to. I don't know what to think. I don't know.
Racetrack.
I wanted to say.
By that. Arcadia Mall. These are just things that. Well, I was I was near last week at that mall. I was, so I passed through there. And an area in Pasadena where friends home has been evacuated time. But just wondering, those are two. When you think about what I want to say, points of interest that people know about.
Absolutely. No, we've all been to those malls and that area, and it's hard to believe
the
fire has moved that far east. I mean, we're talking about an area that was
that's what I've got that in one ear pod.
7 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour, and now we're talking all the way out to Monrovia for voluntary evacuations, no less, but still Arcadia with mandatory evacuation orders tonight for the Hearst fire.
Yeah, and he also did something for Ukraine too.
We're talking about how this fire has
I'm not making that up. I thought he did.
As well in Sylmar, the Hearst fire above Olive View Medical Center, and you're now on the 210 freeway. The 210 closed in the area right now as evacuations happen between Roxford to the 514 split. And as we mentioned, one of our photographers who was supposed to be in SkyCal tonight is on the ground now and shooting these pictures for us on the ground from someone's backyard there in Sylmar.
Yeah, just above Filbert, he tells me. So Filbert, if you know the area, is basically if you get off the 210, you take Yarnell all the way around, it turns into Saddle Ridge, and then turns into Filbert. So that's where he's at, is in Filbert. And I do just quickly want to point out, you guys, that the as the southbound 5 transition road from the south 5 to the east 210 has been closed as well. So you've got
holy cow,
the
look at that.
210 west is closed, and then you've got the southbound 5 to the 210 east, the transition road is also closed. Now, hopefully this doesn't happen, but what we saw the last time is the 5 got shut down. And this is in an area where if the 5 gets shut down, you're effectively shutting off the artery from Santa Clarita, Castaic, Lancaster, Palmdale, all of that. And last time we dealt with this, that whole
okay, so that's my question. What does that mean? If you shut down the artery
of getting down here because the fire jumped the 5 freeway. So that hasn't happened yet, and we're hopeful that doesn't happen. But that's kind of where we're at right now.
I would imagine even
you got an ad
check with their.
That is amazing.
So for work tomorrow, because not only again we've been saying
we'll see. I'll let you guys know there's any revenue thing.
Still could have outages where you can't work anyway.
YouTube, man, I saw the other day.
Don't say you listen to Pat Harvey on KCAL.
Play hooky now. Don't play hooky now because
she said don't come to work. I'm just saying.
They're continuing to get more and more people subscribing and using their system.
Unless you get some kind of notification.
And if you work in any of the
Economics
school
isn't
districts that
growing
we've been talking about, that
if
is
it
certainly the
doesn't
case for you
pick up.
tomorrow. We've been talking about
The question
various
is, what does
areas
that
around the
mean
fires
for
that we're talking
subscribers?
about.
They're probably
We know
not
Glendale
subscribers
was
for
another
creators.
one
They'll
that
probably
came out
start
late
charging
tonight.
us to
Glendale
create.
Unified School District and the La Cañada School District also closing their
Oh,
schools
look at that.
tomorrow
Look at that.
because of the winds that we're expecting to happen as well tomorrow. But tonight, a lot of people not only dealing with the fires.
Oh, I know.
In
Look,
the
here we are.
specific
This is
areas
that
we're talking about.
that house. It's like, well, that's gonna be the fire chief's house. There it is, the backyard. Look at that. $75,000 people are in the dark right now. Look at this.
Where the movie theater is here on Swarthmore. There's many small businesses, family-owned businesses, as Mr. Caruso was telling us earlier, and that's the sad part of all of this. They're a total loss. Nothing firefighters can do here. And these winds, the big factor, they are showing no signs of letting up, still roaring through here, and it's just a storm of these lit embers just blowing all over the place and starting spot fire after spot fire. And unfortunately, many of those spot fires wind up being a building, a condo, or a business that go up in flames, guys.
Oh, we hate to see it. All right, Ed, thank you so much. We want to turn our attention now to the
4 to 12 hours. Now they're saying that it could be anywhere from 24 to 48 hours if you are experiencing a power outage. That means that some people could go 2 days without power in their neighborhood. It's frustrating, but there are so many crews that are working to get that power.
Planning on not having power.
Again, we're talking about this neighborhood here behind
That's what it's all about.
We're actually in Studio City here, and this is Moore Park, and you can see it is completely dark. It's pretty eerie out here, I will tell you. You can see, you can't really make out, but there are homes here in the dark. There are apartment buildings here that have been in the dark for most of the day into the night. We tried to get gas here at this gas station earlier. Didn't realize when it was light out that the pumps weren't working. Yeah, power's out here as well. And I'm going to turn us around because there's entire shopping centers that we've seen. And this is really a problem. We've been here at this intersection of Laurel Canyon and Moore Park. Earlier, parking enforcement was here. Since traffic died down, they have since left. They've obviously have left the flares on the ground. Because it's so dark, no one is paying attention to the fact that this is a four-way stop. So you heard the honking.
Nobody's paying attention because
it's become quite a situation here.
Well, what are you going to do? There's nobody out there. There's no police. You got to get out of there.
Right? Our firefighters are busy. Our paramedics, our ambulances are busy right now with these fires. Our police officers are busy. So an accident is not something that they want on their list. But I want to get to some video because we have seen trees toppled over all across the Southland, and we actually saw a tree on the 101 that came down in some of the first lanes there right at the Laurel Canyon Boulevard exit. And you can see it just nearly missed a car. A driver was outside of his car speaking with CHP as well as a tow truck trying to clear those lanes from the 101. That was quite the situation. And then you have video of Moore Park and Laurel Canyon where power has been out.
Very, very powerful. One, that's beautiful. Two, that's terrifying. Three, reminds you of anything? The fire meets the ocean in Malibu. And by the way, it's Malibu. It's not Palisades. We're not talking about it anymore. Holy cow, 180 to 100 miles an hour. Teresa, I hate that.
They fix it. They have to wait for a tree trimming crew to
Just
come
talking
out
about like
knock down the trees, chop down the trees first before they can actually begin their process of getting power restored. So it's little things like that. There's a process to everything. It takes a while, but it's not only for your safety, but the crew's safety as well. For now, Susie, Pat, we'll send it back to you.
No, interesting hearing what you're saying there, Leslie. I know exactly
and
that
you're not from Maui, are you? Did I ask you that earlier?
About the grocery store correct? And yeah, Trader Joe's.
I need a weight loss
and other businesses around there. That's the other thing we have to be mindful of, that there may not be restaurants open tomorrow.
Oh, they just said there may not be restaurants open tomorrow.
Snack from somewhere because they don't have power as well. They don't have generators to get them back up and running. So
yeah, the generator
give you as much information as we can, but also, you know, pay attention.
I live
and from tonight through tomorrow,
big time on electricity. And I've thought about before, like I would like to have, so I like to have several backup things. Like I like to have a generator. I would like to have a solar situation.
Yeah,
be patient.
Mm-hmm. And so important what Leslie was pointing out, just about people going through intersections.
I thought, like, what my goal would be is like make like this room, turn the lights off, and like this setup I've got right here: monitor, computer, microphone, camera.
But when you don't see lights ahead of you and you think you can just go through the intersection, it's not an intersection. That causes all kinds of.
It's like, man, it's so freaking expensive. It's not feasible. I'm talking about like just doing myself, get to like the batteries. I want to get like the stuff's already done up. Like
California right now, where power is
I don't even know a good brand.
Good idea.
Anchor makes some, Gold Zero, stuff like that. And it's like, because that's just easy. It's just plug and play.
Power is out there. So, well, we're going to have to navigate ourselves whenever we leave the station.
I tell you what, dark humor is embraced
able to
here.
Get back on the air. So, Danny, we are, you know, waiting and holding our breath to hear what you have to say about our weather and the direction that these winds are going.
And nobody here, nobody here is mean about it. Nobody's like, oh,
winds. It's not happening right now, Pat and Susie. We're seeing these winds ramping up right now. But as of checking in with me about 15, 20 minutes ago, a lot hasn't changed right now. That's good news. But still, look at how widespread these winds are. I mean, this is not normal for us when we're dealing with these Santa Ana winds.
I've been 45 minutes past
this strong, of this magnitude, this widespread. This is what makes this rare. So let's talk about where we're seeing the strongest winds. So it's right there where the Hearst fire is burning. Santa Clarita towards Burbank. The Tucson corridor right now. We've got gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. Even stronger in some areas. The numbers that you're seeing, these are just the reporting stations right there. Between these numbers, between these communities, there could be these little areas where these winds are a little bit stronger. And that's what makes the Santa Ana wind so unique as well, is that there's so many canyons and valleys. And as the wind flows through, it speeds up. And so we're going to see these pockets of stronger winds out there. Simi Valley has seen consistent gusts of 65 miles per hour, pushing out towards the Malibu coastline, 56 miles per hour there. Even the San Gabriel Valley, we've seen gusts between 40 to 50 miles per hour there. Into the Inland Empire and Inland Orange County, not quite as strong as what we're seeing through LA and Ventura counties, but still, we've had some gusty winds. San Bernardino and Riverside seeing gusts between 66 miles per hour and the Hearst this evening. And again, if you're not seeing those strong winds right now, tonight we could see pockets of stronger winds. Let me walk you through what that means. I want to make sure you and your family, you feel prepared. We're in the midst of the strongest winds right now through 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. That's going to be the window for the peak winds. They'll still be strong through the day on Wednesday, but not as widespread as what we're going to see right now. Mountain waves, you've probably heard this term a lot over the last couple of days. Before this, though, you don't hear this term. We don't talk about this much in Southern California.
They're running out of water. They're running out of fuel.
Last time we saw this, it was probably with Pasadena in December 2011, when we saw 1,200 trees knocked down, and that was because of the wind damage, 80-mile-per-hour winds from a combination of Santa Ana winds and mountain waves. We have these.
Right? Is that what he does? Is this what this is? You know, it's the end of the night. Final thoughts by Jerry Springer, by expert. So, Linda guy said that she's in Arizona. Said Arizona just got the call. Said to come and send in their fire rescue stuff. Okay, so, and you hear that they've said several times, if you are a firefighter of any kind, please suit up and show up. Boosh. I love it, man. You know what? I appreciate that, man. I'll do that for you. How'd I do it? There you go. Oh, she left, man. She left. She heard you were looking at her. She left. She comes back, I'll pull her up. So there you go. Yeah, Arizona and Nevada are always bailing California out. So you guys know Vegas Rick. He's a he was there when the Vegas guy, Stephen Paddock, Pew Pure, right? From the what was that hotel? Mandalay Bay, was that it? They got called in as a mass error event, and istis, and they hit the button. The button is, it's a terminology for they have interlocal agreements with different places. So like in Tennessee, an interlocal agreement is with your surrounding counties. We have 95 counties in a little teeny tiny state. Clark County, Nevada, where Las Vegas is like probably the size of Tennessee. And anyway, their emergency button is it goes all the way out to Los Angeles, and the Los Angeles SWAT team was on their way to Las Vegas that night in a helicopter, and they turned around halfway because the incident was over. But when they hit that button, it's huge. That means it's a 9/11 event is what it means. Just to make it easy. That means they are overwhelmed and they need everything they can for help. That also means that those areas, like Arizona's been asking about stuff. Now they don't have they're not at 100%. And we're already hearing about looting and stuff. This can be very catastrophic. We pray that it's not, and we're so thankful we haven't heard of any casualties. Keep coming back here. I'm going to put up the new link for Discord. So you have to be a member to get into Discord, right? The $2 membership. It kind of helps keep the lights on in this place. Matter of fact, let's see here. How do I? But anyway, I'm also going to put a place in there. Are you in Discord? You're in Discord, aren't you? Put a thing up there for I don't know, what should we call this? California fires. So if you have any information, if there's a crazy link to like a video or something like that, or you have anything on the ground, you saw anything on Twitter, anything like that, put it in there. All right. Other than that, it'll probably be tomorrow afternoon before I see you guys. Tomorrow's it's it's funny. I complain about I got a real hard day tomorrow. That's my complaint. During the stream, I got noticed this is gonna be a hard day. I didn't think it was gonna be a hard day till I found something out. I'm selfish. Take one step back. I'm not having a hard day. Southern California's having a hard day. So, love you guys. Eat your vitamins. Eat your vegetables. Take your vitamins. Say your prayers. All the stuff Hulk Hogan told us to do. And I'll be seeing you guys real soon. All right, till then, put your hands together and stand up. Shake it off and let's do a little dance.
Well, I woke up to go get me a cold pop, and then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got her. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got